Well, I don't know about you folks at home, but I've been waiting for this week's Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel with bated breath. We have just seen a massive update hit the game, and of course, who better than to take you through the road test than the crew here at DFN. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Jason Kaplan. Jason, your hair looks marginally improved from 5 minutes ago, so I do commend you for that, mate. Do you not know how to ask for a haircut in Italian?
I got nothing to say to that, actually. To be perfectly honest with you, I gave my wife the ability to completely control my hair for a period of time. I've just been too lazy to go revert it back to the way I did like it. However, I do have clippers with me. Maybe if we have some kind of goal, I can shave my head on stream like I did way back in the days. Hopefully with a lot less shit talking.
That would be okay. You know what? Let's show up that idea. Yeah, there was alcohol involved in that one, I'm pretty sure. Here at the Deadlock Fight Night, we're obviously very excited to have you guys here. There's a lot to discuss right now, but before we get into all the nitty gritty, let's talk about what we do over here. If this is your first time, been here for 15 weeks, so, you know, you've come at a great time, suffice to say. We're giving out, well, not giving out, yeah, I guess we are, $1,000 to our best team in each region, NA, EU, and now Pacific, thanks to our friends over at Intel. The way we get there is we play a best of one, a challenger match. And then we move on to the money match. That's right. It'll be a best of one, then a best of three for literally all the marbles. It's winner take all here at Deadlock Fight Night. And here in EU this week, we have a slightly retooled Aegis Aurora roster for reasons that we'll discuss a little bit later. And Podulaia Scumbria, a Russian team that often gets retooled. So we'll have a chance to touch on them. And then we go up against Virtus Pro, our current king of the hill, and VP have been running the show for a couple of weeks now, but there's definitely been plenty of froth at the top with a lot of our top EU teams vying for position. This region we find is, pretty deep. It's got plenty of quality rosters, and we're looking to see which of these two can actually take on VP, put some pressure on them. Jason, I mean, very quickly, Aegis Aurora, Podulaia Scumbria. What's that?
Do I get to talk now? I don't know. I feel like you've been going on for days here. But ask me the question. Go ahead. I have a lot to say.
I was just doing some housekeeping. You can do the boring host stuff if you want to. But I was gonna ask you about these teams at least, because Aegis Aurora obviously have had to make some changes.
Yeah. Do you want to say why they had to make some changes?
We do that
for
here.
People. Okay. So another cheater has been detected, and he was banned out in the one-win bombshell tournament. So Kenny F no longer playing. And it's even funnier thinking back to me highlighting him after they took Deadlock Fight Night in EU against Buff and Jors, I believe it was, and Kenny F went like 35-10 on his Vindicta, and it kind of makes sense now looking back on it. But before we do fully dive into this, I at least want to say, if you guys didn't realize, and Uber did mention, we did have a DFN Pacific show on Monday. We were covering teams from China, from South Korea, from Japan, and from Australia. And if you guys missed out on that, make sure you go over to Deadlock Fight Night over on YouTube and check those VODs out, because it was really cool to see some of these new teams that we haven't really had the ability to watch too often and see what they had to show us. And I have some high hopes for them as well if we do return back in the following weeks. But to kind of brush us into this one, yeah, we have obviously two big switch ups actually in both of these two teams, and a switch up with a big patch. Today is going to be a very big day, pretty much like the size of your guns if you checked out Mitch's Twitter today.
Man, I post one picture in reply to someone else, bro, and I'm getting flamed for it. It's crazy. Let's bring in...
I was complimenting. Bigger than my nose, your biceps.
Always waiting for the other shoe to drop with you, Jason. That's just the way our relationship works. Let's bring in ZP here, of course, our analyst here for this Challengers game. ZP, glad to have you here, especially because, boy howdy, we got a lot to talk about here. The map in Deadlock has been drastically changed. It is a full rework, the biggest patch that we've seen in the game to date.
Yeah, I mean, to call it the biggest patch is not an understatement, right? Where we have drastically reworked the entire map. We have gone from 4 lanes down to 3, and that changes everything. No more solo lanes. Now everything is duo lane. Map mobility is decreased across the board because you don't have as many zip lines. Like, removing just one zip line actually drastically increases the length of time to get to another zip line, where, of course, players at the competitive level, they use zipline tech to quickly traverse the map. The jungle vastly increased going into this, and also just the pure fact that when you have only 3 lanes, you're now in a situation where every objective matters way more. You're less likely to get scenarios where a walker might get solo pushed down because there's too much going down in the other 3 lanes. It's more likely that you have to fight for every bit of terrain you get, And also on top of it, lots of redesigns in terms of juke spots. The middle of the map is a little bit cleaner for team fighting than it has to be. You got this neat little basement we're looking at here. I mean, look, bitch, we could spend all day talking about it, but more importantly, we just get to see the players play on it here today.
I mean, for some of these teams, to be perfectly honest, it might be the first time they're actually playing on this new change as well here, ZP. I mean, I know I got to see a couple of teams in EU Scrim before we got into DFN tonight, but talking to some of the NA teams, I'm not gonna name who in particular, I guess we'll see later on, is just gonna raw dog it, they said today, with no scrims leading up into this actual change. But like you're saying, I mean, there's a lot, I feel like more verticality as well, because everything feels so much closer. You can see the rune there, the left-hand side buff, up inside that little bit of a mini bridge, a lot more launch pads around the map as well. And I think, I personally like this change. I was never a fan of playing solo lanes. I was never a fan of losing lane and not having someone else to blame other than myself. But with these like 2-2-2 setups, it kind of maybe forces teams to think about how do we actually want to draft into this? Because we don't need those insanely strong solo laners. We need comps that kind of work well together in lane to create an advantage. And then on beyond that, taking these objectives, I think, has even more impact, considering you no longer need 3 Guardians for your first flex slot, you need 2. You no longer need 2 Walkers for your first or your second flex slot, you need 1. And then it's the 3 Walkers and the rest is normal from there on after. So there's a lot of big changes in here that really drastically has to force these teams to change how they think about the game and how they go into the entire drafting phase of this game.
And now, obviously referring to this graphic, in lane, you no longer need to last hit a minion to get some souls and to produce a soul orb. They always pop out, right? If a player is within range of them. But ZP, now it's also more incentivized to try and go for those denies because the split is now even.
Yeah, I think the change that you're going to get in lane, on top of it now just being duo in every lane, right, is the fact that you can be a little bit more aggressive. And while, yes, you may give up a deny in the process, you don't have to worry about the tension of getting every last hit and mixing the last hits in with the pressure on your opponent. And the reality is that if you are currently actively shooting your opponent, it's going to be hard for them to deny at the same time. Some people will manage it, right? But I think the general tempo change within the lane from the last hitting change, more than anything else, is that you are incentivized to fight more actively than you were in the past.
Of course, here, the Sinner Sacrifice is the slot machine, right? That we players sort of hit with charged melee attacks that give you souls on each hit. Now, when there's little lights at the top of the Sinner Sacrifice, and basically if you line up your heavy melee timing with that and destroy the machine, you get 3 of those golden statue buffs as opposed to 1 random one that you got in the past from fighting for that. So it's definitely leveled up the value of the machine, but it also requires you to potentially spend a little bit more time around it. And of course, we sort of got to see that mid-boss area. It's kind of weird, right? It's below the map now, and there are only a couple of ways to actually drop into that area with the ropes that come down. There are, of course, like stairways that sort of lead you in there, but the way it's fought for, I think, is going to be a little bit different. The way camps spawn, so like, small camps spawn a little bit earlier, and so do mid camps. So there's that to bear in mind. The walkers have been increased in terms of overall health points now. So the side walker's gone from about 5k to about 7k, mid walker from 8 to 9k. A ton of stuff to bear in mind here. And yeah, we do expect that these objectives are going to be harder to push down, more contested. And again, like maybe you're punished even more for sort of splitting the map because you can see how far apart these objectives are. A lot to talk about. We're going to cover it, I think, as it sort of comes up, in game. But that's about the long and short of it for the time being. It's really interesting. The game's in a very curious place right now. A lot of teams, like I said, are just wanting to see how things work out. We'll talk about these rosters a little bit now because, like sort of Jason mentioned, you alluded to this earlier, both have seen a bit of a shakeup.
Yeah,
I mean, go
ahead, ZP. No. All you.
No. Obviously, the biggest shakeup here is the Aegis Aurora roster, right? Where essentially it went off the Kenny F situation, right? Where even between yesterday and today, there was a bit of a change where it went from like transporter into overseas. So Aegis Aurora obviously changing up because of that one player. Pajala Escambria, also a team that's been in flux over the last month, just because Jason, as we know, they went and formed the super team, or half of Pajala Escambria went to form the super team with the former DMS, which is now Perry Vision.
Yeah, and I feel like in early days, when you see esports like this, there's always so many roster swaps, and it makes it really hard to work out the problems you have within a team. And I feel like it's really easy for a lot of teams to just say, all right, we're going to swap this player out and see if we can make something else work. But you look at like Virtus Pro, and they've been like a stable 5/6 for a very long time now. And I think one of the reasons they are so good is because they're willing to work on their mistakes, and they're willing to give people chances. And obviously being the top team in EU helps with that quite a bit. But looking on the side, of Aegis Aurora, you have overseas great talent we've seen have a massive rise up through in DFN the last few weeks as well. Sunset, we're seeing him come back for, it feels like the first time in forever, because he's been on a couple of different teams, finally making his way back to Pojala Cumbria, because he was there in the very first inception of the team. But it's gonna be an interesting match. ZP, I kind of want to ask you the hard-hitting question. Do you feel like either of these teams right now could beat Virtus Pro? And I feel like I kind of know the answer right now.
I think for me, actually, I would say any given day is kind of where I'm at, especially given that we just had a huge change. The reality is that no team is 100% comfortable on the new map, on the new changes. And while teams are not necessarily strangers to big changes happening within Deadlock, I think the reality of the situation here is that you cannot be 100% sure in favor of any team right now, regardless of their historical strength, because you always get curveballs when a game experiences a change of this level.
Now, we will be dominating the game in just a moment. First, though, we need to decide on what side these teams are getting to choose. And to do that, of course, we have our typical Mo 1v1. Now, ZP, this month's Mo 1v1 is going to look a little bit different. Do you want to explain exactly why that is?
Yeah, I mean, look, some people might say it's just we recorded it on the old patch and then went to the new patch where we had to re-record it there. But I think in this case, the Mo's, they're really desperate to win here, Mitch. So they're taking every performance-enhancing substance they can. And you look at them, they've never had Mo's more charged up than this.
Okay, so obviously we'll have this 1v1 fought out in the new patch for you. It's actually quite a close one, in fairness. And there it is. I actually can't read that player's name, but
can we see that again? Actually, is that possible? You think? Or are we delaying the game too much? Oh my god,
it's doable,
bro. It is. What?
What are your thoughts?
This little dance.
Who is that, by the way? Is that ABL? Who is the blue?
I think it's ABL.
Okay, I can't tell. It's only three.
Let me zoom in. No, I can't tell.
I think it might have been it. Well, it was Wizaster for sure was one of them.
Okay.
In there, so yeah, it might have been.
How much caffeine have they had ever since that patch dropped to make sure they're ready to go? We can see how amped up just the Mo's are there alone.
The lane distances have gotten longer, right? So just take a little bit of a performance enhancer here and there to make sure you can, make the distance. That's fine. I respect it. All right. Let's get this draft going, guys. That's I think there's plenty to discuss here. Also, very quickly, there were some holiday changes snuck right into these patch notes here. There were broadly nerfs, again, mostly to holidays. I think sort of landing damage off the jump pad and stuff like that. She was still considered to be pretty strong. So
I can tell you, Mitch, even with these nerfs, we're seeing her plate still a ton. She's still insanely good, especially when you're going to be going for a lot more of these team fights. That stun still has ridiculous impact, and the rotations can still create opportunities for your team for sure. What's up, ZP? What are you laughing about?
Oh no, I'm seeing all the reactions to the Mo that's going on right now. People are just as they've caught up to the stream and they're aware of what we've seen. I also just saw the Mo's again, just ultra caffeinated. But we got a draft to talk about here, and Sinclair first on the ban menu for Aegis Aurora. This really isn't too much of a surprise. I mean, I think we've seen this in both regions as of late, where people generally don't like giving up Sinclair. People started to realize his power especially after buffs that he's gotten in patch after patch, and it's just too much of a wild card. So whether it be Pacific, NA, or EU, teams aren't a big fan of dealing with Sinclair. But the holiday ban coming out from Pojala Cumbria also makes sense, because you can make a strong argument right now that Holiday, arguably an even better playmaking hero than Paradox as far as the priority
I'd agree.
list. Yeah.
I'd for sure agree, especially with the verticality as well. Like the jump pads that you have just give you the ability to climb some of these buildings. You get different angles that a lot of people don't expect. Not to mention, one thing I think we are seeing when it comes to these matches is a lot of ambushes. And I feel like Holiday performs much better when it comes to an ambush than a Paradox would ultimately. But we're still going to see the Paradox locked in either way here for Aegis Aurora. I'm kind of curious, ZP, looking at our draft here, and I mentioned earlier on, I'm kind of expecting to see more of a push towards really good synergy between certain laners laning together, but also maybe a slight switch up in the draft, though I'm assuming for the most part is generally going to be the same, since we are basically day one on the new patch.
I think what I'm curious on, Jason, is just to see the value of heroes like Yamato, heroes that were just generally known for being great in solo lane. And, not that Yamato wouldn't be bad in terms of scaling and all the reasons why you pick her for late game, but part of why you did like picking Yamato is just the fact you would know you would lock down either your lane 1 or lane 4 with an above average solo laner.
Yeah.
I think similar with like Pocket too, is that I feel like he was generally a better solo laner than he is a dual laner because of that magic or the spirit resist that he lacks, the minus 15%, which makes him very susceptible to being bursted and killed quite easily in lane. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Pocket kind of fall off a little bit, considering we've had him again come out of nowhere back into the mix.
And maybe like powerful duo laners. I think Kelvin's a great example of that, right? Who over the course of a game can put upwards of 50k healing down, and once you get 3 points in that frost grenade, or rather that second level, you're healing with it. You pick up a healing booster. You have a lot of those healing items in general. Also, just quite like once you get enough points into his 2 and you have like a fleet foot or something, you cross the map incredibly quickly. You can cross between lanes very fast as Kelvin here, where for many heroes it's a little bit harder to do. So he's very, very quick. Worth keeping an eye on. Mo and Krill here going to be locked in, honestly, earlier than we normally expect to see it here for Aegis Aurora.
I think that we talked about earlier than expected too. Kelvin going early in the draft, you kind of expect to see that in North America, and we also saw it a bit in Pacific, right? But in EU, Kelvin usually hasn't been as high of a priority historically, but even EU now bending the knee to the early Kelvin supremacy. Mo and Krill, though, going early for Aegis Aurora, I feel like does make sense, because if you go back to the beginning of the year, when they were on top, when they were doing really well, they did it off of Mo and Krill comps, and then eventually...
They had a cheater, though, to be fair.
Yeah, okay.
This is why this pick is a bit sussy as well. Like they've never lost. They've never lost when they pick Vindicta, Aegis Aurora, but that's because Kenny F used to play Vindicta.
Yeah, there's two reasons they really rise up to the ranks, CP. One of them being the Mo Vindicta combo, but also another maybe because they had a cheater on the roster. But continue. Sorry.
It is what it is. Look, I'm sticking to the brass tacks analytical parts here. And the reality is that they did lose the Mo. The Mo did get banned out against them a lot, Jason. So them getting the Mo early in the draft is probably a measure. All other things aside about the fact that they don't want the Mo to get banned in the middle of the draft. Thank you very much.
I find it interesting, though, like they are putting such a high priority on it early. I wouldn't expect Aegis Aurora to still depend on the Mo and Krill to set things up. So I don't think they would have to worry about being banned away, but I feel like maybe Mo is a lot more stronger now, considering we see a lot more contesting for jungle camps. I guess a little bit of a level of safety again, could be very mobile around the map as well, depending on how you build him. I'm not too surprised to see a Mo, but after looking at DFN Pacific, Mo was actively like one of the top 2 picks in a lot of teams.
Yeah. 7 ban here. What are your thoughts on that? Because we did see Virtus Pro. They are a team that is really pushing it, but in last week's DFN, it was only them that we really saw go that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to the fact that people have just appreciated Seven's ability to lock down and be played a little bit more actively than where it was before. Like, the old Seven meta was Seven eats the jungle, eventually comes out of the jungle with like 10k more souls than everyone else. Then you kind of have Listic coming back in, popularizing, hey, we can play more active Seven that's, more focused on the stun, and we can still make it work out really effectively even when the Seven isn't drowning in riches, right? So it's just people realizing Seven can be used for more. I think Viscous getting bad in the middle of the draft here, though, does make sense to me. I mean, it's kind of weird how Viscous has been up and down, but the reality is that still a very, very good frontline option that you don't necessarily want to give up, especially with how good he is in duo lane right now also.
I mean, it also helps that you don't have to worry about him countering any sort of combo with Mo and Krill and Vindicta as well on top of that. Just to quickly touch on the Seven, I could be wrong on this because, I mean, I have the same amount of experience as everyone else does on the new patch. But I feel like the jungle camps are a little bit closer together and easier to transition between. So Seven, if he was already a jungle monster before, he becomes even more of a beast because of how quickly he can push through everything and come out of that jungle really far ahead in souls.
Yeah, there might be a world where like one of the mid laners can actually just spend a lot of time in their safe jungle side. And there's a potential that lane can be turned into like, or a bit of like a pseudo solo lane if one of them wants to do a lot of roaming. You'll notice here like these drafts do feature a number of heroes that are very adept at sort of rotating in and out of those lanes rather quickly. Paradox, Mo, Vindicta to some degree, I suppose, but Pocket and Wraith especially. So keep an eye on that one. Lady Guy's going to be locked in here for Aegis Aurora. So again, a front line that's going to be pretty annoying to deal with. They've got a really good foundation and they've got 2 flyers on their team. 2 flyers.
you don't see this a whole lot. I mean, part of it might be the idea of, okay, you run the Talon, which is generally one of the more effective counter picks against a Vindicta, right? The idea of, teams will usually grab it in response to a Vindicta. You grab it yourself, you are denying the other team from getting it. On the other hand, going double flyer, you're really exposing a lot of your ground to just getting absolutely pummeled in response, right? Like, Geist is tanky, Mo is tanky, but the reality is that there's going to be tons of pressure on them early in the fight.
Viscous then? Like, you have Vindicta Grey Talon, obviously, who Viscous can struggle to interact with a lot of the time. Interesting.
I think it's just prevent the cubes, right? It's prevent like the kill potential they have, especially early on, because
the Mo and Vindicta.
Yeah, exactly. That was a lot of the strength that we saw of Aegis Aurora in the very early days. But if they have to rely on getting a Mo Vindicta combo to win games, I worry about them as a team in general.
Okay.
You were looking to summon a god,
Lash,
right?
Warden to round things out. Now the map is way more vertical now, right? I think a lot of people expecting to see like Lash obviously have a bit more application because there's much more verticality in transitioning between those lanes as well. The bridges now are very high up, which is where the buffs spawn. There are a lot of these little sort of jump pads in between those that just sort of cut the map, sort of west to east. But I definitely, maybe more room here for Lash to transition through the map. And it's not been a good pick for Podulai's Cambria, a 25% win rate.
Well, I will say is that when it comes to Lash, having Lash in the mix, especially after picking Kelvin, is still good. I mean, obviously we saw the ridiculous combo in Pacific, but in general, it's kind of been common knowledge on the comp side of things that when you're picking Lash, you don't really enjoy picking Lash into a Kelvin, but Lash and Kelvin can be best friends, right? So that's probably why they're able to get the Lash a little bit later into the draft, given the fact that the reality is Lash probably does have increased value on the new map. He benefits a lot from still having better mobility than average when mobility is a little bit cut down with one less zip line. And also, as you mentioned, the verticality in different parts of the map, well, that's more room for Lash to set up big damage. So all in all, I kind of like the Podulai's Cambria draft a little bit more here of the two, just because they've secured good power picks. And I think they've also, with the Lash, I think they've kind of got a leg up on what is probably strong within the new map.
Jason, I think that pronunciation was one of his best efforts. Like, I don't think
it gets around. I want to blow chat's mind here for people who weren't on DFN Pacific really quickly, because it completely caught me off guard. Did you realize that ZP does not have lenses in his glasses?
It's true.
I never realized that until he went straight through it, and it was great. Because I'm just giving a little bit of a piece of bait to chat, because they've been such great people coming around here every single week. I think
Jason's trying to take the heat off himself. That's what I think.
What's there to have heat about for me? I'm handsome. I'm tall.
Are you serious?
Beautiful wife.
I think what Mitch is talking about, Jason, is the fact that like a bird could like just nest in your hair right now and it would not look out of place. Is what Mitch is going for.
You know what? We can mess it up even more if we want. Trust me.
It is crazy that you what is your life that you were just happy to at a dime just shave your hair? You know what I mean? That's crazy to me.
I'm gonna get DFN 1,000 subs. You heard it here first. We get 1,000 subscribers by the end of the show.
We have 77 right now.
I'm putting such a far goalpost because I know it's not gonna happen.
Okay.
Fingers crossed. Anyways, so yeah, the Lash. I don't hate the Lash, to be honest. I think it's like we talked about with mobility, it's very nice. Also, you do have that potential to get into the face of Vindicta and Grey Talon, like especially if you're rocking like a Majestic Leap and really take away that verticality out of them. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lash build like a knockdown to help out with this on top of that. But you just have to imagine all it really takes is that one good ultimate into a Kelvin Frozen Shelter, and the people inside are pretty much just gonna die here.
We've got to come up with a name for that, like death slamming people into a frozen shelter, because it's the most dignified
death.
You're getting slammed into a freezer is what it comes down to.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, we can do better. We can do better, chat. We're gonna come up with a name for it. If it reminds me of concrete booties, except they're made out of ice, you know what I mean? I feel like we can work with that. Brad, thanks for the Prime sub. Yeah, one closer to having Jason shave his hair. I feel like he wants to shave his hair. I don't know why he'd sort of bring it up, but 1,000 subs is quite doable. Also, keep an eye out for the new Dash. There's a bunch of new VFX in the game, by the way. Obviously, you've seen Abrams' one. Calico's had a lot of updates to her VFX. Also, she was conspicuously absent from this entire draft. I think that might be worth talking about at some stage, but maybe it's just the way the map has changed now. Mirage also has a cool dash animation. I want you guys to look out for that one. It's quite fun to see. But Aegis Aurora have some real fucking glass cannons on this team. Excuse my French. I mean, we have two flyers plus the Infernus again, who can be blown to smithereens pretty quickly. They've got great ways to pick their fights, and of course Mo and Crew to be able to lock people down. the Pochelias side of things, like you've got that Warden in there. You mentioned, Jason, we'd expect to see less of the Pocket just because he was maybe less of an adept solo laner, but maybe he's going to be more roam intensive.
I think he's got to be very careful at which lane he chooses to go into. He has to ideally avoid Great Talon. Ideally avoid Vindicta a bit. I don't know actually what the pairings are really going to be here, because there is you have to think about a lot of like the micro interactions that can happen. I feel like Ward and Mirage can be an insanely strong lane because you have the tornado into a binding ward, and that's almost a guaranteed kill. I think Lash does struggle a little bit because you have to rely on your big ones to provide a lot of damage. But in terms of like CC, they're kind of lacking quite a bit here on the side of Pochelias. But then again, like the stake can really set things up nicely for Aegisaur. I just don't expect Vindicta and Great Talon to ever really be in the same lane, because a stake into the trap could be pretty damn overwhelming.
Is this all about just having oppressive duo lanes for Aegisaur? Because they've got a lot of heroes that are really freaking annoying to play against.
Well, I think that's part of it, right? Is that you definitely have less room for, say, your solo laner to come in and provide relief to a duo lane. I mean, I think winning your duo lane is far more important than it ever has been, because of the fact that even going for a gank right now in the new map is more of an investment, right? Just in terms of increased travel times between maps. Like, yeah, there's jump pads, but it's still going to take longer. It's still going to be more telegraphed than it was in a 3-lane setup. So being self-sufficient in your own lane and not needing help is going to be pretty damn important overall in how things are set up currently. So yeah, I think you don't want a losing lane, because the amount of work you're going to need to do to fix a losing lane in the early game is disproportionately high to what it was in the previous patch.
Big shout out to those that are coming in with the subs. We're getting absolutely juiced right now, which
Wait,
is
we just doubled subs.
We just doubled our subs.
What we've learned here actually is that people don't watch for the deadlock.
Man.
They watch for Jason's pain. Is what that is. It's like, as soon as you tease like the concept of just Jason losing something tangible, people are all in.
Bro, take care with the big 50 gifted.
Maybe charge the Clippers. I think I'm gonna need them.
Yeah, you're gonna get them fired up. Holy! Thank you so much for those that are choosing the sub right now. Obviously, it's with your help and with the help of Intel that we can actually make this show happen. So thank you for being here as always. Another way you can support the show, if maybe throwing subs in the chat doesn't quite do it for you, is to head over to deadlockfightnight.com and check out our merch store. We actually have, with a new patch, a bunch of new merch that's legally distinct enough, of course, to keep us out of hot water. But this is another way you can support the show. I'm a big fan of the Earn one. Obviously, that it grows legs and runs off. Also, the Calico merch looking really, really clean. So you can check that out. And if anything sort of takes your fancy, it'd be a great way to support the show, or hopefully allowing us to give back to you as well. Deadlockfightnight.com. Tazio, bro, chill. Jason,
also, as the subs keep rolling in, I just want to note, some people may be wondering, is like, that's all well and good, and yes, we do want to see Jason just be completely bald. But that all aside, the game did just drop an update in the middle of broadcast right now, so we're just waiting for everyone to get patched on up. Is the current delay. The updates wait for no one, including us, as it turns out.
We obviously we had a sub goal. I don't know what the goal of the sub was, because we've set Jason's hair shaving to 1,000, but thank you for helping us reach that extremely arbitrary goal. We're also only 88 followers away from 10,000. So if you're here watching the show, maybe it's your first time, maybe you've been here a few other times, give us a follow and hit the bell so you'll know when shows are going live. We've just added, of course, our Pacific show, which maybe happens at a time zone that you can watch. Maybe you're, in that part of the world, or you're in EU, for example, which is obviously an easy time. So click that bell, give us a follow, and then you'll be notified when we go live. We are, of course, getting pretty busy here at the Deadlock Fight Night, and we hope to only get busier. So thank you very much for your support, guys. We really appreciate it. We're going to be in the game for you in just a moment. Yeah, that game update did hit a little bit different. We probably can.
Are we lying about a game update and it's just to wait for more people to sub?
That'd be so funny. No, we would never do that.
Actually, no, the game update is legitimate, but actually we tapped secret hidden contacts and got the game updated specifically as part of a bigger secret stratagem to get Jason's hair off his head. That was actually the play.
You know what?
We needed
it's gonna be
real
up one
authenticity.
Day, whether I like it, and I'll be making a nice vacation to Turkey at some point. Not by choice.
I mean, it's fine, honestly. I just one of your peaks is higher than the other one. That's the only thing.
Well, there's a reason I don't tilt my head down. Let's just say that.
My forehead looks small when I do this. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, not the top of my head. It looks quite bald.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I mean, that's fine. I mean, come on, bro. We're mid-30s. You know, that's the way it goes. I mean, we can't be CP with these luscious.
Aren't you actually just only 30?
No, I'm 33.
Okay.
No, I'm kind of old.
And isn't ZP, are you like 45?
Absolutely not. I am still in my 30s, good sir.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah, like honestly, what I'm hearing here is like Jason is just trying to throw shade anywhere other than himself right now.
Yeah,
it's like
I'm
where this is
trying to
going on. It's like
Chad as well.
he's just trying to get all the heat off of him, but you know the heat is going to be off Jason now because the heat in game is turning up here, Mitch.
I mean, it's popping off in general. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate the hype train. Appreciate all the subs. Tetsuo, the go with like 80 plus, and all of the new follows. Thank you. We're going to jump into this game in just a moment. It will be Aegis Aurora fighting against Podulaeus Cumbria. The winner will take on Virtus Pro in a best of 3. Let's head to the Cursed Apple in the new 3-lane configuration and see what's good.
I honestly, I'm gonna like put a little asterisk here for the broadcast today. I feel like we're all gonna be learning about what's actually gonna become the meta. I think the teams are still gonna be figuring things out like this as well. So give us some slack here tonight because we are pretty much coming to this just as fresh as all of you out there are as well. But we can try to kind of see our lineup matchups already kicking off here. We do have Kelvin and looks like Wraith up against the Moat and the Geist in lane 1. We've got the Mirage and Lash up against the Paradox and Furnace in lane 2. Do we call it left lane, mid lane, right lane now? I don't know.
Yeah, we should do that.
Yeah, I think we could do left, middle, right. I think that makes the most sense. I'll also say here, in terms of lane positioning, putting the Lash in middle, I think is great. Like, I think you want your most impactful roamers in middle lane if you could do so, because for Sunset, he's going to have plenty of options when he hits 3K souls.
I mean, how rough is that Vindictive Grey Talon lane on the right lane here for Aegis Aurora? Is that reasonable? It seems a little inhumane.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest lane to deal with. I mean, okay, Warden Pocket, not the absolute worst response, at the very least the Pocket, but they're going to be spending a lot of the lane into the tower. But look, my last word before we get into this, I am just excited to see how the roaming goes about, and especially how teams both play for and protect their jungle, now that we're in 3-lane deadlock.
Thank you very much, CP. Yeah, it definitely looks like Aegis Aurora have chosen that right lane to be their quote-unquote strong lane because it is the furthest away from mid as opposed to the other one, technically. So I guess a little bit harder to get help. Yeah, I wonder if we just sort of get locked into these lanes as the binding word comes out and ABL is definitely able to slide on away from it here. And we just see like the lane phase be a little bit more centralized, a little bit more siloed from one another. Alk Flask comes on in, but it's all good as yeah, this obviously this Warden Pocket lane is trying to poke back as much as they can here at Overseas and AVL, but it is going to be a tough job. They are going to be on the move. And already we have a backtrack here for some items. Make sure, by the way, in your builds, you right-click those items. It queues them up for auto buy, which is fun if you don't want to think about, clicking your items.
I believe they fixed some of the bugs with it as well when it came to trying to buy up items and selling items. I honestly, from the scrims I was watching today, I wouldn't expect a ton of action happening like prior 8 minutes when we start to see like the jungle camps and the center sacrifices really come into play. If anything, you're just going to see some like 2v2s that like some teams are more confident in winning out on. But before that, it was relatively quiet in a lot of the matches. And when the center sacrifices come up, considering it gives you 3 buffs now, if you do time it correctly, are insane, especially if you can farm them onto like 1 or 2 players in particular. If you can steal away from the enemy team, it becomes even more impactful. So that's what I'm really looking towards when we get into these 8-minute marks.
Oh, Saint's in trouble. I don't even think that slam is going to do much to help them. Fremont saw an opportunity there. It looks like Saint just traded poorly, I think, in some of that back and forth. And there wasn't a whole lot that Sunset could really do. They tried to intervene, but they had to have known that Fremont was going to die for that kill.
I think he got caught when on top of the bridge. Obviously, mid has been changed drastically compared to what we saw in the last patch. And with the tornado, I feel like the back away came out of his teammate, out of Lash there, and Sunset wasn't really able to back him up. And then unfortunately, just kind of gets caught out. But it's an early kill, and honestly, the early kills aren't really going to matter, I think, too much. He's not going to miss out on really too much farm. It's not really even a 1K lead between these two teams either. It's a little bit under that. I think it comes down to like how many denies, which I wish we had some sort of counter in the game to see, considering they're even more important now.
Yeah, let's add more clutter.
That's fair.
Oh, it's fine. I get it though. Yeah, I mean, in the past, obviously, we were able to, in other games of this ilk, let's say, we could sort of check on that. We'll be able to keep an eye at least on how the souls go. And you notice that because there's not a lot of roaming, that honestly, the lanes have been pretty well behaved. We'll see what happens here with Zasta Oh, yep. Now those ultimates are online. Jamside hits him with a telekinesis, and the follow-up is there in a plentiful supply. Wolfie there cops some poke now as ABL wants to come a little bit further forward, but Wolfie wants to take that fight as well. Here's the cloak, perhaps. Some of those barrage hits came in, justifying that little push up, but at least they created a little bit of space with his pocket going forward.
Yeah, those charge shots are kind of ridiculous against like Pocket, who has negative spirit resist, like 15% less than other players. I think that's why he went the Enchantress Barrier first, just for the extra spirit resist and can soak a little bit more damage. The swap does come in and catches out on the one player. It's going to be Mirage Saint, going to be overextended now. His concussive combustion is going to come through directly under the turret.
Big stun, but it's still pretty dangerous here. Saint just had the health pool to come forward and be very, very aggressive. So this is now going to force Disaster completely out of the picture. Bandwise, though, has gone down. That is going to be that annoying Vindicta Grey Talon lane that is just laying some pain down. And this in the left lane here, Hapex does fall, but it's an early Guardian, really very early, 5 minutes in. Already Aegis Aurora are going to be able to scale up their control with this thrust through mid.
Wolfie goes down too over in the right lane. In the meantime, Pojali's going to be trying to push down this lane one Walker, or not Walker, the Guardian. But this is where things get really interesting. This is where things are really going to open up, because that middle lane gets to rotate quite heavily. And you can already see them heading over to our right-hand lane, looking for their first flex shot here. Remember, it's 2 instead of 3 Guardians now.
Uh-oh, they don't know this either. Oh, buddy. Overseas does go down, but Bandwise is going to fall. And now, can you dodge this? Straight into the satchel you go. Decent damage off that for Wolfie, but he is going to try and get away. He threw the cloak, so he will retreat. Here's the Death Slam, though, coming straight on him. Big catch here. Fremont gets slammed on, but Sunset has to respect this a little bit and back away. It's getting awfully messy in this right lane. But somehow, the Lash and the Pocket will withstand, and by time for Bandwise to get back there.
And this is where we kind of see that like solo lane farming that you would normally see from like having a solo lane in the previous patch. You can see with the Guardian down in middle, it's just to come down to Sonic Sniper being left alone for the most part to continue to farm up as much as he possibly can. And keep an eye on where he is. He's actually trying to invade into the enemy jungle, which becomes even more important with how things have changed this last patch. And you're going to see a lot of fighting over this jungle for a lot of these teams, since it's a lot of your farm can come from those positions.
It's crazy how just that one Guardian going down has broken the game up entirely. This is over on that left lane, though, and Pojali's Cambria found great success here. Again, really, it's off the timing of Janside having a telekinesis is almost guaranteeing a kill. In that case, it was 2. A Guardian is down there, so Pojali's Cambria have some map control there at least, and they might look to try and convert that into some mid presence. But right now, they are shoving. We're on board with Fremont. This is the right side of the map, where Wolfie ends up getting caught out, and this is Pojali's Cambria getting shoved right on back. You can see how much map control can be taken off of this.
Yeah, flex slot picked up. Pojali off this, though, trying to push in towards this Walker again. Just killing one Walker will be enough to get you another flex shot here for Pojali. I guess technically their first of the game, and no one's really coming to actually reinforce this one. Fremont's going to be coming in from base to help defend this. If we could actually, when we have time, go back to Hapex. I'm going to see what he's been leveling first, as well as overseas. I'm kind of curious how they're building in particular. Lady Guys, for instance, in EU, you see a lot more of the life drain, the 2 being leveled up first, whereas in NA, you see more of the 1 for the bomb and the damage over time it leaves. I would imagine with him being left alone, he would probably have been leveling his bomb just to kind of counter push out the 2-man aggression.
We'll check in with that when we can. Pretty dangerous out there for Bandwise, who's obviously trying to passively take some of this farm, but a drift over here from Pojali's Cambria leaves 2 to 3 players in the vicinity of mid. And in that neutral territory on the right side of the map, Aegis Aurora are moving through, trying to clear this out. Remember, now the timings of a lot of those camps spawning up has changed, so that is also like a cadence that our teams are sort of playing off of now, trying to make sure that
this is the big one, right? 8 minutes, Sinner sacrifices come up again, 3 buffs if you can time it correctly, and you should see the team start to like kind of group up and take those away, especially if you're Aegis Aurora. You want to take them away from Pojali since you're on their side of the map. As Sunset, speaking of being taken out, he's gonna fall on the Lash. Aegis Aurora with that kill, they should be looking to take away as much jungle as possible. But obviously, with lane 1 still pushing, how is Alex and Jamside still getting away with this without being punished?
And what point are those two also just going to maybe take their foot off the gas and go clear some of these camps that have just spawned up, including the 2 vaults here? Right now, they're just seem adamant about wanting to get this Walker presence, but that's the only lane in which Aegis Aurora obviously have lost their Guardian. So you might want to try and take this pressure and apply it somewhere else, because right now you can see Asanya Sniper has actually gotten into a lot of those camps here, starting to clear around mid.
Oh yeah, it's huge, and you're seeing him take jungle, and I don't think we're seeing Pojali take really much of anything at the moment when it comes to this in particular. ABL might get caught here. Sunset forced to back away, but the paradoxical swap comes through and he's going to fall. And now the aggression is going to come in onto this right lane walker out of Aegis Aurora. Or are they going to back away and start taking some of these camps?
Yeah, they really want to hang around here. ABL's got to be careful though, because Pocket's about to dive on them here, and yep, he's got company. Mo and Krill, of course, across the map, getting pressured now. We're about to have telekinesis available, so very unlikely that there's going to be any chance of escaping if you're Wizaster. Well, you're definitely not getting out now, that's for sure. Frozen shells are deployed, and telekinesis just to secure the kill. Wizaster is down, but this is about to get very messy over on this side of the map. He's going to get hit by a carbine. Now it's Jamside trying to play through that wall here, looking to try and get back. Good damage they put down with the rapid fire into his free mock, and Hapax is the one that falls, and Podulai Scumbria might be able to turn this fight around. This is bloody awkward now. See, Kelvin is here. Alex has turned up now, able to hit a frost grenade on towards Overseas, who got the heck out of there pretty bloody quickly with a TP, but they've been followed through there. Wolfie, though, doesn't quite feel like they have the backup to try and go for a play.
No, and it's going to come down to these buffs you can see here in that picture-in-picture. Up on the high ground now. Makes it much more interesting to contest for these teams. And it's nice to see a little bit of extra verticality added to the map here. But that whole play was set up by Podulai actually, you know, hitting the teleporter on the right-hand side and getting behind them on lane 1 to kind of punish the counter push out of Aegis Aurora after they did catch out Jamside, I believe. Or sorry, no, it was actually Wizaster. But I'm still surprised, and maybe we can bring ZP in here really quickly as we're, you know, at the 10.5-minute mark. I'm surprised to see so many of these center sacrifices just being left alone, as we see finally one of our first ones go down, and you can see Fremont getting those 3 buffs.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, especially the preamp where, you know, some coaches were talking about, like, yeah, it's all about the Gamba. Not as much here, but I do think what's interesting is that, you know, in consulting with coaches beforehand, right, they talked about how teams are going to be more aggressive on their right lane, right, from their perspective. That, you know, teams will basically prioritize that as their strong lane, put their best lanes there, and use that because it's a great entry into the enemy jungle. And we've seen that with both Aegis Aurora and Podulai Scumbria favoring that side of the map respectively. Sal coming in though, looking for anything on the hunt. Just a greeting to the lash there, Mitch.
Yeah, definitely no chance of there sort of being any form of follow-up there, but that's sort of by the by. We haven't really discussed too much about these builds throughout this game. I know you'll obviously notice that, you know, much of the same from last week. So we are seeing a few restorative lockets here. That burst healing is really relevant, especially when you're playing against a Lady Geist. And obviously, you know, much of those same like cold front here, of course, being picked up for Wolfie as he tries to chase Fremont down. We'll see the cold front actually used there to try and slow up this paradox, but they're a little bit hard to catch right now. See, everyone trying to make use of Kelvin's icy road, and Fremont does eventually get brought to heal. Now, though, some serious numbers here for Podulai and Scumbria. Of course, we have an urn in this part of the map. And of course, a lot of those key power spikes happening around these T2 items as they're being obtained, and a heal bane getting picked up here for the Vindicta.
I mean, Podulai, they get a kill on lane 1, but they don't push off of that. Instead, it's a counter push out of Aegis Aurora. Now Podulai able to catch him out as they quickly went back to base and got back to the right-hand lane here. And this would be perfect to take a walker, as they already have the one in the left lane already extremely low. They do trade out 1-for-1 so far. There's the affliction coming through out of Wolfies. They're trying to go for the chaser, Mitch. Yeah,
Aegis Aurora in a great position, and Sanya Sniper just quietly is up to 12k, so a lot of farm they've been able to pick off. They get themselves a Guardian here, and Aegis Aurora continuing to put that pressure down. That was the final Guardian, of course, in the possession of Podulai and Scumbria, and this is where things get a little bit scary for your Sapphire side team. Teleporter's getting a lot more use now that it's easy to get caught out deep pushing a lane, and Aegis Aurora looking at multiple of these walkers simultaneously in our side lanes.
Okay, so what has Overseas leveled? So he's got level 2 on his ultimate, so he has level 3 Crow. Okay. So I just wanted to check that because we've seen a little bit of a change up. I know we talk a lot about, you know, when we get to 7k on Vindicta, you look for the max level Assassinate so you can get the extra souls. But I think we're going to start to slowly see a little bit of a different build come out for Vindicta by maxing that Crow. It's basically a free spiritual overload because you get the extra spirit damage and bullet damage to the person who has the Crow on him, and it ricochets as well in the fights. So it makes it really easy to get that like kind of free 6k item just for maxing that ability.
There it is. Product placement. I love it. Binding Word here, going to basically hold ABL in place. How can I trade out? Bandwise actually ends up falling. ABL, how the heck? They're so fed. They're hitting so bloody hard. I honestly thought they went down in that situation, but help came to the rescue, excuse me. And I'm going to say Fremox's timing throwing that wall up was absolutely massive. Podulai and Scumbria are in trouble now. 2 players down there. They, of course, do have a way to make a play off this telekinesis, but Jamside is just farming passively right now.
Yeah, they use the frozen shield to stop any sort of push onto this lane, right lane walk. Let's see, it takes some time to get used to, I swear. But also, if you look at like the sole discrepancies between these two teams, it's Sonya Sniper kind of leading the charge and ABL in different ways. ABL's been a part of a lot of these fights. He's been picking up a lot of kills, getting the assist in as well. But Sonya's been more about, let me just farm jungle constantly and take it away from Pojulai's side. And honestly, the gap that they have might not seem like much at 5K, but if he continues to do this, Aegis Aurora are going to get so far ahead of their opponents.
Look at those mid breakables now. They spawn up, I think, at 8 minutes as well, or maybe it's 10 rather, at the same time as the boss does. But that is a pretty ridiculous amount of stats that you can get over the course of the game. If you're farming that actively, you're going to get absolutely out of control. We saw previously, I think it was actually Fremont, busting up one of those vaults to get those free buffs. Wolfie, the affliction there just popped as a bit of a panic measure, I think, but there was no way that any help was coming to them. Finding word here instantly. Okay, we really want that buff, I'm not going to lie. And of course, final stand going to be used here. And bandwise, it's the second panic use of an ultimate that we've seen here for Pojulai's Cambria. I'm going to call it that if I can't be certain. Walker now being pressured, of course. ABL is a little low right now. They're very low, in fact. And Sunset will take a bit of a freebie.
I'm kind of surprised to see this game play out the way it's been so far. It's just been pretty constant, as ZP mentioned. Just the Aegis Aurora side, the Amber side pushing the right-hand lane. The Sapphire side pushing our left-hand side quite heavily. But I really feel like the focus shouldn't be on that as much. I was expecting a lot more fighting when it came to the jungles, but most of our fighting's been either on the rune that we just saw, or it's been in the lanes, which is kind of surprising considering like a lot of the value that you can get is in these jungles. Again, the Sinner Sacrifice, I'm gonna say it a million times tonight, and the jungle camps, because they're kind of extremely close together. A lot of the souls you can get for like really quick items or like a really quick advantage belong there, not into a lane.
Yes, that's kind of why I suggested we might see like individuals primarily spend their time roaming. Now, it wasn't really until that sort of mid Guardian went down that we actually started to see that happening. People actually kept their lanes. So you can really see the laning phase is still heavily predicated around the life of that Guardian. Now, of course, as that is broken down, Pojulai's Cambria still have to try and make a way to... Oh, God, that was a brutal warp zone. Alpha going to be thrown down in response, though. So you do have to respect the damage in this area of effect. And might have been a telekinesis there. No, Gemside still has that one available. Either way, a little bit messy here for Aegis Aurora. Al comes on in, secures the kill, we'll say, on MXM. There's still more work to be done, and ABL is about to be frozen solid now. They do have big damage. I wouldn't put it past them, but... No, they drop, and that is a 3-for-1 trade for Pojulai's Cambria.
To say this would have been huge, but Sonya comes in, is able to help equalize things. It's 3-2, and well, he should be falling for this one, but again, those flame dash is going to help heal him quite a bit. And also give him the longevity and the ability to escape from this one quite easily, as they are pushing lane one at the exact same time. They do get themselves a walker and their second flex slot of the game. Pojulai, mid for 17 minutes in, they don't have a single flex slot yet.
Yeah, it's rough. The fact that you get a flex slot, I think, for the first walker is actually really quite significant here. To get some of the other ones, it's a little bit harder. You really got to break the base here. But Sunset goes down here. We're going to have a last stand. Use that again. There's just no time to make it happen. The sheer amount of burst damage on this Aegis Aurora team is disgusting. Between the two, sort of flyers. But then, of course, what we know that Lady Geist can put down, especially if she's going to make an essence swap happen. Pojulai's Cambria, while there was hope for them in that previous fight, it's only an 8k soul deficit. It is not the end of the world, but they have not been able to get in position. And look at the soul allocation for Aegis Aurora. Sonya Sniper, probably getting to the point where they're virtually unkillable at this stage of the game with the amount of spirit lifesteal that they have available to them. A heal bane as well, just to make things even more difficult. And we are headed subterranean, folks, for this mid-boss. Much harder to access now for someone like Pojulai's Cambria. You've got to go down the tunnels, and they can be guarded pretty effectively. So this will be, for all intents and purposes, uncontested.
Yeah, very, very free for them. And also at the same time, they're trying to run the urn. But I want to bring ZP in really quickly here. Sonya Sniper, he went for the flame dash as his max first with the rapid recharge, so he can constantly get around the jungle and farm up. I just kind of want to hear your thoughts on that, because we are seeing maybe that adaptation of the way hydration plays sit in a lane forever farming. Maybe it's the jungle now is the lane.
You can funnel way more effectively. Of course, you see here, quick little team fight catch going on. But look, the reality is in the situation is that you think about the objectives and how this went down, right? Aegis Aurora got all 3 Guardians down early. Pojulai's Cambria just now got their second Guardian down. And as a result, Aegis Aurora had vastly increased access to the jungle. And a lot of that was Sanya getting rich, getting fed the entire way through. And the thing is, too, with only 3 lanes, you can deny the other team from getting some of those early Guardians down. So it really does snowball a bit out of control if you can't get at least 2 Guardians down early, because it's not just that you're down the flex slot, it's that you're down access to the jungle. It's that the other team is going to be able to steal your jungle with impunity, and you cannot return the favor. And it's a huge reason as why Sanya is so far ahead right now on the Infernus.
Sanya gets caught. Here's another Warp Stone combo. Mix up for the Disasters. They're trying to catch on towards this Mirage. They might realize that they're in trouble. Now, Saint is going to be surrounded here. And eventually, Podgelias can be right here, though. So there might be a larger fight forward off the back of this. Got a Warp Stone out here for Disaster. And Overseas being a little bit late to the game means that that'll be an unresponded kill. I want to point out, a Suppressor was just picked up for the Kelvin. So Alex going to be ultra annoying, being on a slow fire rate and move speed now. Death Slam catches Free Mock out just as they were looking to set something up. And right onto the Walker is not where you want to be thrown. Another Carbine loaded up here. It is unlikely there'll be any further pursuit. Another Walker picked up, though. Podgelias can bring it out, are down to only their mid-Walker. As upstairs goes Wolfie, pumps that Affliction here, trying to put their pressure down on Overseas. They're low, but they're looking to try and get away. Affliction tries to get big barrage connection around that corner, but will be denied it. Under it's Wolfie, should I say. And Hapax is here. Got to be hitting pretty darn hard. Wolfie ignoring them for the most part, though, and at least is able to secure their kill. Now, it's a question of whether or not the Pocket can escape. Looks like the answer is yes.
Is it, though? I don't know. I just want to keep seeing these actually to get the chase. Now, she should be fine. I think the fact is, like, he delayed Wolfie from getting back to defend, and he just wanted to get the middle walker on top of this. So they get another flex slot unlocked because of that. So they're sitting on 3 flex slots and so 130k souls. Like, they're looking really comfortable here. As we're eventually going to head over to, like, see what kind of items they have. And again, with that Rejuvenator, which they still have, they got, what, 2 walkers, they got quite a few kills, they got an earn turn in, and they got a lot of the jungle. And Podgelias Cambria have no jungle left to be seen.
Withering Whip here picked up. This is very good. I mean, that it applies that fire rate slow is pretty sick. And against, like, characters that are stacking bullet resist is quite powerful. But you notice the build there, for the Pocket was in pretty good shape, right? Wolfie had the Diviner's Kevlar, so that big power spike at tier 4. Biting Word, though, is going to be a bit of a problem here for Free Mock. They may not have anywhere to go. They're going to swap Sunset, at least try and catch them through the Time Wall and get that silence. Disaster Wall 4, Sunset, though, ultimately goes down. Free Mock, by the way, still living through all of this. Amidst this, an urn has been picked up, and we're right over the turn in location. So Alex just slots that in, realizing that maybe the fight is not really theirs to win. Divine Barrier popped here as Alex is trying to get away. Slow ABL down at the very least now. And the Vindicta's a problem. She is chasing it. Overseas has the damage to bring Alex down. The soul lead now might be starting to get a little out of hand as Wolfie has the satchel to try and stave off that damage. And one win, or rather Overseas, excuse me, still has the clan tag. Able to take that kill.
Aegis Aurora now looking extremely good here. They still have a long time to go before that mid boss does respawn in. But again, these flex slots unlocked. They can knock on the front door here and start to take down some of these base guardians as they're just kind of regrouping through here, taking away every crate, every gold pot they possibly can. Honestly, I was expecting to take down some guardians and maybe push for some shrines, considering that mana advantage they had. But I guess the farm in the jungle is a little bit more of a priority for them. But they're sitting on like a 24k soul lead. Sinus Sniper is almost at 30k. He almost has double the souls on quite a few players, at least half the players on Podgelias' side. Don't check the math on that one, guys. Let's ignore that. But he's still so far ahead of so many players that he's insanely hard to kill. And ABL is sitting on 30k. Like, even saw Freemock, he got caught with a swap and he was able to just tank the entire team.
Look at that. Just the swing over the top. Jamside is done. There's no way they're getting out of that. Bandwise also gets caught out here. I think it was Jamside they managed to connect that Carbine onto. They had to basically bust everything they had to get out. Sunset will be chased down here. The Flame Dash is going to close the gap onto them now. Cold Front, though, going to be used. Sinus Sniper has to Ethereal Shift away from that telekinesis. Should be able to get out. Yep, they do escape. Brilliant stuff. Debuff Reducer, of course, was used there for Sinus Sniper for that survivability. And Al thrown in there, and Freemock actually does get caught. So Wolfie's able to get some value here. Alex picks up that bag, and we'll see the retreating backs of Aegis Aurora.
Yeah, kind of respect it. You don't want to give up too much more. A 1-for-1 trade there. I mean, it's not the best of trades for you for Aegis Aurora, considering the lead that they do have. But I don't think you want to lose too much more. You're going to allow Podgelias to get back into the game. And again, there's a lot of these sacrifices to be taken. Let's see if we get -3 here. Oh, he waits for the reset. He should be able to get it on that one. Yeah, no, Jonas actually made a really good point in chat because we did see Bandwise miss his earlier. I just wasn't sure if it was the spec bug or not. But you can't really afford to be missing those center sacrifices, to be honest. Like 3 of those little pots is huge.
Well, it's so all you do, Jason, you start charging the charge melee when there are 2 lights left to turn on. So it's the same each time. It's just the timing. It just means you might have to wait sometimes for the next like rotation of like bulbs to light up. But yeah, you start charging that charge melee when there are 2 left to light up. It'll be fun.
I mean, easier said than done in the moment for me. I've already messed up quite a few times, to be honest.
It's fine. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I play Kelvin. I haven't touched him.
You just been a team player.
Exactly. James, I'm trying to back away here. Oh, caught out by the swap once again. This, I mean, if it's not already clear, this is really just the death throws for Podulaya Scumbria. It's going to be hard for them to break back into the game now. 24 minutes into the game, we have a pretty extensive soul lead. I think Wolfie is going to be a central player in any comeback attempt if there is one. Because that Divinus Kevlar is, you know, online, that means that you like the post-affliction gameplay for Wolfie can be pretty gainful. And obviously, that is going to be where they are at their strongest. But elsewhere, Signing is getting stronger still. ABL also is looking very, very powerful. Obviously, with big investments into that spirit damage. So, you know, it's like there was a surge of power picked up earlier on. And that's improved, or the cooldown reduction, at least on the charge shots. So, obviously, you know, out in the open, Overseas and ABL as a combination are going to be pretty impossible to deal with.
You know, you mentioned Wolfie as being like a pretty pivotal player. I think for Podulaya, the most important player right now is Sunset. Like, he has to hit a good ultimate and then into the Frozen Shelter, into an Affliction, into a Last Stand. Like, they basically need a pretty big wombo combo right now to get back into the game against Aegis Aurora. And I think we're seeing Aegis Aurora kind of respect that, because they could have been sieging for a long time now, having, you know, almost a 30k soul lead. There's so many avenues that they could have taken to get into the base more properly, as Kelvin is just being murdered here. But I think they're being very respectful, and they're looking for picks. They're trying to let Freemok be the initiator and the one that actually starts the downfall of Podulaya.
Wolfie just identifying some of these Grey Talon items. Yeah, Boundless Spirit, I think, has been picked up by ABL. Could we have a look at that recently purchased item list again? Actually, might be a good time to check in with that while we have a brief pause. It's not a long one, that's for sure. Alex, excuse me, just using a self rescue beam there for the healing. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, Colossus coming up here for Hapex. So just the big items. Boundless Spirit, right, is the one we just mentioned here. So those T4s are now coming online for Aegis Aurora. It represents a power spike that should let them, Jason, close this game.
I think if they get a kill on Sunset, they're going to look for the finish here. You see Sonya kind of eyeing him up, but you're just also still seeing like how scary Aegis Aurora are at the moment. But with the Frozen Shelter coming out because Alex was caught out, that's a big component of their big wombo combo that they would have honestly needed to win this or to get it back into this game. Saint's going to fall as well, and the Owl's going to come through. Aegis Aurora, they're going to go on the warpath. Yeah,
it's time to wrap this one up, I think. Now we're getting up to about a 40k so lead. To get that last flex slot, you need to take down one of the shrines and one pair of base guardians, but it seems like that's probably not that necessary for Aegis Aurora right now. I don't know what's giving me that impression, folks. It's really just a sixth sense thing, really. Both shrines get eliminated, and here it is. Patron starting to get a little bit of attention. Podulaya Scumbria are without 3 players now, and they are walking into a hellscape when they come back off respawn. Patron knocked into the pit it goes, and Aegis Aurora regroup here for one last push.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to try to close it out here. Not when Sunset's coming up with his ultimate. I think they're going to retreat back, go for a mid-boss. Actually, I don't even know if they're going to go for... I think you go for a mid-boss here, but it's a bait mid-boss initially to see if Sunset's going to take the bait. I don't think you necessarily want to commit to it when it could be stolen away again. Did they remove the Colossal Cones from the bull statue? Yeah.
Hey! In the big 2025? What do you mean what's wrong with that? They castrated the bull!
Yeah, so that's pretty normal.
What do you mean?
What do I mean?
What do you mean normal? How's it normal?
Happy babies.
Bro.
It's a statue, Mitch.
You don't need to castrate someone to get rid of them infertile. Bro. Oh, come on, man. That's crazy. Okay, well, let's get back to business here. You can see these charge shots are devastating. This is Podulaya Scumbria hoping to push out and maybe, yeah, fight for this mid-boss if possible, but Overseas is in a very powerful position. Signing able to chase Wolfie down now. Oh, look at that. They come out fully healthy. Yeah, well, they've also added a crippling headshot to their arsenal here. So the GG's already getting called. It looks like, okay, Podulaya Scumbria are actually just calling the GG.
Yeah, they know it's over. I mean, Mitch, do you spend most of your game just looking at the balls in that bowl?
No, I've just seen them before, and they're pendulous. They're quite marvelous.
You know what? It ain't -3 anymore. It's -2 for that bull.
That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Okay. All right. Well, folks, this is more of a formality than anything else. We've already had Pogelias Cambria basically pull out of the game here to go for one last fight, and they realized that that was their last chance. So this is all just a matter of wrapping up the game. We'll be able to bring up your in-game screen soon. By the way, ABL, about 40k souls on that Grey Talon. Signing Sniper pretty close here. Aegis Aurora on the first competitive game, I guess I'll call it that, competitive game on this new patch that I've seen. I'll give a qualifier just in case like Fish Sticks is out there running a random tournament the day after and getting in ahead of us. But again, pretty impressive stuff. As soon as that mid Guardian goes down, Jason, the game just takes on a very different flavor.
Thing is, I don't want to like look at that result as super harsh, because every team, every player, every viewer, every caster is trying to learn how to play when it comes to this new meta. I think Aegis Aurora just slightly ahead with them taking, like I said, that mid guard and allowing Sonic Sniper to just get in the jungle and almost just never leave, constantly farming up. He's able to build up a gigantic lead. Not to mention ABL on the Great Town as well. He was pretty much the exact same kind of level of souls, was able to put out ridiculous damage when we do get to the match results. But yeah, I think they just had a slight advantage, maybe a little bit more experience. I know that they were scrimming today against a couple of teams. I think Pojalia had maybe one scrim block before we got into DFN today. So I mean, even just having like 1 or 2 scrim blocks can mean the difference between getting knocked out in the first round or playing against Virtus Pro.
I think like I saw Deathkey in the chat saying they're going to raw dog it today. You know, they probably haven't really had nearly enough time to sort of prep this, which is kind of fine. Let's bring ZP in here and get some thoughts on, I guess, like what the biggest standout differences are to you as a, you know, in this form of Deadlock as opposed to our 4-lane Deadlock of the past.
I think the key thing here is that you have to prioritize early building objectives being down way more heavily, because you take a look at how the AA game plan worked here, right? It was very simple. They stacked more early game power than the norm, right? Like Talon, Vindicta, Paradox, Mo, these are all characters that really let you sort of put your will on the game in the early part. They used it to get 2 Guardians down immediately, not only getting the flex slot, right? But it opened the way for them to be aggressive in both the left and right lane and leave the middle open for Sanya to just go in. And it was like an all you can shop, full shopping spree in the middle, in the jungle, just continually devouring jungle farm that otherwise would have went the way of Pogelias Cambria, right? The fact that the jungle is more easily stolen, the fact that you really need your Guardians to help defend it, means that if you lose your Guardians early, you give up the ability for the other team to invade your jungle, to get rich at your expense, and that was a huge reason why eventually the soul difference between the two teams became huge. That and the fact that ABL was simply playing out of their mind on the Talon by both the eye test and the actual damage stats.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't even just chilling in the jungle for most of the game. They just, again, were able to get extremely powerful from pure weight of kills. Let's talk about a player of the match here presented by Intel then, because I think this is a great segue off of who we just discussed. For this challenger match, it's going to be ABL on the Grey Talon. Looking incredible. I had a look, just a glance at some of the items being brought up, and I was shocked, Jason, by how quickly they were getting into those tier 3, tier 4s. 40k souls farmed, 42k player damage. The next closest on this team, for reference, was 24k. That was overseas.
Yeah, you can't sleep on Talon. Like, he just does ridiculous damage, and I think we're seeing why teams are playing him so much more often. If you think back to Saf just a few weeks ago, he was destroying Pojalia with the Great Town in particular, and it's just all in all such a strong pick, high mobility. I think the really interesting thing about the way they played out the Talon was actually playing it with the Vindicta together, ZP, and it had pretty damn good success over in the right hand lane.
It really did. I mean, it's a lot of burst damage, period, right? Where, especially if you're a Talon and you're landing your shots, it's one of the most jarring things in the game when a Talon is ahead and suddenly you're down half your HP. And we saw ABL just weave effortlessly in front of some very difficult situations, right? Like shaking pressure, dropping an arrow, getting one down, again, shaking a little bit more pressure, dropping another arrow, getting a second down. ABL, from both the eye test and the actual stats we saw, just had an enormous game, and that just snowballed all the other mechanics we saw, gave players like Sanya more space to eat the jungle, And I think what we're seeing here potentially develop on the new patch is that you have to value your early and mid game even more than you did previously, because on paper, the comp Pajula Escambria was running was a very, very good comp in the late game, right? You have things like Warden
That
and
was
Wraith.
really well.
Yeah, Warden, Wraith, and Kelvin, right? These are the pillars of any late game comp pre-patch. But they never got to come online because they couldn't farm their jungle half the time, and they were constantly stuck defending from the overwhelming pressure of the Aegis Aurora composition.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty filthy stuff there. Nicely done, of course, from Aegis Aurora. They will be advancing, of course, to our money match. That's right, a best of 3 going up against Virtus Pro. The stats there are pretty striking. You can see that's how it's played out. NA, of course, if you're hanging around for that one, I mean, you've got great games in the meantime. TF2 Boomers and Melee Creeps. Name a never more quintessential matchup in a challenger match at Deadlock Fight Night. They'll be, of course, going head-to-head to take on Hydra Nation. So don't go too far. Coming up next, we're in the EU portion of the show. It's VP, it's Aegis Aurora, it's a best of 3 for all the marbles. Don't go anywhere, folks. This is the Deadlock Fight Night number 15, presented by Intel. Welcome back, folks, to Deadlock Fight Night number 15, presented by Intel. There's a good chance your subs paid for that stinger. So if you want to see more cool stuff from this channel, there are a ton of ways to support us, including just following. We hit our 10,000 follower goal, which is exciting. Thank you so much. We're obviously working towards the sub goal of Jason's hair being shorn off him live, I think, right? Oh, and we'll do it live.
We're not gonna hit 1,000. We're not gonna hit 1,000. I'm not worried. We don't even need to discuss it until we get to like 100 away.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Pardon me. Anyway, that's we'll cross the bridge when we get to it. Folks, if you just joined us, we had our first game, our challenger matchup, in which Aegis Aurora honestly kind of ruined Podulai's Cumbria. It was our first look, I think, at sort of what Deadlock looks like now in this 3-lane configuration. And one thing we really harped on a lot was how important it was to make use of the neutral farm in the map. And I'm hoping we're going to see a team like Virtus Pro in our next game in our money match, a team whose macro is just incredible, basically unmatched right now in Europe. How do they approach it? Let's bring in, of course, our guest, someone we haven't heard from. To the guest, I mean, he's a mainstay. He is basically part of the furniture. You know, if you need a furniture item with immense trapezoids. Hey, you're looking pretty clean today, Dan. How you feeling, mate?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I've been on every show, man. You call me a guest.
Yeah, I know. Why am I calling you? I'm like, yeah, you're not the guest, really. You know what I mean? You're part of this. Even more shows that I have. It doesn't matter. You know what, Dan? Like, this is so pedantic from you, bro. Like, we've talked about this, man. You can't believe it, man. How are you doing this to me? Hey, welcome back. Obviously,
Thank you.
Big changes in the game. Does what we just saw in that challenger game kind of line up with your expectation?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the teams have had no chance to really prepare for all of the big changes that we've seen, but so you know, the sloppiness here and there is going to be expected. People have to experiment with what works. You know, the early laning is totally different. Like the way that you gain resources or the strategy around that is totally different. How the importance of objectives is very different. The positional play, very different. So there's so much that's going to change how you're going to want to draft those comps and the strategies you'll be using. So I think it's going to take teams a while to optimize, but maybe we'll get into this more, but I actually love the changes. I know it's been kind of a, you know, there's a lot of people that are really upset. It's like, because it's pretty significant change, but I think this moves the game in a better direction, and I can substantiate these views. I'm not just going to say it's good or bad for no reason.
Okay. Yeah, we will dive into that. I think it's worth discussing. Jason, let's refresh everyone's memory on who we have on these two rosters, because we just saw Aegis Aurora get out there and look pretty darn good, despite obviously having a recent reshuffle. But they're going up against the powerhouse in EU, Virtus Pro.
Man, VP, I feel like even with them not really playing too much in the new patch, obviously no team really out there has grinded too much. I feel like individually they're still so skilled that I don't think they really have a chance to lose in this game. Unless Aegis Aurora pulls something sneaky out. Like Obi Kim talking to their coach Lightbringer, the mechanical gift of him as a player in general. I got to see him play some Sinclair, which is I think no secret at all, because Sinclair is insanely strong at the moment. And the way he moved around the map, it looked flawless. A heavy use of like teleporters, individually just insanely skilled. But then you look at like Listic, who's really broadened his hero pool and has been very effective on, you know, things outside of Abram, which we initially got to see him play. Demov as well, getting to see him mix some things up, mostly known when it comes to like Lady Geist. But I have seen him playing a couple of other things out there. I feel like Shark, though, he's kind of drawn the short straw within the team, because he plays kind of like the crappy roles with the roster. He's playing like a lot of Mo, like Viscous, Warding. He plays like kind of supporty with those type of heroes. I mean, Zergy as well, the trackball master. His thumb has a 6-pack that I could never match whatsoever. And I'm gonna actually stop there because I was gonna get really gross. Michaelis as well, probably one of the biggest names when it comes to Deadlock in EU. And I know he's been also working on his hero pool a little bit, and maybe he'll show us actually some things he's been working on today.
Oh, he's been cooking?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
I don't want to say what heroes, but yeah, he's been cooking.
Okay. All right. I'm excited. I'm curious to see what that is supposed to mean, but we've obviously now seen our rosters. Let's remind everybody, by the way, of what our results have been like. We've already done, I mean, this is the 15th one of these, which is kind of crazy. We've been at this for a little while now, and we've seen the game evolve a whole lot. We've seen the scene in EU evolve a whole lot. But it's worth talking about, I guess, like the road that got us here for a bunch of teams. We obviously have our history of the Deadlock Fight Night. Hopefully we can run that for you now and give you an idea. It has been a lot of Virtus Pro lately. They have definitely, you know, been the dominant team so far, but we've seen Paravision also take it really close to VP, winning on their own, obviously, back in number 10. Since that quote-unquote super team was forward and Podulai's Cumbria, Dan, sadly got gutted, you know, we've definitely seen teams that can really stand up to Virtus Pro, right? Obviously, you know, DMS were also doing that a little bit earlier on, but here we go. This is obviously just going up to number 12. And so this is how far back our buff enjoyers, our Virtus Pro, have been dominating.
But the crazy thing, though, gentlemen, is that VP now have the longest winning streak in EU. I think this is their 4th week in a row, looking for a number 5. And obviously, Hydra Nation, 12 weeks. Good luck ever matching that. But they, I think, have shown that consistently they're the best team in EU. Like, they have finally put their foot down. And I think the pickup from Virtus.pro has allowed them to really focus on their game and really focus on being the best team, especially when we get into these big events later in the year.
Yeah, I think that with the EU region too, I think what you generally tend to see is that there's a lot of players. Like, the player pool is quite rich in like mechanically skilled players. So when you get to this like, top level, also the game knowledge to a large extent, you're going to find players not just on VP, but a lot of teams where they'll be able to compete at this level in their lanes, doing their jobs. But it's when you put the teams together and you create these dynamics and these strategies and these drafts and creating like a hero pool, like when you're actually doing the team synergy, that's what really makes a difference there. Whereas in NA, I think we have less overall like really good players, and so it's more about like having a collection of enough good players, and then can you do some of the team play stuff like on the back of that. But EU, I think, is much more to do with who's really running the strats correctly and can execute the team play well. So VP, they've emerged, as you said, head and shoulders finally after that kind of back and forth that we saw.
Let's jump into the draft here, because we saw a focus from Aegis Aurora on really powerful, really oppressive laners. At least, Dan, they wanted to set up their right lane with the Vindicta Grey Talon as one that was just going to be disgusting, genuinely, utterly oppressive.
Yeah, and I think ZP was talking about it previously as well, just how much more important the map control dynamics are now. Because before it was like, okay, you got to like push kind of every lane a little bit to get, a feeling like you can really do anything, and that team's going to be like, okay, we're not sure, we don't have the info to see where they're going to be able to gank or not. But now, like in terms of how massively impactful it is on extracting souls as well, is really interesting. And I feel also now, having junglers, like having someone that's really efficient at doing the jungle role is also going to be more valuable. So honestly, it's actually, there's so much theory crafting we could do, and we're in the draft, so I'm just going to shut up. We get the Sinclair banned immediately, which makes sense. I think Sinclair is also really good at pushing objectives as well as everything else in terms of support right now, so that makes sense.
One thing I like that we've seen with Virtus.pro is that once teams started banning or taking away their Geist, they had to adapt. They had to figure out what they want to do differently. And I think we're seeing like Virtus.pro kind of finally be challenged in the drafting phase, similar to the way Hydra Nation teams are starting to catch up, and we're starting to figure out like where their weak points are. So for VP, I feel like they have to go back to the drawing board, because that was, if I'm not mistaken, their most picked. Well, I can't say most picked because obviously when it comes to Paradox, but let me just quickly look at my little sheet here. Lady Guys, 20 picks. It was their most picked hero by far, or not by far, two ahead of Warden. And they have to kind of go back to drawing board of like, what can we do when we don't have the guys to base our composition around?
Yeah, I mean, Aegis Aurora are more than happy to steal that away for themselves now. So this is going to force Dimov to play something else. I think Dimov has played 12 out of the 20, Geist games, and Dimov has a 91.67 win rate on the Lady Guys.
That's insane, right?
That being said, that being said, I mean, VP win a lot. So like a lot of their win rates are pretty high, but Dimov only has like a 25% win rate on Pocket, for example. So,
Nice. I think the Holiday kind of being a stand-in for the Paradox, I think, for a lot of teams, because of the extra damage you can get in terms of the initiation. You don't have to always just wait for the ult to try to get that initiation going, so you can get much more active early on, which in like the previous meta with like the 4 lanes, that was actually like super high value. So I'm curious how that's going to play out here. I mean, we didn't talk about the Mo ban instantly, but that's not something we typically see, and that feels like it must be targeted to Azasta, who does play excellently with Mo, and it does seem like often a core to Aegis Aurora's victories.
So don't forget, Michaelis doesn't play Holiday within Virtus.pro. That's Obikin.
Yeah.
Which means if you're not picking Paradox, or you give Paradox up, means you see Michaelis play something else. And I think that's kind of interesting. I think they're kind of digging into what Michaelis can play, because we've already seen him like be very mechanically skilled, very smart in how he plays. You've seen it on his stream. Getting him into potentially more of like a carry role, not more of like a forced engages like Paradox, can be a really interesting like avenue of approach for Virtus.pro.
Okay, I mean, Aegis Aurora just picked Michaelis' both most played heroes. He has 15 Paradox games and 5 Lady Geist games. So we're going to have to see something else from Michaelis. I mean, I don't know if we're really in a Shiv universe anymore. Obviously, 7 is been something that like VP have gone for, less Michaelis, but there's obviously multiple players on that team who we've talked to who can play that 7. But Aegis Aurora here have been targeting Virtus.pro extremely aggressively here.
I'm curious if we could see a Lash potentially. I know that's something that Michaelis has played a lot in the past as well. And I feel like Lash is a bit better since the bust, but also, again, like a more objective-based game. I feel like it could definitely make sense. I guess we'll have to see. Honestly, there's a lot of like positional dynamics that have changed on the map. So that could benefit Lash in the sense that you're not going to be as used to the timings and spots that he might be using. So, and also I think mid boss, I'm not sure how good Lash is going to be with mid boss now. If it's better or worse, I don't know if you guys have a sense of that. But we get the Calico picked, which makes sense to get some more of that early game domination.
I want to say it's harder for Lash because there is. I mean, I haven't been able to run around a ton on the map, but there is like that central drop location that's a lot longer now to fall, right? And from there, it's I think a lot more difficult to time your ultimate at the same time. Yeah, I want to imagine it's more difficult because it feels bigger in general in the mid room.
If you're the Lash who's advantaged and is actually doing the mid boss, you can try and pull people like out of that area because you've got to get like, you can't just like swoop in from nowhere. Like you have to step into that first subterranean room before you can sort of go into the mid boss area. So I'm not really sure. You know, yeah, I don't know. We saw a little bit some crazy strats with the in Pacific obviously before the map was changed. So we'll cross back to that. Also worth bearing in mind, we're still picking Holiday here, even though she got her bounce pad damage nerfed by 25%. She also had the stun duration nerfed by 25%. The damage from Spirit Lasso, 25% nerf. Like this is pretty significant, I think, for her. Still, it's the utility that's made her so powerful.
Yeah.
So don't be shocked. We still see that coming. Grey Talon banned out here, and a common Virtus Pro banned. The Warden aimed at them.
I don't want to give away too much, but I think I know what's coming for Virtus Pro. I'm just hoping Lightbringer is not trolling me from what I saw earlier today. Yeah, I mean, the Warden ban, so like Shark has to think about what is he going to play because the most taken away, the Warden's taken away. And for Shark, let me just pull up my numbers really quickly.
Oh, yeah, Wraith.
Yeah, Warden 15 games, Mirage 8 games, Mo and Curl 3. I mean, yeah, Zergy going to be on the Wraith for sure. I actually don't know what Shark's going to play because he doesn't really play much outside of Warden and Mirage. He's got like 1 Lash game, 1 Shiv game, 3 Viscous, and 3 Mo's. So Viscous he's kind of limited to one of those.
Viscous feels reasonable here still, as a take for Verse Pro especially. I think we saw Aegis Aurora ban Viscous in that last game. Oh, okay. I wondered if we would see this. Again, the idea that you want to build these really oppressive lanes now and you're less obsessed about roaming in the early game, seeing a Bebop here really lines up with that. It's so strong, so strong early to sort of pummel your lane opponents over and over again if you can get going.
Yeah, I do think this change, without obviously us seeing a lot of gameplay, I do feel like Bebop, it should be stronger with more objective-based gameplay and just, I mean, there's a variety of reasons regarding the hooks and also the ult. I think it's still really good. Also, like, pretty good in jungling, you know, with the bombs and so on, if that's what you're going to be doing. But we'll get the Ivy pickup there as well. So obviously they could have picked up Kelvin, which has been off for a lot of teams, has been pretty primary, but we'll get the Ivy instead, which still has massive utility, especially on the urns. A lot of teams don't seem to exploit Ivy with the urns nearly as I think Aegis Aurora is actually the best team at doing that. So I can definitely see why they would want to go for that pick.
As in using this sort of ultimate just to fly across the map with it.
Exactly. Yeah. They're really they're the best team for that.
All right, Abrams comes into the game. He's had a complete overhaul of his model as well. So hopefully we can get a look at that a little bit here.
Is that Listic on Abrams? And then who does that mean Calico's being played by? Oh, interesting.
Okay. Does this not line up with what you and Lightbringer had discussed earlier, Jason?
I'm not going to comment on that yet because I don't want to give away things that I've seen because I don't want teams to be like, no, you can't watch our scrims anymore. Okay, so this changes things up, right?
Is Obi play Holiday then? No.
I think they had to adapt things mid draft what their original intention was. So I think we might see Shark on Calico.
Okay.
And I want to say we've seen Obi-Kim play Vindicta as support, but I don't know if Michaelis would be on Holiday necessarily. But then we also have a Kelvin, so
they
it's
have like that
Outfire
fire rescue beam Vindicta build.
So Obi-Kim, Kelvin, and then Demov. I want to say he's Calico, Listic, Abrams, Zergy, Wraith. So Michaelis has to either play Holiday or Vindicta, and Shirk has to play Holiday or Vindicta, unless he's going completely over to something else.
I think we heard 7, right? We're not getting the graphic, but we got 7 picks, I think. Yeah. It's actually interesting, like the glow up that Seven has had, guys, because like he went from being absolute trash to now like just being like getting some meta with the, just being, getting some of those buffs and people changing the builds. But then I feel like this new patch actually makes him even better because he's a great jungler and he's really good at pushing and defending objectives.
I mean, I'd also say that like static charges too feels like a better binding word in so many cases because it will stun people within the radius, not just the person that it was applied to. Obviously, and maxing that adds like a full second to the stun duration. And we know what Power Surge does for you, right? It's like a Tesla bullet sort of baked in. It gets very, very powerful. Spirit scaling on that gets even better once you fully max it. It starts at 0.2 and it gets even stronger. So these are fun comps here. I mean,
okay, sorry, Mikhail. So Demov is on holiday. Michaelis is on Vindicta. Sorry to jump in. I just wanted to clarify that when we saw them in spawn.
Dan, I want you to sort of give me your thoughts on some of these lanes as they emerge initially. We got a chance to read them here now. It's like it's in Vindicta Abrams left, a Holiday Paradox mid, and then on the right it's Calico Kelvin here for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it's really hard to like read some of this stuff now with these changes being so new, but it's kind of tough because I feel like it's really hard to bet against VP at all, especially with the inconsistency we're seeing with Aegis Aurora. But the variation now, like there should be so much variance rather because of the fact that the game is like a lot different at this point. But still, I like the laning, the lane matchups actually for Aegis Aurora. I think the Mirage Bebop is actually extremely annoying. If your Bebop's good on those hooks with a consistent gun damage on the Mirage, I think that's a very painful lane. I think the Paradox 7 lane as well is also going to be like pretty annoying. Although you've got Calico, who's probably going to be doing some roaming, and you've got the Holiday as well. So I do think that early lane roaming power from VP should help to, I think, make the early laning phase be a winner for them. But again, I don't have a lot of experience looking at these early lane dynamics now, I got to say, Mitch. So is the roaming like that great as it was? Am I overvaluing it? I'm asking myself.
Yeah, I mean, again, just with the way the map is now and the distance between lanes having increased, Calico might want to be one of the few like bona fide good early roamers because of her access to Ava and just in general having a good speed across the map and not being visible on the minimap, which is great. It's very important. So curious to see how that plays out here. I think Obicum had some mild lag issues. But in we go, folks. It's Virtus Pro versus Aegis Aurora, a best of 3 here at the Deadlock Fight Night number 15 for EU, powered by Intel, with $1,000 on the line. Overseas is going to be here on this Bebop, an utter nuisance here, especially against someone like the Vindicta, who is going to want to get airborne and be a little floaty.
Yeah, I think that's why we saw the Bebop pick to actually deal with Michaelis on Vindicta for some generally easy hooks out of the sky. And also, I get Bebop in the mid to late game can be really strong. I really look for the early game to create some advantages, like some really good hooks, especially with Mirage into a Tornado. You can really set yourself up with some like early kills if you're timing things properly, which honestly they should be. I think the only problem they have to deal with is the Abrams and hitting like a double charge. The 7 though, as you mentioned, yeah, 7 I feel like has always been insanely good. People just forgot that you don't have to play in the ball build. You can play him like the bull, just castrated and just with the power surge instead. But also like the guaranteed stun you have and the change up of like Storm Cloud being so strong now because how quickly it expands and the instant knockback you get from it pretty much. You really have to respect 7. And in some of these scrims I was seeing earlier today, like Sonya Sniper really got ahead on 7 and really punished teams with it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him actually put up a really good fight here against Virtus Pro.
And this Vindicta Abram combination has been one that Listic and Michaelis have shown publicly. So they've sort of streamed with this one. I'm really curious what.
Yeah, not exactly this comp, but yeah.
I just mean this lane duo. This lane setup.
No. Not
sure
this
about
one. Not the one I was thinking of.
Okay. All right.
I don't want to spoil it. Well, if we see it, I'll bring it up because it was insane to see. It was ridiculous, but we got to wait for it to happen.
Sharik here giving some distance. You'll notice that Calico has received a bunch of visual updates to all of her abilities, actually, including Return to Shadows. So we'll obviously get a chance to see how that one looks a little bit later. And eventually coming back to lane is Hapex.
I really hope they introduce like a dog skin because I hate seeing this cat on the shoulder. It is
but it's a whole aesthetic.
The worst pet.
It's a worst pet. What, worse than a hermit crab?
I would take a hermit crab over a cat any day.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Are you telling me there was no pet that you would less want than a cat?
I mean, if we're gonna go to extremes, I don't think like I want, I don't know, mosquito as a pet, but
Okay,
cats are pretty low.
Is my real question.
I got beat up by cats a lot when I was younger, for sure. I definitely had a
crazy.
claw go into the nose, and that was not fun.
Oh.
Stretch the nose out. That's why it's so
Yeah,
big.
look,
we did see Listic go down though. That was over in lane 1. So again, the hooks and being effective when it comes to Bebop. We've seen a 2.3k soul stand for him and ABL at 2.4.
Oh! That's dirty. Nicely done. Zergy just gets away. Dimov comes to their rescue. Freemock was really looking to dive deep on that, and they have been so aggressive, Freemock, on this paradox today. We've seen that on multiple occasions. It's not the end of the world, that kill. It does, however, though, get punished. Magus Aurora losing a couple of these kills in lanes, which again, you're not writing home about it necessarily, but with Zasta, yep, there are more gloom bombs than you could chug a donkey with there.
It's a +7 right there, I think, with the bombs on.
+7. The thing is, they all do, like, well, people got to understand, like, yes, they hit hard, but they all do half damage if you hit more than one, I think. So you kind of have to hit one or all of them for it to be worth it. But at that kind of range that Calico wants to play at, the latter situation is pretty common. God, this pressure is immense here. I mean, you've got a double bomb lane, right? Kutsu bomb and, of course, Essence bomb available at Aegis Aurora because they are very mindful of the fact that they're going to get shoved. It's still not helping.
I'm really looking forward to these like 3Ks, the ultimates. I think that's where we're going to start to see any early kills that happened translate into some sort of a lead. I mean, already the hyper beam coming out of overseas just to push players back. Zerg is able to get the kill into mid with the gank out of Demov. Or wait, did I read that wrong? Sorry, other way around. My bad. It wasn't really a gank. It was just a straight up 2v2. But we're not really seeing like many ganks. And I think with how safe teams are going to play in the beginning of this new patch, I don't think we're going to see that many ganks, to be honest. Because if you miss a wave in the lane, that really sets you far behind.
I mean, that wave, I mean, that lane rather, has pretty insane levels of poke damage. Overseas there, able to take down Listic. So likely a Bebop hook finally got connected. Now ABL's able to come forward and be a real nuisance that market the Jin. Damage at long range. Here's Dimov, though. Things are getting a little bit messy here. Time War going to be thrown out. Fremont goes pretty low, and Dimov easily going to be able to chase them down. Remember, Holiday's damage, not insignificant, especially early in the game. You're dealing with Hollow Point Ward combining with the crack shot damage, the decaying slow it puts on you. I mean, there was a heck of a lot you can do in terms of kill pressure with that lane. Even like the Zergy throwing out cards, getting that sort of, fire speed stim is pretty huge. Overkill there. -1 on the Frozen Shelter, if I'm going to be honest with you. But ABL's in trouble in the other lane. I don't know where Disaster is hoping to hit.
Person.
And that'll do it.
I don't know why they didn't finish with Disaster, though, to be honest. Like, they had him locked in, but I guess... Sorry, he was locked out? I actually don't remember. Whatever. I'm going to go out for that one because I didn't fully see what exactly happened. As now the stun's on cooldown for Sonya Sniper. He's already low on HP. Lasso, or Lasso, or I don't know what the hell you call it.
No, it's Lasso. It's fine. It's all good.
The Lasso is up now.
I've been learning my words. Yeah, and I'm calling it Lasso now, I'm pretty sure. But now you've actually got it stuck on my head. That could be really annoying later on. That's fine. Okay, ooh. That was a little bit scary. Dimov went for it. Went for the spirit. Lasso. Didn't quite connect. Divine Barrier has to be used by Dimov. And here is the telekinesis that is throwing Fremont up in the air. Zergy, though, going to be stunned up here. Can they get away? Yeah, a little bit of a juke. TP out, but now the kill pressure is really online for this Aegis Aurora lane. Sonya, I don't think that was supposed to happen. I don't think Fremont was even aware, but it's another kill for VP in mid.
I mean, no wave clear now. They can completely shove into this guard. They already have a 4K lead at 6 minutes, almost 7 minutes into the game. This lane 1 or left lane Walker, or I keep calling Walker's Guardian, is still, still kind of healthy considering how many kills they're able to get earlier on this lane. And again, the lane, the counter push is not that strong. So you see the stake come through.
You're going in with this?
I don't know why.
I'm not afraid of you.
Okay, pops his one and then just dies. The APL at longer range is. So this is definitely the sore spot for VP, this Michaelis Listic combination. Not yielding many results, and that Guardian is going to get worked now as the pressure comes on in. Eventually, Michaelis is able to get back there. In mid, things are going fairly well for Virtus Pro, and obviously they are shoving like absolute buggery on this right side. It is relentless.
Dimov and Zerky both at 6K. I mean, Son is at 4.8. Sorry, 4.7. Freemock's at 4.9. There's definitely a big discrepancy here between those two teams in middle. And again, if you see Virtus Pro take that middle Guardian, that denies a lot of farm that Sonya could potentially use later on, as we do see a kill being traded over into the left-hand side lane. Listic looking to go for the charge on the ABL. 3 seconds left on it. It looks like he'll back away for now, but you have to be very, very careful. I feel like it's been a very long time since we've seen Listic actually play Abrams. But you can't forget, that was the first hero he became known for.
Yeah, and I think he comes back in lane with the cold front and just wants to fight. And you can hardly blame the guy. Makes perfect sense. Tiny sniper.
No.
Careful. They are able to get away, but the pressure is still quite immense there. And that Guardian is still getting chunked on down to about half in towards mid. And it's just scary. I guess it's a tough lane here for Michaelis to navigate, as Overseas is starting to be quite the nuisance. TP being followed here. Is Arsa going to go down? Zergia to try and use that cover as best they possibly can. Divine Barrier popped here by Freerock because they know there's going to be reprisal. There's not a lot for Virtus Pro here. Dimov isn't the most healthy. He and Zergia are able to run away.
Maybe we can bring Dan in here and chat about it really quickly. I'm actually surprised at how well Virtus Pro's been able to do over in the left-hand side lane, because if you peek, you can be hooked, or you can get the Jhin mark on you and be punished. It's very difficult to peek and farm so easily in that lane.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's how it's supposed to be set up, right? Is that you have basically some really, really strong counters both to the air, because you should be able to anticipate sort of the draft, or rather the heroes that your opponent wants to put on that lane, because they know that's your strong lane, essentially. That's the lane that you need to like get down. So you can kind of predict what they're going to pick. And I think Mirage and Bebop are probably the best answers in theory. So I'm also pretty surprised. But what this comes down to, just that team play, this obviously is a huge skill element to how you play these duo lanes. So, hey, it's not on parity, I suppose, from a skill point of view. So you're going to get results like that.
Lasso here going to catch Overseas. Divine Barrier used. Looks like they're able to get out for the time being. That was a triple up here for Aegis Aurora on towards mid after losing the right lane. They stack this part of the map, but they might be forced to pay for it now. Overseas eventually going to fall. Zergi not really healthy enough to be going forward with this one, but clearly Oberkim has found someone worth chasing. It's Freemock. Connection there with the carbine means Oberkim's got to respect this. They have a healing ride available should they need it. They do ultimately lose that Guardian, but one is taken swiftly back on that left side of the map here. So things get opened up, and the only Guardian that Aegis Aurora have is their mid one. VP only have a right side one.
And good little counter push and turn into some very quick kills here as well. 3 big kills, actually. This should be the middle Guardian going down for Aegis Aurora, and not to mention maybe some more kills. Sonny gets locked down by the stake. The connection, the assassination can't quite land. At least for Michaelis, able to dodge away from the fist of Overseas.
Overseas, though, will be run down here. Oberkim with that frozen being and make it hard to escape, but you can't get out of its range. Oh, I like the juke attempt there from Sunny Sniper. Not going to be enough, though. Dimov is there. And once more, Virtus Pro just all seem to turn up in the right place at the right time, which is the same place, as it turns out. Still going to see fighting over mid. There's plenty still to do here. Dimov, big barrel connection, crack shot connection on Overseas, and that will down the Bebop.
So this is where things are already getting really dangerous, Mitch. I mean, it's almost a 10K difference between the two teams, but Virtus Pro are rotating extremely well, picking up a lot of kills. I'm curious to see what it is between these two teams, as we might see Shark go down.
Yeah, I think we're trying to wait for ult. They're not going to get it in time. Oberkim is here. And there is... Okay, so there's a little bit of an action over here. Havoc's going to be able to walk away, but they did already use the Essence swap, so... Michael is eventually able to bring them down. Yeah, good float over from Virtus Pro. I really think that Sharik bought so much time there. So very much. Just staying alive. I thought they might actually have an ultimate, but it's not to be. Disaster is... Well, they know they're dead. They know they're absolutely dead. Stone Idol here, and a Frost Grenade will help Michaelis secure that kill. More there to be done. Frozen Shadow going to be thrown up, though, and this is a little bit hectic now. Hyper being thrown up in the middle of this. Tornado also going to hold Oberkim aloft for the time being, but so much damage got put down on Overseas. It ends up being a trade. Spirit Lasso catching on to ABL now, and the damage is real. The Barrow follow-up was very, very good, and this Holiday is going to be a real problem. We'll see the stun come out. So Warpstone used to at least allow Dimov to create some distance, but Aegis Aurora want to keep fighting here in mid. The problem is that, well, they're falling behind in souls.
Dimov has shown you why Holiday is still such a high priority pick for a lot of teams at the moment, even with these patch changes. He is getting around and involved in almost every single lane, opening up kills. He has to have almost participated in almost every single kill that they've had so far. Maybe we can actually check in with that in a few seconds here, but he has been ridiculous. And honestly, Virtus Pro are just farming Aegis Aurora here. 11K, 12.5 minutes, and they're just picking up kills left, right, and center.
Healing boosting for the Kelvin. It's a pretty big item. Gonna make him an absolute nuisance in the sustained game. Okay, we're going for a Storm Cloud. Telekinesis, though, says absolutely not. Tiny trying to get away here, but Zergy already has, of course, that rapid fire buff and riddles the 7 with those bullets. And now we're surely looking at this mid guardian at some point. Virtus Pro have to start collecting. Matt Walker as well has seen better days, down to half health on this right side.
See, this is what I was saying at the start of this match. I don't really see Virtus Pro losing this because it doesn't really matter. It's a new patch that everyone has to kind of get adjusted to, but Virtus Pro are so damn good at their rotations and so damn good at team fighting that even on a new patch, they're still going to catch you off guard and create these massive leads. And for Aegis Aurora, I mean, luckily for them, they haven't really lost too much on jungle camps. It's been mostly Virtus Pro roaming around and picking up kills on just individual players.
I think we're going to see that in just a moment. Freemock knows there's someone up on top of those buildings there as the Abrams. Catching Listic, though, at this stage is, yeah, going to be pretty difficult. Still, though, plenty to farm right now. Oh, but that might have been their undoing. Here comes the stun. My goodness. A stake got thrown in there. Well done, of course, by Mikhail S. And he cleans up the kill.
Good swap coming through.
Look at that new Return to Shadows effect, by the way. The model actually is like dynamic of the Calico. It moves, which is kind of cool. That was in essence a soul exchange rather used there by the Lady Geist. And there's Disaster falling once more, allowing Zergy to clean up this Guardian. Finally, that has been taken. There's a chance to double back here with some souls. And you'll notice those indicators there, those green rejuvenator symbols do tell you that it is up. Might be a TP across the map here as Virtus Pro want to stack this left lane. Apex goes down on the right, so it might be another walker there for the taking.
It's just Virtus Pro picking them apart. They went from a 10k lead to now a 20k lead in just a few minutes, and they're going to show no signs of stopping. I don't imagine Aegis Aurora is going to get any of these walkers really down because Virtus Pro just keep them on the back foot here. Even Mikhail's being chased, hits the snipe onto Freemock, not enough to kill him off with the assassination. With the follow-up shot going to land, and that's going to be another kill coming through. 92,000 souls to 67k. They get a walker onto lane to the right-hand lane and get another flex slot for themselves on top.
Jason, you were talking about this earlier, but you notice that we aren't actually maxing the 4 on the Vindicta, so that plus 600 souls per assassination not being prioritized. In fact, it looks like the Crow, the 3, is being maxed first.
Yeah, it's like I said before, it's like basically a free spiritual overload. Thanks for that one, Lightbringer. Because of the spirit resist and bullet resist you take away from them, and considering the crows can ricochet, you can hit multiple people with this, making it a lot easier for them to just be finished off and to be killed really quickly to turn the fight around. So yeah, a little bit of an adaptation to what we've seen Vindictas over the last few weeks, and I'm liking it. I'm digging it. It doesn't really need to invest into the assassinations, even though this game it probably would have did pretty damn well for
I was going to say, yeah. It can be feast or famine, I suppose. But you're right, a matchup like this, there would have been a lot of free souls going over their way. Torment Pulse here picked up for Sharik, so definitely want to be in the middle of the fight. Escalating Resilience now being taken for Zergy, who really wants to be somewhat of a frontline fighter. Fortitude coming up now for Mikhail, so they're leaning into a bit more of a high sustained, tankier position. You can see here, my goodness, yeah, the Escalating Resilience is pretty good for Zergy, who is still unharmed, basically untouched after that entire exchange. That's kind of gross.
No, you know what's gross? 10 kill streak for Demov. That's kind of gross. Can we actually see like the kills for both these two teams when we have a second here, because it's got to be insane for Demov. And it's another kill onto Overseas.
Okay, nice. Use the time wall. Yeah, in though goes the Calico. Sharik. What's this? I don't think they have the move speed yet to chase down, but they get there anyway with the feral leap.
36-9.
Okay.
Goddamn. Demov hasn't died once. He's 12-0-6. He's been a part of 18 out of the 36 kills.
God damn.
It's stat check territory, 100%. 40k difference.
I think you're right. I don't think it really matters at this point. Debuff reducer taken. And now at this point, Virtus Pro, you're trying to find any excuse you can to try and bait Aegis Aurora to fight you. Because frankly, it's fun. Frankly, it's easy. You're so much stronger than they are that it's laughable should any of them try and come and fight you. The most souls on Aegis Aurora are in the hands of ABL, who again, very important that Mirage has good sustained damage throughout the fight, but souls on Mirage does not really manifest in burst damage, the ability just to nuke an individual player quickly. What kind of hero they are. Here's Sharik, giving absolutely zero cares in the world about this Guardian. Diving behind, dealing with Sanya's sniper. All right, telekinesis does connect. Disaster having a tough day at the office.
Yeah, let's bring Dan back in here and have a little chat, because to be honest, Dan, I think this game's over. Like, bar an insane, ridiculous throw out of Virtus Pro. But what I do want to maybe talk about is I don't think this was comp related whatsoever for Aegis Aurora. Maybe for the fact that Dmov has been able to get around so fast and provide a lot of opportunities with these kills. But just want to hear your thoughts on like the way Aegis Aurora play this out and if it's comp based or what they could do maybe differently in the next draft.
Yeah, I think one of the I think it's hard not to talk about Dmov because we were talking about like, I was asking the question, was I overvaluing the early lane? And maybe I wasn't. It's hard to say because we don't know if it's going to be the case that teams will find better ways to deal with it in the 3-lane version of this game. But we're seeing so much value from it and so much disruption. Like the lanes were supposed to go a certain way. And we understand that the early lane performance is really indicative of how well your team can leverage other advantages because the map control, the sacrifices that you get opened up to you, like there's just so much more farm on the map to be had. And something that I've got to say that we saw get converted more quickly than in the 4-lane version is the souls. Like the soul differential actually expanded much more quickly in favor of VP compared to like how ahead they were on some of those kills and map control than you would normally see. So it really does feel like this game is so much more right now about the control. And given the fact that VP was so active and present, and we didn't really see some of those like those cool bebop moments. We didn't really see any early game like prowess from Aegis Aurora. Like it just really felt like VP was consistently directly dictating the pace. So I don't know, man. They've really been. It's definitely a big skill there for sure.
Yeah. I mean, if this was Podgelaus Cambria, they would have left the lobby. I'm just going to put that out there. However, Aegis Aurora, try as they might, they're at least trying to get into the game a little bit, but those base Guardians about to fall down, and we're going to see a straight up 20-minute win or close to here. I mean, can I just say, like, Holiday, when, she has that rapid recharge, look how many barrels she's got. Like, she just roams around the map. She just nukes people basically instantly. And none of these items, right, are strictly like stat sticks. They're not really like loading, like, I guess, damaged numbers onto you because you don't really need them right now. You've got the cold front, you've got that fortitude, you kind of get all over the map. You can sort of cycle these barrels one after another. Yeah, it's still balanced. Yeah, they're definitely, still very powerful.
Did, right? So he actually, I mean, it doesn't really matter to talk about because the page is going to be going down here, and Virtus.pro will indeed take their first map of the series, looking to defend their title for a 5th week straight. But the way Dmov actually tried to mitigate or circumvent the nurse to the barrels, because he throws a barrel, he gets the follow-up stun with a jump pad, and then he goes for another barrel because the delay that between throwing the first one and the second one to kind of combo someone even longer than they maybe would have expected. And Dmov, I think for me, he's like quietly like the best player on this team, or has been like one of the strongest players on this team. You see his like Geist be so impactful. Every hero I feel like he's picked up has been ridiculous out of him, and it's not a person we normally talk about too often.
Because what we were discussing, right, at the start of this game, they don't have access to the Geist here. Like all of Dmov's heroes are sort of banned or taken or just not available to them. Doesn't seem to matter. A flawless game from Dmov, particularly, with no deaths, the only player on VP to take that honor away. Let's bring Dan back in again. Dan, we talked about this briefly. Obviously, we kind of got you in just as the game was sort of over. But I think you make a great point. We saw an attempt here to draft really solid lanes, on the side of Aegis Aurora. Get a Bebop in the lane. Have some pressure there, right? Have a lane that is quite strong against like this Abrams Vindicta setup, and look to try and fight as much as they can. This is Fremont like diving there at me like 3 minutes in the game, going really aggressive, really early, trying to fight here. Virtus.pro though, don't get the first Guardian necessarily. In fact, the left and right Guardians go down at about the same time, but it's what they do after that is a huge difference maker in this game.
Yeah, the roaming just allowed them to then take way more momentum towards those objectives after that point, because obviously as well, like you're not super powered up, in the very early stages. Those Guardians going down, it's not necessarily indicative of how well you're playing per se, especially given that things are a bit more simplified with the 3 duo lanes. But like you say, like after you get past that certain point where there is enough souls on board for each hero that your builds are coming online a bit, your strategy and how you're going to end up pressuring lanes together will start to come online. And again, like just the Calico Holiday sort of initiative there that was going across the map, especially with the support from Zergy especially, was pretty brutal. And given how important the objectives are, and this is the thing, we know VP are good at converting on the macro. They're good at converting on their advantages. And I feel like there's a lot more advantages to take now if you're a skilled team and understand how to macro the map. And that's kind of what they did. Because like I said, I don't know if you guys got the same feeling, but normally when you get ahead a little bit in the early game on the objectives, I feel like we don't see that much blow of an advantage of souls for a team. But VP were managing to accomplish that, and they made it look like just not close at all in the early stages.
It looked very similar to like VP in the beginning of Deadlock Fight Night, where they would get, a 5-10K lead against you, and they would snowball that lead so damn hard that it was impossible to come back from. And I think we're just seeing that like same iteration of them, albeit obviously with a new patch coming through.
Yeah, I mean, this Virtus Pro squad looking very, very good. Someone in the chat rightly typing, wow, they're finally going to win game 1. Yeah, it looks like we're back to, a bit of a dominant period here for Virtus Pro. They didn't quite get the game done in under 20 minutes, but hey, we won't take anything away from them. 20 minutes, 1 second ain't too bad at all. We're going to go to a break, folks. When we come back, the second map in our best of 3 here. It's the money match at the Deadlock Fight Night number 15 for EU, presented by Intel. Let's see if Aegis Aurora can hold off an incredible Virtus Pro and stay alive in the series. Very quick game one here in our money match, folks. Deadlock Fight Night, number 15, here in EU, presented by Intel. It was Virtus Pro, Jason. They came out of the gates with some strong lanes, even if the draft that we saw from Aegis Aurora made us feel they might actually have some good lanes to bully. They had a double wave clear lane with the Ivy and the Geist. They still got shoved in. They had a Bebop against the Vindicta lane. They still got pushed in. Nothing went right for Aegis Aurora.
Well, okay, so to be fair, they did win that lane with the Bebop and the Mirage. They ended up getting the Guardian, though they did eventually get punished because their other lanes did lose. Yeah, I mean, Aegis Aurora, I think obviously it doesn't necessarily matter how good the comp you draft is if the other team is just going to be able to be that one step ahead. I mean, D-Mob in particular, he was the talking point for me. He was the player of the match presented by Intel later on, probably because of the rotations that he pulled off on the holiday. Like the impact he had around the map is what helped kickstart the entire snowball effect for Virtus Pro. And obviously the caliber of players they are and the team they are, they know how to run with a lead like that.
Let's bring, of course, our analyst in for this game, DDK, after, again.
Whoa.
Oh, it's CP. Sorry.
It's
like, what? No,
what are you doing? Yeah.
You could just
no,
play
I
along.
could have. Yeah. I mean,
I haven't heard your British accent yet, VP. So.
And you never will because it doesn't exist.
No.
Like, you don't want that. No one wants that.
I kind of want it even more now. It's like Jason saying that no one will get 1,000 subs to shave
so
his
1,000
hair.
subs, the hair goes off.
Yeah.
500 subs,
500?
ZP does his British accent.
Oh,
Whoa.
come on. Would you not try a British accent
You know
for
what?
500
Chat,
subs?
We're trying to get back to you. And we're giving you milestones. We also gave you a new channel point icon. It's now Souls, courtesy of Solomon, our producer.
Yeah, that was cool. Good job.
We're trying to get back to you guys.
A British accent isn't that odd, CP.
A British accent. You want some water?
Well, also, coming from the guy who was born and raised in the UK, Dan just...
Yeah. I mean, it's not that hard for Dan. To be fair,
No.
okay. 500 subs. 500 subs.
Let's change it. 500, ZP does a British accent, and DDK does an American accent.
Yes. Okay, I'm down for that. I need to hear Dan's American.
Yeah, there we go. Already get the nervous laugh from Dan in the background there, folks. Okay, pardon me for that, ZP. We have a chance to talk to you at least about how this first game go, because we felt like, again, Aegis Aurora, like they did in the Challenger match, wanted to set up some lanes that were just really impressive, that would let them push really quickly. And I brought it up with Jason, but again, like seeing a Geist Ivy lane get shoved in was not on my bingo card.
No, it wasn't. But also, here's the thing. You're trying to do a really good early lane setup, but then you've also let them take Holiday. That's a problem, especially with what D-Mob was able to do all game long, right? Is that I think if your goal right now is to have a good early to mid game, to set up your jungle invades, to give yourself a ramp to victory, part of that probably involves denying the Holiday or getting it yourself. The hero is just too good right now as far as playmaking ability.
How are we supposed to nerf Holiday? Like, what are we supposed to do to make Holiday not completely busted?
It's
true.
Mobility, I think, is a big aspect of a ZP in my eyes. Like the jump pad, I feel like maybe you nerf how high she can jump or how far she can jump off of that. But I feel like at some point, some pros going to figure out a new tech with movement with it. But and what we saw in this last match, it was D-Mob just getting around the map so quickly and having that impact. And I think that, in my eyes, is maybe one slight change. But I've never been on a balanced team in my life, so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've seen you with a squat bar as well. Balance is not something that's in your repertoire.
When you got long, lanky legs like this, you're destined to fall over or hurt your back, and I've done both.
Like a newborn foal.
But shout out to Jason, by the way. People might not be aware, but he is in intense pain the entire day. Like, he might be in intense pain in normal weeks.
Casting with Uber, ZP, but even more pain.
Sorry.
Yeah, you got the physical and the mental, and Mitch is out of there, but that's fine because we got...
Where's yours, mate? I'm gonna put it right here. Where's yours? That's crazy. That's actually crazy that I'm being slandered like this.
I don't want to say what I want to say because maybe one day I could be nominated for one of those.
That's
one day.
So crazy, guys. Honestly.
Okay, but can we also roast Mitch a little bit here? Is that why is that on command? Why is that within walking distance?
Okay, because
come on.
I live in a very small room, and everything within this room is within. It is. Let me tell you, ZP. This room is the most divorced man room you could ever be in, right? It is not a big room. Everything's within arm's reach, all right?
If the divider falls over behind you, is it just going to be like an actual bachelor den? Like, is that what that's concealing at the moment?
I played the fifth.
It's just going to be Vegemite and Weetabix behind him, I swear. Is that an esports award in your pocket, Mitch, or are you just happy to see us?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, big fella. You know what I mean? Same bands as previous game, guys. So nothing to write home. Thank God we weren't actually talking about the game during that window. We'd be regurgitating old information.
Pick the holiday. Pick the holiday. I just want like change it. Oh God.
What?
Okay.
The first pick Vindicta.
Well,
Yo, KF's not on this team anymore. Have they not told them that?
Oh God.
no,
We're just going
in fact, it's
full-
overseas subbing. It'll probably be overseas on the Vindicta again. But here's the problem: Virtus Pro coming in. You think about picks they're going to come out with here. Not only could they pick the holiday, if they really wanted to go ultra double playmaking, they could even do holiday paradox. I don't think they would, but they certainly have the paradox play in Mikhail, and they have the holiday play in Dimov. So
Let's be
holiday comes
fair.
in. Yeah.
Let's be fair. Obviously, we talked a lot about Dimov. I think Michaelis' stakes were amazing. I feel like every time we saw him throw one out, there was a kill followed up on that.
Yeah.
So I can kind of understand the Vindicta, but obviously with you guys, I would kind of lean towards the holiday. But this does set Virtus Pro up like perfectly to what they did in the last match. And I mean, they could also even pop Geist on top of this if they don't want to run Shark on Calico.
I mean, it's crazy. Like, obviously, there's a radius within that stake area that you can move, but given how mobile you are in Deadlock, it is basically like being rooted in place. Grey Talon going to come out as the answer here for Virtus Pro. Looking again to have something in lane that's going to be pretty painful. And are they just really wanting to deny like a potential Vindicta Grey Talon side lane?
Oh, it's,
Yeah, I
it's
mean-
so good against Vindicta as well. It's such a good counter to Vindicta.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's less the fear of the Vindicta Talon lane and more so just the idea of Talon is one of the best heroes in the game against Vindicta. It is the #1 hero at making Vindicta fear just flying and going everywhere until knockdowns come into place, right? It does create an effective no-fly zone. So Talon acts as a check. But okay, we look at the other side here. We have the Paradox coming on in. Not too surprising. I mean, again, I still think there was the outside window that VP could have even doubled up and gone both Paradox and Holiday. But also in this set here, if they didn't pick Paradox in this round of picks, it would have been banned in the mid-round bans for sure. So they needed to pick up Paradox if they were going to run it. Now, I wonder here what they do in the frontliner and if they pick something up like the Calico, where Calico is still really, really strong in the current map, but okay, never mind. Wraith also, I think, is actually probably the best pick they could have done here, EU-wise.
Yeah.
I mean, Viscous, it's a pretty solid pick here for Virtus Pro. Deny the
Get banned in
Vindicta.
game one. But Viscous was not picked or banned in the last draft at all. So, not really seeing that being
What was the second
Yeah.
ban from Virtus Pro?
the Grey Talon.
True. Okay. Yeah, it was the Viscous that was in the first match with Aegis Aurora and Poacher.
That's right. They banned,
Scumbria.
Aegis Aurora banned it second, even though they had double flyer. So it probably is pretty good. I mean, God, Viscous seems pretty good in lane, right? The constant poke, puddle punch.
I
Obviously,
think at tight quarters as well, there's so many walls to use the puddle punch on that you can really mess with some people.
Well, now we'll get to see what comes in ban-wise here. And again, you think about things that you want to take away from Aegis Aurora. The one thing that surprises me, by the way, is like we're deeper into the draft and Kelvin not accounted for in either bans or picks here just yet, right? Like it has been kind of the trend between both regions to have Kelvin prioritized a little bit earlier. And of course, as I say that, it gets banned. So Virtus Pro not going to be going for it and also denying Aegis Aurora from running, a comp similar to how they won the, it's similar we saw in the best of one, even though Pajulai Scumbria didn't win with it. The idea of like doing a Warden Kelvin, comp that gets very difficult to deal with if the other team scales ahead of you, right? So they've taken that off the table here, even though I still think for frontline, Aegis Aurora might run the Warden themselves on their next round of picks.
okay. That's been banned against VP before, in fairness, in the last game. Aegis Aurora did ban that, but this time Mirage, because VP obviously get their first pick of the second round. They can go for a Warden of their own here, in fairness. Kelvin obviously being off the table also denies some of that in-lane sustain. That might be handier if we are going to stick in lane longer and make less of those rotations. So we've seen that be very effective. Also, with the combo of the Kelvin and the Calico last game was disgusting, right? Like slow down, Calico is easily able to get within like melee range and make use of the lead, get like big connections with those gloom bombs. Lady Geist, unsurprisingly, that was first pick in the last draft. This time Virtus Pro will get to play arguably their signature hero.
So weird to say that's a signature hero, but it's true. You when I think of like Virtus Pro, I normally would think of a Paradox, but for sure it's been Geist as of late. I mean, look at the comp already. They have a lot of like clear. I think they need a gun damage hero for sure though, unless they're going to build Great Talon more gun damage though. I don't think that's necessarily the play because the burst is just too strong out of Great Talon when he goes Spirit. But guys could go a gun build. I think we've seen Mikhail S do like a gun build Lady Geist in recent times. So definitely one of the options.
The question I was having here is what's going to go down support-wise? Is Kelvin off the table? You had to expect Ivy to come in, which does come in from Aegis Aurora, because otherwise you're in a spot where you have to run either a no support comp or one of the supports that is generally less valued, right? Because you have like Kelvin and Ivy in the top tier of supports right now, and then vastly underneath is, you know, if you have a McGinnis flex, where McGinnis has basically been milk carton status a lot of the time in EU. Or
I think our bans, by the way, are flipped. So I just been told in chat, Lightbringer and Listica there. So actually, so it was Aegis Aurora that banned the Kelvin, and Virtus Pro that burned the Mirage, which honestly makes a lot more sense based on what the comps were in the previous game. So thanks guys for that. Shout out Lightbringer.
ZP, if we actually do need a support, I mean, you have Holiday for Virtus Pro. I don't think they need to go like McGinnis or Dynamo at all. Well, we would all like to see Listic play Dynamo, let's be honest.
I don't think either of them are good right now, right?
No, they're not as valued right now. But I do think in terms of picks, right, it makes sense that you would see Aegis Aurora take the Ivy while it's available, because it's rare for a team to completely outright ignore both Kelvin and Ivy if available, not banned out. The like more no support comps tend to come as a consequence of, you know, both of those characters being taken out. But the 7 is off the table, and now we sort of get that question answered, right? Do they go another frontliner, which may be the case here? You know, something like, well, it can't be Mo because Mo got banned, but they could go something like an Abrams, or they could, you know, go the deeper support pool. Okay, they go Abrams.
I like it. Listic Abrams again, potentially. It feels like a very Virtus Pro draft from everything that we've seen here. The only real difference, I guess, from the previous game is that they had a Kelvin instead. We've had those bans fixed for y'all at home, so now they probably adequately represent things. Last pick here for Aegis Aurora. So the Yamato, obviously coming in at number 5, rounding out a composition that looks pretty classic of AA as well.
Don't you worry.
And here it is. Infernus will round out their team. Did Virtus Pro answer the no gun damage allegations very well here?
I mean, I think
at least with their picks.
We'll go a little bit. We'll go like towards gun heavy. Abrams obviously gonna be gun heavy. I guess I don't think you're gonna see Talon go gun, even though that was like there was a time where that worked pretty well. I mean, I think they're pretty solid, to be honest. It's no like single super gun kind of carry like a Wraith, but I think they have what they need here, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at how Virtus Pro is going to run this. Obviously, you know, again, you don't have like a Kelvin or an Ivy in this situation, but the way we've seen teams play these comps, it's fine. I mean, you can also make the argument that Abrams, depending on how it's played, almost is quasi-supportive at some points, right? When you just focus more on lockdowns and initiation. Also, I mean, with the changes just happened graphically, he's given you an aura buff just by looking far too intimidating between the tail, the glowing book.
Tail, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
haggard. He looks like a proper. He looks like proper Law and Order SVU level Haggard.
Well, you know what it is that he's been carrying the book now, like in deadlock time for like what, 6 months since the public release, something along those lines.
Yeah, what is the lore behind the book?
Well, the lore behind the book is that he's stuck with it. It's transformed him, and he's looking for any way out of it. You know, there are the ideas, I guess, is that you win the game, the patron grants you a wish, and Abrams' wish is get this book off of me. Doesn't want to deal with the book anymore. He
wants a second gun instead.
If I had to look as jacked as he did by carrying a book all day, I'm gonna have the Iliad in my hand nonstop.
Well, you'd finally read it at that point,
No, I still won't read it. I'll just hold it.
It works as a pretty good bludgeon, in fairness, as Abrams has also demonstrated. So, I mean, yeah, ton of lore still being built out, by the way. If you have a chance to walk around the new map, there's a ton of like references to like corporations and stuff in the game. Also, like, people don't realize this, but Yamato's model is actually a carryover from Neon Prime. And very likely not the final.
Are you telling me she's not a Conehead character?
Yep, I'm telling you that. Well, I mean, in all likelihood, a final model won't look quite like that. I mean, same with Bebop. Bebop's model also is a holdover from Neon Prime. So, yeah, fun fact for you folks. But let's jump into the game, and it could be a decider here if Virtus Pro look remotely as good as they did in the previous one. ZP, they blitzed Aegis Aurora, and now they've managed to pick a comp. They've secured the holiday, which has been a huge component of teams' success in general, and they're looking to craft some strong lanes to shove in early.
The thing I love right now with the 3-lane changes, it's just the importance on middle lane, right? In that you want your highest options available in middle. And you see it here, where you got Paradox on one side, Holiday on the other, Wraith and Talon. But and you think about Talon too. Oh wow. No. That was fast. That was Disaster just getting pummeled into the dirt 2 seconds into the game. Not an ideal start.
You see,
okay, that is a pretty scary lane though, Jason. Abrams and Calico. Oh, that's kind of frightening.
Yeah, if they get in melee range of you, you could just kiss your butt goodbye because they're both going to be smacking you, whether it's going to be claw hands or a book that you need to read. Interesting to see D-Mob though on the Great Talon. I don't believe he's played it a single time in DFN. If I quickly go look at my stats.
Okay.
And I find that like so cool because like Virtus.pro are really flexing and showing like they have very deep pools across the board with all their players. And I cannot understate how important that is or overstate how important that is when we get down the line.
Sorry. Oh, we just saw that from Overkim. The slide out of absolutely nowhere. Fremok is not ready for that. And again, they aren't even playing quite as aggressively as we saw that last time. But was that a crack shot connection from Overkim that just burst them down? It's unclear. I mean, they're not gun build. They're never gun build, really. Okay.
I mean, you see it before, right? The crack shot can always catch you off guard. I don't know if he leveled that. Actually, he did level it. Okay, so he didn't go for the jump pad. So he's got the crack shot. And yeah, he can do some big chunky damage here in lane. And he hasn't even bought yet, too.
My final thoughts here as we leave the laning phase is that I think Aegis Aurora's strong lane on the right is going to be where they have any chances of victory here. They're running the Vindicta Yamato on the right-hand side. That can escalate out of control. And given how the other lanes have started, this is the lane that needs to pull their weight if Aegis Aurora wants to have any hope of getting back into this game and making it a 3-map series, especially because Disaster has just hit the floor again.
That is okay. Well, once more, the Infernus is turned into kindling. For Virtus.pro, they're seeing Kumbaya and break heads together on that right side of the lane. And frankly, Hapax doesn't have much to do there either. So this is going to mean a lot of Guardian pressure will be put down by Virtus.pro. Here's the middle part of the map. Earlier, we saw Overkill go nuts here. Sanya Sniper has to TP away as just the raw threat, the raw aura generated by this Holiday and Great Talon combo that's pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to quickly touch on like Wizastra, the Infernus. I believe he's like 6 out of 10 matches won when it's come to, 6 out of 10 when it comes to his Infernus. But he also has some of like the lowest like player damage on an Infernus out of any Infernus player. So I'm hoping for his sake and Aegis Aurora's sake, he's been able to actually improve on the Infernus. His past results haven't been too kind to him.
Yeah, we saw Sharik there angling for a kill on Wizasta. Unfortunately, nothing going to be given up for free, though. Yamato falling for the first time. ABL goes down. That's this left lane. The one that's supposed to be strongest for Aegis Aurora, honestly, are now having some problems. Disaster returns to lane, dies instantly, and I think Habex is indeed trouble. Kudzu Bomb attempted to be used to slow them down, but in we go with the leap. And again, with that melee lifesteal item, it's terrifying.
That and the Spirit Strike, right? Because you steal away the Spirit Resist, and then you do more damage from your Enter the Shadows. What's really weird, though, about this lane is like how far ABL has fallen behind, though. I mean, he's at 2.1. He's up against Michaelis at 2.8. Zerg at 2.9. Obviously, the one death set him back a little bit, but even before the death, he was actually kind of far behind. So Virtus.pro, even in not too great of a lane, as you know, ZP mentioned, you need to get going on the Yamato and the Vindicta. They're already starting to struggle.
I mean, again, Wizasta keeps trying to return to lane, keeps trying to fight, and again, they just keep getting pushed back. That Guardian's in deep trouble here. Crack shot, big connection. Oh, buddy, the card's coming in. Overkim goes a little bit low. Does not have another barrel, but a bounce pad connection, and we've seen Overkim with some freakish movements in order to secure that landing damage and stun. There, though, it wasn't an opportunity. It's a bit easier when you have like a superior stamina or something similar. But great pressure, another big charge shot onto Fremok. And yeah, the ping is kill the Guardian. Oh, God.
Overkim doesn't care. He wants to kill the Paradox.
Well, they got Sanya eventually. I mean, you've got the Holiday working one of the side angles, and then of course the Grey Talon out in mid. I just don't think there was much we're going to be able to do anyway. And Fremok is very low here. Hapex is really trying to fight. They realize Sharik is low. Ballistic basically drawing a semicircle with their charge melee hit, by the way. The mechanics kind of crazy. This should be the Guardian, though. Obviously, you can parry this off in this situation. Ballistic able to bring it down. Shoulder charge away because Virtus.pro got what they came for here, Jason. Here's coming an ultimate. Seismic Slam. Where are we headed? Return of Shadow is also used. Okay, not quite the connection on Hapex that I think Listic was looking for, but he dashes forward to make sure that the Ivy is inside that Siphon range. Nicely done. Stun into stun. That is dirty mechanics. What a brilliant parry from Hapex, and it's still, sadly, not enough.
He's still burning, though. Oh, did he just... Oh, I thought he just parried him.
I didn't know. It looked like there was a stun, but it wasn't parry, no. The Abram should die here.
No, he got away. He wasn't burning. He didn't get the stacks up until, unfortunately, and Wizastra's going to not lock that one down. So Listic gets away with murder there, specifically on the Hapix. And
getting
gets away.
cooked. Not even the weak lanes. Okay, they are pushed back under their Guardian at least. Aegis Aurora have to turn this strong lane into something, but look at their Guardian in that lane. So clearly off like one push earlier on, there was a lot of damage that the VP were able to put down on it. Here's the rotate though. Freemok is going to be there, and they will have their swap available for that fight. So elsewhere, VP need to look to make some moves. Ava switch. Dive on him. Big slash, big damage. And they are farming kills. Now knocking on the door of this Walker. Michaelis, though, does fall on that left side of the map. That's the rotation that came in from Freemok. And, of course, the swap was used to secure that elimination.
I mean, they get the kill, yeah, but they're going to maybe lose their Walker over on the right-hand lane. Like, there's already a lot of damage being done to it. Obviously, a lot tankier now with the recent changes. The reinforce is going to be here for the left-hand side lane. As we see Zergy returning, maybe even looking to get aggressive to pick up a kill themselves. It's just all going pear-shaped here for Aegis Aurora, and I'm trying to think, what can they do to kind of get themselves back into this? Because they are losing fights left, right, and center. They're starting to lose objectives as well. They lost their first flex on his Verse Pro to secure the guard in the middle lane, and they're losing lives.
Yeah, I mean, trading one sort of kill, I think, for losing Guardian there is obviously never going to be worth it. Oh, the mechanics, the movement. By Disaster. He's absolutely out of there. Elsewhere, this is that quote-unquote weaker lane for Virtus Pro now, really starting to pop off. Though Yamato rather has returned, and that will be the end of Zergy here. So ABL will be able to get a kill for their troubles, but their Guardian is lower. Aegis Aurora's.
Zergy has Cold Front. That's something I expect to see on a 7, but I can kind of understand, especially when ABL wants to dive in, you get some free damage onto him. Helps you wave cut a little bit quicker, especially if you're trying to just mow through your entire jungle's list and they get caught up here in the corridors. The Shark going to be there yet again. They've not been stopped. No one is going to this lane to stop them. They're just going to get this Walker. We do see Overseas there, but realistically, what is he going to be able to do against this brawly combo?
No, not much to be done. I think VP are really abusing just how powerful some of these melee items are in the early game. Like the Spirit Strike and, of course, that melee lifesteal. Here's an ally comes in. ABL does suffer that one. There's a 7, of course, in play. ABL kind of mindful that there was no escape for them there anyway. Zergy goes in, takes a bit of damage though in order to get that kill, and has to respect the fact that, well, Freemok is hunting. Are we ignoring? Okay, I was wondering we were just going to ignore the Lady Geist here, but no, there is, of course, also going to be Disaster turning up in this lane. 7 didn't quite get out. Zergy is at the Walker and still dies to that assassinate from Overseas. Great shot. And that'll be a second here for the Vindictor.
All right, good bounce back. 8k souls for Overseas. He does not have his assassinate leveled up to max rank though, so no extra souls for him in his pocket, which is unfortunate. Hapix might be going down to Sherrick yet again here. The Gloom Bomb lands and Listic gets 2. Sherrick gets 1. That's 3 kills across the map at the same time. And yeah, we might see some, finally some relaxation out of Aegis Aurora with Overseas getting 2, but they quickly lose 3 right after.
Okay, Overkim caught out there on the zip line. Stunned up briefly. Here's the swap. Plenty of health. Overkim is blown up there, but it comes at the cost of the final Guardian for Aegis Aurora. AA with no flex slots open yet. That's something to bear in mind. Yeah, this build, okay, so everything else looks pretty normal in the Infuser. Yeah, I think that the Cold Front is definitely curious, but could be a counter item. You can sell that maybe later on. Still gives you some benefits here. And looks pretty good in situations like this. However, Zergy needs help. And unfortunately, Michaelis is just not where they need to be.
Oh yeah, credit to Aegis Aurora. Like, they're trying to come up with a plan. It was to push lane 1, but they lose 2 more players. I think Disaster died over on lane 1. I think Hapix died over on lane, or on the right-hand side lane, if I get my directions correct. And this Walker's going to go down. This will be another flex off for Virtus Pro. And I mean, the lead wasn't too big. It was only about 8k, but they're continuing to take objectives here. And even though they lose 1 or 2 in some fights, they're still equalizing things.
Man, Demo was making this look all too easy. Okay. Here comes the Infernus. Dimov going to be caught now, so they're channeling inside that owl form. Concussive Combustion comes out. ABL goes down, but eventually Dimov is dealt with. Here it is. Storm Cloud popped by Zergy. Get off my lawn, nerds. High ground, got to respect it though. Freemok is up there and they are very healthy. The swap does connect on the Zergy around the corner. Little sussy. And that will be the kill on the 7.
So Aegis Aurora, they get 2. They're down 11. I mean, they're down 11K. It looks like a lot, and it technically is a lot, but they haven't got a single objective yet. They need to look at how can they approach getting something going. It looks like it's going to be over towards the middle. So they get the kill into Obikim. Maybe they get their first guard of the game. As looks like the Shadow Transformation has come out here looking for the kill on Ballistic. Ballistic is beefy. He is tanky. He does a hell of a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah, I don't think anyone's killing Ballistic at the moment. They are ahead. I think that is safe to say. And also, like, I'm seeing this brought up a little bit more often, but the melee charge coming in has definitely been coveted by many people. Ballistic not quite able to connect here. This is the mid-boss pit. Hello. Now you can finally see that. Do we even see that last game? I didn't think there was a mid-boss take, was there? Oh, there was actually.
There was, yeah.
Yeah, it was very brief, though. No contest there whatsoever. Michaela's a little bit low. Walker's now starting to get a look. The first Walker already being down on the Aegis Aurora side, who, again, I'll remind you, Aegis Aurora have 0 flex slots available. Sanya Sniper gets blown up. That's what Obikim has been doing all series long.
This is just a taste of what's to come.
Michaelis is on the hunt. And I think they're, they are going to convene here, converge on this left-hand side of the map. Essence Bomb thrown down there by Michaelis. They're on the chase, and Fremont was hoping to earn their forklift driver's license in the meantime. Maybe a decent career pivot.
You gotta take classes for that. You can't just get into a forklift. Poor Michael Scott, he learned his lesson the hard way, and this Walker's gonna learn the lesson the hard way here on lane 1. As this is gonna be the second Walker of the game taken. 5 unanswered objectives here for
12 minutes.
Or for Aegis Aurora.
We're 12 minutes into the game. We have a 16k soul lead. An earn that we'll have a pretty easy time turning in by the looks of things. Some shots coming from the holiday here as well. Sanya Sniper has to blow that pretty long cooldown escape ability to get out. Michaelis doesn't have one of them, unfortunately, nor do they have a soul exchange. So they will get burst down here. Caught out. This is ideally to set up now, as Aegis Aurora don't want to allow this to be an easy earn take. You see the earn is headed there pretty quickly. But Listic, like I told you, got ahead early and is basically unkillable. Nobody can really fight them. And you can see the Fremont really doesn't want to. Fortunately, that decision's been taken away from them. You can see he's all glowing when he goes for that melee. The amount of buffs, of course, the amount of debuffs he can apply, obviously, with a hit like that is pretty terrifying. So we got the earn. Virtus Pro now. They're dominating.
But Fremont did well there. I think he bought time. Like, I think he knew he wasn't going to survive and allowed Aegis Aurora to pick up a Guardian over in towards lane 1. So hopefully they can turn this into a flex slot soon if they can avert this pressure that's constantly being applied to them by Virtus Pro and Sharik. I see people in chat saying it seems like Calico might be his best hero, and I might not disagree with it. He's looking pretty damn flawless on this. And we've seen, you know, not only can he play Calico, but so can Listic, and that ability to swap around heroes makes their draft so hard to really counter.
Yeah, I mean, Sharik also has some really sick items for this stage of the game already on the Calico. Hunter's Aura, Torment Pulse, all available. Berserker there. So really, there's no winning against this Calico. You sort of try and burst her down, get her low. Well, the Berserker is obviously going to do a whole lot for her. And just obviously her being sort of all over you is pretty terrifying. So it's not a whole lot you can do to deal with her. I guess there's a quasi gun build there from Sharik. A little bit of that weapon damage being focused, but yeah, Torment Pulse as well, just making sure you're surrounded by foes, dishing out some big damage. One more fight should be this mid Walker and or mid boss.
I mean, Aegis Aurora, it's hard to not be forced to play reactive because of the discrepancy in souls, like 22k 14 minutes in. You can't win a 6v6 fight. You can't really win a 6v5 fight with kind of how quickly Virtus Pro can get around the map here. As it looks like Obikim is going to be backing away from this one, already getting a lot of good information here on the middle lane. You can already see Virtus Pro quickly responding. Listic going to be coming in from lane 3 to deal with this. It looks like we might see a fight break out. Instead, Aegis Aurora going to back away, and that means Overseas might potentially get caught out towards lane 1. I mean, both teams being very hesitant, and I think Virtus Pro just being respectful at the moment.
Oh, should be able to push this right lane out at the moment, but the Calico's not where they're needed. There's going to be a fight afoot. Okay, Listic does get caught by that swap, and they are still scarily healthy. They are focused down quickly, though. That's definitely one of the biggest threats on the side of VP neutralized, but Sharik is the one with all the souls, and they are about to enter the fight properly. Sanya Sniper just trying to get a decent scouting position. There's Hapex running into the Calico, and Sharik makes very short work of the Gremlin. And I'd say that ABL is not going to fare much better. Not even time for a Shadow Transformation, had they even had it available, which they didn't. It should be Aegis Aurora getting wiped out now as a Storm card gets thrown up in the middle of the map, and it's time, folks, to head to some of these bigger objectives.
Yeah, it might be a mid take here, but I would say take a Walker at the same time. I mean, the thing is, Overseas is the one with the most souls on Aegis Aurora. And even that initial kill onto Listic, they had to commit so much to it that was the only kill they could get. And then they eventually lose 3 players, potentially 4 of their own, as Fremont is just trying to survive here. Now we can again showing the master of mechanics with the great use of the punch with Fleetfoot, trying to create some extra distance. And he does get saved by the teammate, it seems, as Michaelis comes in and takes down the chase.
I cannot believe that Okim's just got away with that. That doesn't make, surely they don't. Surely they don't get away with that. You can see how you can get around the map so easily now with those bounce pads. Divine Barrier going to be popped here, so that's obviously a little bit of extra shielding. Desperately Havoc is trying to chase this. This could be Aegis Aurora's undoing, trying to chase for this kill. They get overkill. Okay. Havoc's at least going to trade themselves for this. Stone Idol's not going to do much to keep them alive. Okay, I like this at least. It's going to be a concussive combustion being thrown in by Wizaster. Listic actually goes down here. Virtus.pro thought they had a chase, but Aegis Aurora are moving in numbers, and it looks good until the Calico turns up, and everybody's day is ruined.
It looks good until it isn't, Mitch. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. You get 2 kills right off the bat, but then you have a 22k Calico, a 20k, a 7 coming your way. You have a Lady Geist 18k. We're still just so far ahead. I mean, ABL, he's on 13k, and ZP, maybe we can bring you in to talk about this, because I believe we talked about Yamato at the top of the show. We're not seeing her play that much because there's no solo lanes anymore, and we're also seeing her not fare too well, at least in this match.
Look, I mean, this match has been a full team effort by Aegis Aurora on the getting absolutely crushed front by Virtus.pro. I mean, every single lane, top to bottom, left to right, got completely annihilated. And it's very difficult, especially with the new map, to find paths back into the game to even out the soul deficit when your early game, you just lose every single lane. It took forever for Aegis Aurora to even get their first Guardian down and open up the map. And once they did finally get those Guardians down and open up the map a little bit, what have they had to deal with? They've had to deal with a brick wall in Listic and Sharik. The frontline difference has been absolutely massive, to where Aegis Aurora cannot take anything resembling an even team fight at the moment. Effectively, they've been given the task of fighting Superman with no kryptonite. And generally that doesn't work out in your favor. The Superman, it's Sharik.
Why are we shadow transforming at 1 HP inside a storm cloud? What's the plan?
Well, even more disgusting off that last play, they take mid boss and then they send Sherrick and they send D-Mob to defend the turn it. Aegis Aurora were trying to get something out of nothing there, but get denied. And then Sherrick gets the turn himself, lengthen the lead even further.
All right, there's another flex lock being picked up here for Virtus.pro. Wizaster trying to spread as much of this damage as they can. Michaelis does go down here. Wizaster can't push any further into this fight. They've got to respect the Calico, who frankly is taking a lot of damage here. VP, of course, have Rejuvenator, so Michaelis is going to be back in the fight pretty quickly, but there is some chase to be had here. Airdrop still 10 seconds away for Hapex, so no option to try and go over the top. Virtus.pro come back away here, but you can see they've taken the whole map. They've got all of their flex slots now available. Aegis Aurora so far behind. Again, they've managed to get 2 of their own. There's still a Walker standing for VP, but elsewhere, Aegis have been able to find that soul where it is available. You can see that Power Slash does a heck of a lot of damage, but it's not really enough here to make Virtus.pro respect Aegis Aurora. Fremont.
Oh, beautiful.
Able to get away. Nice Divine Barrier pop.
Now the chase, well, I don't know if it's much of a chase. Zergi's doing some ridiculous damage to Wizaster, who chased him a little bit too deep. He goes down. Sherrick comes in, and Hapek's going to be joining Wizaster back at spawn.
And that goal, soul lead, excuse me, is out to about 23k now. Pretty reasonable at this stage of the game. Mind you, much of VP probably holding onto souls that they haven't had an opportunity to spend yet, because it's been a pretty extensive fight here. Telekinesis is going to be mostly shrugged off by Listic as he charges in. Silent Sniper ended up dying anyway. Unclear to what it really was. But that Abrams is looking really, really strong. Spirit Snatch there, of course, as well, just making those melees even more deadly. Being able to steal that resist and power. And we have a knocked Patron into the pit. One last chance here for Aegis Aurora to fight a pitched battle against Virtus.pro. Everyone has their ultimates online except for Silent Sniper, essentially. And probably their last chance in this series.
I heard a lasso. I don't know what's on.
Yeah, unclear. Hapex maybe? In we go in. Yep, that's going to be the Ivy down, Jason. Alkfire dropped here by Overseas, but God, it's just barely a tickle with how strong Virtus.pro are at the moment. Here's the seismic coming on in. Storm Cloud will cover the area, and now the Patron will await administrations of Virtus.pro. I'm not sure what Listic was doing there, but that's fine. We are going to have another champion here in week number 15, folks, and unsurprisingly, it is Virtus.pro. One of the quickest best of threes we have seen. Another 20-minute game win Aegis Aurora sent absolutely packing back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I don't want to have people judge Aegis Aurora here. I'm not going to judge the results at all when it comes to DFN today, other than like some teams just adapting a little bit quicker. But we've had less than 24 hours on the patch, guys. So you cannot expect every team to be able to play this as optimally as you'd want to see. I mean, even looking at any of the matches we've had today with, the 3 different maps played, they all still looked pretty scrappy and not really well thought out, or not necessarily like solved in terms of how the meta and how macro play should be. So Virtus Pro, I mean, an insanely strong team, really good rotations, really good at team fighting. To me, it's not a surprise to see them take the victory yet again.
Let's take the opportunity to bring ZP back in here, who we had limited opportunity to chat to because it was a short game and a pretty excessively violent one here if you're on the VP side. But again, like you mentioned, it seemed like in every metric, pound for pound, Virtus Pro were winning and taking edges in every aspect of the game.
Yeah, I mean, look, from start to finish, it was basically coughing bomb a coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb, so to speak. And I think the trend you have to look at here throughout all VU today is that the early to mid game has never mattered more here in Deadlock than I think it does right now on the new map, because your early to mid game performance really gates how you're able to play the rest of the map, what access to the jungle you have, how you farm your late game, how you get your ramp into the late game, right? If you're running heroes like Wraith or Infernus and they need to get farm, well, if you don't have access to the jungle, or the other team has access to your jungle because you're down in Guardians and you're just sitting there crying out for even a flex spot or flex slot for way too long, it just doesn't work out well for you. So I think the number one thing that has changed is that when you build your compositions, you have to make sure at a bare minimum that you're winning at least one lane, because we saw the results in this game of what happens when you lose all 3 lanes. You don't have a chance at bringing it back.
Is this so different though from the way the game was with sort of 4 lanes here? Because obviously there's like less chance of intervention from roamers, right? And it's no guarantee, by the way, we end up seeing this exact type of playstyle. We might end up with like 2 duo lanes and a solo lane amid and like one person trying to roam and set up these kill opportunities. But it does seem like this looks inflated because VP won all of their lanes really hard. They don't always do this, and they don't always do this against Aegis Aurora. So, is that what you would pin? Like, what is going on with Aegis Aurora right now? Because the game has changed a little bit, right? Like the macro side of the game has changed, but laning, 2v2ing, that is still the way it always was, Jason.
I mean, I'm looking at how the lanes played out, and it reminds me a lot of like looking at Hydronation a few weeks ago, back when they were rocking left on the team. Is that like Virtus Pro were just able to win the lanes in these 2v2s, and as ZP said, you can't really come back from that easily. But also, if you pair that in with losing your jungle, with kind of having like a smaller map to play on, no extra lane to play with, the split push potential kind of gets shut down, because you can't really use like a Mirage to go split push or a Yamato in that game to split push. That teams would typically use as like a way to get back in, a way to kind of control the other team. And like, if you're going to push here, we're going to send one person to a different lane, then you have to send 1 or 2 people back to deal with. I feel like the comeback potential with 3 lanes is a lot lower than it was with 4. I don't know how you feel about this, ZP, and I could be wrong, because again, we're only 1 day into the patch.
I think it depends on what your definition of a comeback is, right? Like, if your definition of a comeback is, can you lose super heavily in the early game and come back? I agree that the comeback potential is probably less. If it's more of a even, like you're a little bit behind, like the classic being down like 10, 15K souls, but in terms of objectives, it's a little bit more even. I think there's plenty of comeback potential in terms of, using the new map to, do stealthy plays to get pickoffs and go from there, right? But if you're ever in a situation where you just hard lose all 3 lanes, the ability to come back is, I think, significantly less, just because you do not have the mobility or ability to traverse the map or defend your own territory the way that you did previously. And in terms of the lane stuff too, I think that it actually rewards more mechanically solid play within the lane, because I think pre-patch with 4 lanes, right, you had more ability to call for help, more ability to get ganks that were not necessarily called for. You could overload and like move around in a way to take away a lane where you might be losing, right? Whereas now with the 2-2-2, you have less lane mobility early on. When you do move around, it is more telegraphed, and it's harder to basically rescue a lane that's had a bad early beginning. So just being able to hold your own is never, I think, been more important than in the current patch with the current map.
I think as well, just really quickly to kind of round it out from my point of view, I think we've only really had stomps today. So it's also really hard to take a look at like potential comebacks when every team that's played today has been down, 10, 15, 20K souls around the, 10, 12 minute mark. So it's kind of hard to really look into that too much deeper.
And here, of course, are our stats from the game. Zergy gets a run again on 7 after we sort of talked about it a couple of weeks ago. Listic sort of picking that up a little bit more. And they're in the, I guess, it was a harder lane for Virtus Pro, right? It was the 7 and Lady Geist set up here. Also, the Holiday wasn't able to take over the game to quite the same degree, but Sharik has had a fantastic showing here on the Calico.
Yeah, it wasn't the Holiday taking things over. It was the Cat Lady taking things over. And the thing is, EP, we never really get to talk too much about Sharik. Like, he's always played these kind of, in my opinion, he's playing the heroes like no one else in the team wants to play, but you need someone who's pretty solid to play those heroes to just kind of have like a baseline level play within the actual like matches. But he never plays anything super flashy. And to see him get the opportunity here on Calico, I think is really cool to see.
Well, I think you look back at what Sharik has played in the last like 2 months, right? About a month and a half of that was nothing but pure Warden because somehow VP just always got Warden. It was usually Sharik that was playing it. But Sharik was never the, we're going to funnel all our farm on the team sort of Warden. He was the middle of the pack, the reliable glue that would start off team fights, but it wasn't a, play with me Warden or hydration farm or Warden where VP would go out of their way to just, put tons and tons of souls into him, right? It was more so he was there, he was reliable, but as a result, when it came to things like player of the match or we were talking about storylines, usually it would go to other players on the team. But the reality of Sharik, when you look at his total Deadlock resume, is that Sharik is just remarkably consistent, but now you're able to put on something like Calico, which gives you more frontline power and also, lets you make a little bit more plays. Sharik looks really, really good, which of course is why Sharik is our player of the match presented by Intel.
I mean, yeah, let's just enjoy some of the moments that we got on this map. I think in game 1, there was the Calico combination with, it was the Kelvin Calico setup. Sharik was farming here. It was terrible, I think, for Aegis Aurora to try and fight out of this lane. Even, with the Geist, who you'd think can sort of stand on their own 2 feet at some points here. Calico really just got out of control. And it's the same, like a similar build, right? We're going in a Hunter's Aura direction. Torment Poles eventually getting picked up. Sharik, though, like even getting swapped in situations like this, able to fight through it. Massive burst damage from this Calico up close. You never really can be ready for it.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious if we'll ever see at some point like a change in team's mentality. I know Melee Creeps, AVG talked about it a little bit, but they're trying to keep this like kind of information close to the chest about like specific roles you play within a team and how teams view those specific roles. Obviously, you have certain players you want to feed souls over to and allow them to just kind of get to that point to carry games. You have to have other people that are more mobile around the map looking for gangs. And I feel like you have people like Sharik, who's just kind of a reactive player for the team, that he gets like told what to do, and he's very selfless in that sense that he'll just kind of be told to do things he needs to do within the team to allow them to win instead of going for anything like flashy in any sense.
Yeah, I can see it here, of course. This is so the final moments of that next game. Sharik, I think, ends up with like 19 kills in the end. Really pretty darn impressive showing. It's kind of nice. I think you mentioned that Sharik doesn't often get player of the match here, but I think that was absolutely well deserved. We hopefully in a moment are going to be heading into an interview, of course, with our winning team in Virtus Pro once they get dragged into the channel, and we'll get to ask them questions, or if you're Jason, harass them a little bit. Of course, and we now have Zergy joining us for Virtus Pro. Welcome back, Zergy. Good to have you here.
Hi, hello, hi.
Mate, for someone who says that they are not good at interviews, you've been banging them out with us. You've been churning them out. Thank you for that. Look, we want to talk to you a little bit about how the game feels right now, because I know a lot of people have been speculating, but from a pro player, what are your thoughts, I guess, high level on the switch over to this 3-lane map with all the other reworks the game has seen?
I think it's better because solo lanes suck and they remove solo lanes. So, I don't have to play solo lane anymore. So that part's pretty good. The map's a lot wider as well, so there's it takes a lot of time to rotate, so people can't just run over to the other side of the map in 5 minutes. I mean, 5 seconds, sorry. And it's easier. There's a lot more to fight over in terms of jungle and slot machines too.
Okay, so I'll go.
Don't fall over each other, guys.
No, I was just expecting Jason to go, and I'm sitting here, it's like, Jason, go, and then I'll be the last one.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna ask you a question that I feel like a lot of people give you harassment on, Zergy. Why do you hate Tesla bullets so much?
It sucks. It's a bad item. The Cold Front monster rounds are actually just better. I don't know why people buy Tesla bullets. Like every single time I see someone buy it, I think it's good, and I think I'm just like being stupid. But every single time I buy it again, I just get proven right again. Like I don't know. It just happens every single time. Tesla
What is the thinking here? We did notice that you had picked out the Cold Front there pretty early on. What's the idea with that sort of build?
Cold Front on 7, his free applies Spirit Shred, so you're amping your own spirit power. You're amping your own spirit damage when you apply Cold Front and Mystic Shot, so it does a lot of damage.
I think the question I have here, because we saw this trend all day long, right, is that it seems like with the new map that the early and mid game has never been more important, right? Where you kind of have Guardians gating access to the jungle. And, how is it in terms of team comms or strategy where, you realize, okay, we got Guardian down. How does it change like how you jungle, and how proactive are you at like trying to prevent the other team from even getting those opportunities right now relative to last patch?
Well, the first priority is definitely pushing in the wave first. That way you get vision on the lane. And then you just push into the jungle and take whatever you can without dying. And then that's it. Yeah.
Easy answers. Okay, I have one more question for you. Because of the patch, have you guys, I mean, obviously less than 24 hours of experience on it, but have you started to look at changing the way you draft to be more effective with the change in the map?
It's a little bit too early for that. I don't think it's even been 24 hours yet since the new patch, but yeah, as this patch progresses, we'll probably look at the different ways of doing things. Same with most teams as well.
I mean, real quick, today was not close at all. Very one-sided games. Do you feel like that's because you guys are maybe just, obviously you're the stronger team. Do you feel like that's because you've adapted to this sort of chaos quicker? Why do you think you're able to sort of roll over the top of Aegis Aurora so easily today?
I don't know. I guess that duo lanes suck.
See, I mean, Zergy's getting everything. They've eliminated solo lanes. This guy is absolutely cheering. Got to play 7 as well.
I'm so happy.
The Cold Front tech came out. Hey, look, thanks for your time, Zergy. Appreciate some of the insights as well, man.
Problem.
Hopefully, it won't be too long before we catch up with you again, mate.
Yeah, thanks for talking to me. Thank you.
Take care. All right, there we have it. Zergy, of course, always one who doesn't mince words with us here on Deadlock Fight Night. So there it is, folks. Another $1,000 thanks to our friends at Intel being pocketed by Virtus Pro. Aegis Aurora falling short here and kind of getting bundled out of the game. What is it, Jason? Do you take exception to something?
No, I just realized he said maybe because their duo lanes suck, but every lane is a duo lane now.
Yes.
So is he indirectly saying that they suck?
I don't think that there was nothing indirect about it. I think he used the word suck like repeatedly there, Jason.
You were the only one. You were the only one who was not sure about this.
Yeah, it was just quite clear. There was no passive aggression there. That was aggression. Just so we're clear.
Just checking. Just
I do think it's interesting. Like it does sort of shift the focus away from just picking a strong solo laner and having like an outsized impact on the game just because you maybe just better in that context. We're seeing dual lanes. And again, who knows if that's going to be the case forever. But for now, that's the story. Virtus Pro, once again, crowned your EU champion. And when we come back after the break, we're heading over to NA. Melee Creeps are back. They're taking on TF2 Boomers for the chance to take on Hydra Nation. That one is not to be missed. Of course, we've still got another half a show to come your way here at the Deadlock Fight Night number 15, powered by Intel. So don't go too far. More after this.
see paradox.
Misery comes with you.
Let's push Broadway. No.
We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel, and we've shifted the sides a little bit from where it's at, but it is completely a-okay. I'm ZP here with DDK, and heading into the North American side now, Dan, where EU, we saw a glimpse of what is to come as teams have adapted to a new patch, a new meta. Things have changed. Now we'll see what NA's take on all the chaos will be.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see because Europe kind of went the way that NA has done in the past with Hydronation owning everyone, but then we had VP owning everyone. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how that pans out. VP, we've only a few games of experience as to how it could play out, but I think it's starting to, take shape for us as to what's important.
Yeah, it really is. And I think, you take a look at it, it's going to be interesting to see how some of the trends in NA, especially picks they tend to value, will be the same in this more early, the mid-game center thing. But if you're just tuning in right now wondering, well, what just happened? We just saw EU finish up, but now we go to NA, and we have a pretty tightened down format here at Deadlock Fight Night, where we have two challenging teams in each region. They fight, and then they go against the champion, which stays from week to week. Of course, in EU, Virtus Pro just won the money match $4,000, but now we're on to the NA side of things, where longtime DFN participant TF2 Boomers go up against who many people consider to be the #2 team in North America right now in Melee Creeps, a team that has even beaten Hydronation on occasion.
Yeah, you can see the history here. Hydronation did struggle against them, but as soon as Hydronation made some of those roster changes, they came with their new roster last week. They looked actually a lot better, and their ceiling increased, ZP. And Melee Creeps kind of showed that they didn't necessarily have the range just yet to deal with it. So obviously, I would say that, hey, they've had a week to kind of work out the kinks, but I mean, what do you even do when the game fundamentally changes as much as it has?
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of changes, TF2 Boomers, a little bit of a change here, where Ranger, once I believe at one point was the coach for Big and Brawlic, a team that's still rebuilding, looking for a new sixth player, so far as I'm aware. Ranger has gone from coaching into playing now for TF2 Boomers. Meanwhile, Melee Creeps, same as always, where, rising stars on Melee Creeps, including Poshy Pop and Cool Cheese, where no doubt when I introduce Jason after this, he's going to have some lines for Poshy Pop down.
Yeah, the only thing set in this universe is what Def Taxes and Jason's soundboard having something to embellish.
I am Poshy Pop, and Jason Kaplan is my favorite caster.
See, we haven't even brought Jason back in yet, but now Jason's done that. Jason, you've done your own intro. Yes, you have bribed Poshy Pop for a soundbite that you've gotten great use out of. That, what was that, like $6 for that soundbite?
I didn't have to bribe the truth out of him, okay? No, I'm collecting soundboards. I have one from Disco Virtuoso now, but that one I definitely can't play on air, though it is perfect for him being Australian. You probably get what he said. But no, I mean, you guys talked a little bit about these teams, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen between them, because a lot of people in chat definitely believing that Deathy is a very quick adapter to new patches and such, though in the past TF2 Boomers haven't really been able to hold a candle to what Melee Creeps has been able to put out.
Yeah, and to that point, Jason, I should say, in this case, because this is directed very much at Jason, you had some disappointments of seeing the swap to duo lanes. In particular for TF2 Boomers, perhaps your most favored thing in all of Deadlock, the Deathy solo lane Lash, is dead. We will never see it again.
Unless, as you said to me, we see a 3-1-1 happen, or a potential 3-2-1. So I say 3-1-1. I was like, how to count that in my head. Let's just see that happen. No, I'm not trying to hate on him as a player, and it's probably the last week I'll say it, but his Lash solo lane just did not work. And there's a reason we don't see Lash solo lane in any EU or in any matches outside of that.
A 3-2-1, you say?
No,
I feel like teams will experiment with that. I feel like that could make sense. With it, I mean, I could see that making some sense potentially.
I think the problem is that the 3 would have to be mostly in the jungle. It would still have to be later in the game. Otherwise, you're paying such a tax. But the one thing I'll say, and never write it off, is that we've seen such an importance of actually getting the Guardian down early that I do wonder at some point we'll see some very temporary overloads to try and open up the jungle a little bit earlier. But we'll just have to see.
I think that's where there's some timing windows, especially around the 8 minutes. I think I said to you guys before we started the show today, I'm hearing from some teams that like 8 minutes is when you want to look to get that first guarding, because that's when the centers come online. That's when the better jungle is going to come online, and that's when that's the moment to crack things open for you to start really punishing any early advantage you have.
Yeah,
Well-
we'll have to see if the teams are going to develop some strategies to do that, because I feel like you have to draft for that.
You do. And speaking of the draft, before we get into the draft, that's right, it's in North America. It's the challenging match. We have to decide who's going to get their choice of first or second pick. And we only do that with mole on mole combat, where unlike EU, this is a little bit more of a basic mole combat.
Oh, Spinny. What happened?
Look, there was a little bit of drug testing that went on. You know, we had to keep the mole fighting clean, but off that parry, the hammer blows keep on coming in. Tried to parry to bring it back and does not happen. And that's Deathy winning the mole 1v1. You don't usually see Deathy getting his hands dirty in the mole 1v1 realm, Dan, but he does it today and gets that side choice for his team.
If you want it done right, you got to do it yourself, CP.
I think you just imagine his opponent's face was my face, and he's like, "Stop talking shit about my lash." I don't know. Hey, let's see. I mean, again, like, I think the results went kind of expected in EU. I don't necessarily feel like they're going to be expected when it comes to NA though, because NA was definitely the sloppiest of play when it came to macro, and who knows what the macro is going to be like now with the 3 lanes.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of options now. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, ZP.
No, I was just gonna say, I think in terms of everything else, you're gonna see a lot of invades, and I think sloppy will be a word for it, but I also think it's gonna be a little bit exciting, especially when it comes to trying to secure the vaults, the Sinner's Sacrifice, where Valve themselves in their patch notes have used both terms interchangeably. One patch it's Sinner's Sacrifice, the other patch it's Vault. I actually like the word Vault a little bit better just because it's easier to say, but we'll see where that terminology ends up, Dan.
Yeah, and for TF2 Boomers, I feel like, well, I should say with melee creeps, I feel like the comps that they had success with could work out in the early game, because they do like that kind of early game aggression. We never really saw a lot of like super frontline heavy comps where they're trying to like death ball objectives, which I feel like is a little slower to start. I felt like they used to like to pick a bunch of carries and just kind of go hard and be super active with it. I don't know how well or not that's going to translate to this 3 lane shenanigans, but we'll have to see if they end up trying to draft the same or if they're going to adapt and like say that, you know, show us here and now that they have a strategy that is more attuned to these changes.
You can only run from the law for so long.
Well, early on here, Jason, the holiday again picked up by melee creeps. The one thing that has been consistent across all 3 regions here in Deadlock, whether it be Pacific, North America, EU, holiday is the new hotness, where at one point this was the Paradox spot, right? Where Paradox was probably our most overall first picked hero if it wasn't banned. And now teams realize they like playing holiday instead. And you think about what we've seen Cool Cheese do for melee creeps and how Cool Cheese has been able to be super effective in a very high mobility roam centered way. Makes sense. And you know, Jason, it might not be solo, but it's here.
Could be solo.
He's paying Dan. Look at the pain on Jason's face.
Is production messing with me? You know, actually, I know I'm not even gonna play around this, right? Because there very well could be very high viability in first picking a lash. I don't know right now because of the patch, so I'm not gonna pull hair out or shave it clearly right now. But first picking lash, I feel like there's quite a few other choices you could be going for in this situation.
Yeah, I feel like you're not hard pressed for like, oh man, what if they steal my lash? I don't think you're like in that territory. But hey, you know what? They just really wanted to lock it in, so it's a bit of a statement. At least, guys, they are picking up the Wraith second. At least the Wraith's coming in, because that's often what, like, you know, if you get a weird pick opening, you'll just get the Wraith get ignored, and then the other team picks it up. So at least they get a Wraith.
Also, how in the world is it that TF2 Boomers in all their games have only picked Wraith 13% of the time? I feel like there's some level of criminality involved in that, given how good Wraith is. Even though, okay, Wraith isn't that valued in NA historically, but melee creeps on the other end, they're going with the global approved meta picks, which is early Holiday, early Mirage. Now, next pick going in here, they even could steal the Paradox away. Like, I don't think double playmaker is that bad when you just completely remove the ability of your opponent to get either of those 2 heroes, because TF2 Boomers on their last pick, they're going to need to pick Paradox here or it's going to get banned in the ban phase. Jason,
Can I run back something you said earlier? real quick, because I looked up the numbers. You talked about Wraith. They picked it once for TF2 Boomers, which is kind of insane. But then I'm looking at what have they most picked, and do you want to tell me who they've most picked out of all their matches?
Lash
at 5 and Pocket at 5. Like, I don't think any other team, and again, I'm not trying to bash on them at all, has Lash as one of their top picked heroes. And I'll stop there before I start getting mean, I guess.
Lash is better at least. You got that old buff. He's a little bit better at least. I feel like in theory, I feel like he should be better in the 3-lane setup. Personally, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, you would think. I'll say here in terms of pick ban, I think for TF2 Boomers, a good ban that would come in here, again, just because I think it's solid with how teams usually pick. They could easily get rid of the Ivy here, right? You've secured the Kelvin, you get rid of Ivy, but instead they go with the Calico, so they're more worried about the frontline angle. If you're melee creeps, I 100% think the ban here is Paradox. Unless, for whatever reason, you're just absolutely not afraid of the Paradox, or you think because Lash is being played that you don't want to necessarily combine Lash and Paradox, because there is kind of an idea that with Lash and Paradox being in the Playmaker paradigm that maybe you don't run both. I still think you could run both. And if you're, with how good early and mid game is right now, Paradox is still one of the absolute best heroes for setting the stage there. But instead,
all that
they open with the man.
Just to be
they banned the Mo. Yep.
Stymied by the mole. Okay. I did want to too, because so I was wondering if they were going to go the frontline route. The interesting thing I think for TF2 Boomers with the Calico pick is I do feel like they probably do fear the early game pressure. You've already got Holiday on the other team. If you're also up against a Calico, I feel like it does start to feel a bit too overwhelming. So I feel like I respect TF2 Boomers ban there at least.
Let's have fun, darling.
Oh yeah, the Geist was still up.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, because there wasn't a Paradox ban out of melee creeps, you can also just be like, okay, we'll pick him last then, because you're not going to pick him. Why would you ever want to run Paradox Holiday together? So yeah, I kind of actually like how TF2 Boomers then later approached to just go for another beefy kind of frontliner, someone that has a lot of healing individually themselves, a lot of like wave push potential, and also like insta kill potential if you can get that great soul exchange.
No more.
This is Viscous here. No, it's Pocket. So Melee Creeps is going double Playmaker here, but it's going to be the Holiday Pocket variant, which is a little bit interesting because I feel like Pocket has been a very inconsistent state meta-wise, where there's some teams that will value playing Pocket, but it feels like more of a preference pick right now than a general meta strength pick, the way Pocket used to be perhaps a bit into the past. But I look at Melee Creeps here. They are one team that doesn't necessarily run frontliners, especially if they get characters like Holiday. They very well could come in with, they go Yamato. That's fine. Yamato also fits more frontline category. And Yamato a little bit neglected at times in NA over the last few weeks, so kind of happy to see it back in play, Dan.
And the whole thing I was mentioning earlier about kind of what melee creeps like to play, do they have something that is more adapted to the strategy, to the new kind of map, or is it just going to be running back what they like? And it seems like they're running back what they like, where as you say, not a lot of frontline, and I liked getting rid of the Mo as well, actually, because Mo is really good at both the jungle, also pressuring objectives. And I feel like I'm curious if TF2 Boomers are going to pick something else to shore up that front line, whether it be something a bit more tanky, like a Warden would be perfect. Yeah, I think a Warden would be absolutely perfect.
Crazy to see Warden get to a 6 pick though, CP.
Yeah, I mean, especially after watching Pacific, where Warden was effectively the highest priority we've ever seen, right? But yeah, I mean, Warden would make a lot of sense here in terms of just you're getting extra carry power. Oh, what?
That's
okay.
Interesting.
Melee Creeps, maybe gonna finish out the Ivy here. I mean, Ivy would make sense as far as their team comp, even though Melee Creeps also at times will run without a support if need be. They're probably the least conventional team in all regions in terms of seeing the kind of the approved layout, but okay.
Are we gonna just ignore the haze though completely, or are we gonna maybe try to think about why it could be a viable pick? I'm trying to think about it, and I can kind of understand like the vision potential she gives you is really good.
You're on the right track there. I think it has to do with the fact that the fact is that you can be sneakier on the map right now in general, and obviously a character that can go invisible has more ways of being more aggressive in jungle invades, right? So maybe the idea is that Hayes is going to be better at either preventing or being more aggro on the jungle invade side, but it's counterbalanced by the fact that the general approximation is that Hayes herself doesn't necessarily have the hero power that other characters in the same role might have right now, Dan.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is, you know, they're up against a bunch of squishies also, so that probably is another argument in addition to what you guys just stated. If it was a much more tanky lineup with more heals, but potentially maybe you're not thinking about that. But I do agree. I love Warden as well, because Warden is such a powerhouse, especially in objectives. In the meta, people are using his like the last stand predominantly to take down objectives really quick, and because Warden can be kind of a carry, especially if he's getting a lot of souls on board, it really feels like I really liked the idea of Warden. But I'm super open to Hayes. Like you guys said, that there might be some new applications to this, so we'll have to just see. We'll have to let them cook.
On the Hayes, so I am reading chat, and apparently, from what I'm hearing, is that Goober's been playing. I could be completely getting messed with in chat, but that apparently Goober has been practicing like a spirit Hayes.
Yeah, but Naked also counterbalance that by hero pool saying it doesn't make sense. But here's what I'll say is that if Goober does play the Hayes, I mean, you think in the ages past, like Goober did impress us with Hayes play back when, you know, the impression was, oh, Goober's just a Viscous one trick, you know, just, let Goober play Viscous, and then Goober comes in and actually gets way ahead on Hayes in one of the best of ones in a game that, from what I remember, TF2 Boomers ended up throwing, but they shouldn't have thrown with like how far ahead Goober got on the Hayes. So, I mean, it's not about the individual skill, it's just more about wondering, does Hayes fit right now, power level wise, within the other options that you have?
Not to try to call you out, but has he played Hayes? Because I'm looking at my database, and I don't see him as playing Hayes a single time in our matches. 3 Paradoxes, 1 Vindicta, 3 Viscous, 1 Yamato.
It might not have been in DFN. It was definitely a NA tournament where Goober played Hayes. Okay. Like 100%, that was a thing that has stuck out. I think it might not have been DFN though, now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I just wondering, like, I'm worried that my database is potentially wrong here. No. But if we have like a spirit build Hayes, let's just play along with chat, right? Unless they're trolling me, what is that going to give you? From what I remember, it gives you obviously like the sleep dagger does a lot of damage, but also your ultimate will do a lot of damage. Your channel time on that is insane. I mean, there's not a lot of CC to stop him, I guess. The lasso, the jump pad, and then the stone form, and that's it, right?
I don't remember the spirit scaling on fixation right now, but I mean, that was when that change came in, that was a pretty big buff to Hayes. Like she does like a really crazy amount of damage output, but it feels like there's just like a lot of ways to just basically stop Hayes, like CC Hayes, or but actually thinking about it, is there a lot of CC available? Let's see. Okay, you got
tornado, stone form, lasso, jump pad, and owl.
It's not crazy. It's not crazy.
Dan, we do have a stretch goal being put on chat now while we wait for the game, where we're just waiting for the lobby to get started. For those wondering, it's like, why not in game? Why not in game? But also there's a question chat saying, can we crowdfund DDK a new headset? They're looking at your headset and, you know, the very retro, you know, brown vibes on it. And people are saying is like, does he need a new one? I think it looks great personally, but
what people don't realize is we could get him like AirPods and they're still gonna look that big on his head. No, I'm just kidding. I like his headset though.
It's classic. It's classic. It's pretty massive on my tiny head.
It's comfy.
It is. It is. You can't go wrong with Sennheisers. You can't go wrong.
So, like Fight Night brought to you by Intel and SteelSeries coming up soon. Yeah. We still had our goal of like, was it 1,000 subs? I would shave my head on air. I mean, that only is good for today.
I had those accents as well at 500. Was it? Was that right?
Yeah. And you two do the opposing accent at 500.
The funny thing though, Jason, is that you probably don't know this, but ZP's reaction to doing a British accent is actually my reaction to doing an American one. And so many people have asked me that. They're just terrible at accents.
More comfortable. You said it way more comfortable laughing, even though it was like a nervous laugh.
It was more nervous than you know.
It was fear. It was absolute fear that was being held in there.
But you live in Texas, right?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Texan is so easy to speak.
All right, let's hear it.
I mean, I was from Arkansas, so I didn't live in Texas, so I can't really I do have a slight southern accent if I revert back to it. But luckily, you don't need to hear it because we're going into game.
We're saved. Saved from accent talk as we get into our best of one, the challenging match here in Deadlock Fight Night North America. TF2 Boomers versus Melee Creeps, fighting for the right to take on Hydra Nation for $1,000 in the money match later today, where You know, I really do appreciate, Dan, how we're still in the era of MS Paint logos and Deadlock. One day this will go away and it'll be all pure corpo. But for now, yeah,
Dude,
we get to enjoy
like,
the early days.
You just ask Grok for an AI-generated logo these days if you wanted.
No, we don't. We actually Melee Creeps tried to give us an AI-generated logo.
Oh, seriously?
And we rejected it. Yeah, production
really?
said absolutely no way. Like, yeah, no, production's like, get that out of here. But we'll take your MS Paint drawing. But yeah, Jason, lane setup here. Anything striking out to you in terms of allocation, especially in regards to what we're seeing in middle versus side?
The haze I'm kind of curious about. If I'm looking at like these setups, I'm like interested why it's over in lane 1, so it can't really be interactive between the 2 lanes unless you're gonna do it via teleporter. I think that's one that kind of stands out to me. But for Melee Creep side, the right lane looks painful and powerful as hell for them. Holiday, Grey Talon in a lane together, that's very bursty, and I expect a lot of kills to come from that lane.
Painful and powerful, Dan, is the setting. It's hard to disagree.
I gotta say, as a quick side point, it is really weird to cast this now because it feels like my brain is like ready to experience maximum cognitive overload with the 4 lanes, and right now I'm like, this feels weird that. Wait, do we have in-game comms right now?
Yeah, we're not supposed to, but this is TF2 Boomers using it in game. A little bit last pressure, instant Ivy reaction though. Love to see it. Deathy's Lash though, no longer alone is the key thing, and that, Jason, gives your last point here before we send you away for a moment, as all your dreams have been realized with Deathy in the lane phase.
I was just kind of besides I was kind of actually trying to listen into their comms there. I was curious what they were saying. Any last thoughts? I think for TF2 Boomers, you got to see Goober have a strong start. It's a haze. If you get haze going, we saw it play with me so many times in EU. She can become very difficult to deal with, but we'll see if Melee Creeps can prevent that from happening.
That's not a good point we didn't actually talk about, because it's like duo lanes, is, Haze's relative strength in a lane compared to some of the other options. Like, for example, if it was a Warden in its place, if we're thinking about the opportunity cost, just the fact of like having a binding word itself, even if it doesn't go off, you're forcing players to retreat. And so you're creating space pretty frequently, in addition to having the AoE with the cast and so on. So it's interesting, like, what does Haze provide to the laning phase?
I mean, I think Sleep is still plenty fine for providing pressure in the lane phase. It might not be the absolute just damage hit you used to get back when it fully stunned you, but it's still not bad for setting a tone if the rest of the lane is going well. The problem is that the lane is pretty stacked. I mean, it's a Mirage pocket lane, so it's a lane where if you play even just a little bit off, you're going to get punished pretty much immediately, right? The poke damage in the Mirage relative to the burst of the pocket involved. But, for now, you look at the left lane, and TF2 Boomers is hanging in there reasonably well. I think if things are going to go bad for TF2 Boomers, it would probably be in the right lane, just because of what can happen with a Holiday Talon lane in short order, especially once you have ultimates come online.
Yeah. Paradox and guys definitely know Slash, but I definitely understand what you mean in terms of the synergistic combos. Also, how much burst spirit damage is certainly scary. You could just blink and you're dead. Speaking of which, Washy Pop in a little bit of trouble, able to get out of there. And just as you were mentioning, it looks like off screen, we're going to get that opening kill coming in from Loman on the Grey Talon. So early victory there for Melee Creeps.
Ends up being a trade, so not the worst outcome overall. But, again, the thing to look at here is just relative to what we saw last patch. Definitely less mobility between lanes. We used to see early gank attempts come in around like the 3-4 minute part or earlier at points, whereas now it's essentially 3 different mini battles going on before people really feel comfortable to go, okay, here's a heavier rotation. So it definitely just adds another layer, Dan, to what we're seeing from lane compositions and, really duo lane mastery.
And it does feel also like the lanes matter more in the early lane phase because there's less of them. Well, hold that thought for a second. Quite a lot of heroes in the sky at the moment. Oh, the ult's coming in. That's going to actually whiff. And just more damage exchange. So just pressure. TF2 Boomers have the lane fairly pushed at the moment.
I will say that's something I'm actually not the biggest fan of relative to what we saw in EU. I really like the idea of running the Talon in middle just because of it gives you owl options for both left and right. And in this case, if you're low man, you can only owl your current lane or owl middle, effectively, for the most part. So it's a little bit less power, but see the Geist right now. Run back up. Cold Cheese super low. They're not able to finish. Meanwhile, getting put by Talon up top, who's still very, very healthy. So right lane, getting a bit spicy, Dan.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I feel like, yeah, TFT Boom is doing actually a pretty good job, actually, to look like they're coming out on top of most of these exchanges. Ooh, Loman in some trouble there. There's a barrel from Cool Cheese. Cool Cheese is not super healthy himself, so has to be cautious. Loman, though, able to get the kill there, and there's the life leads to get out. So TFT Boomers like to look at that, at least initially, but after some of those dukes, doesn't really pan out. And ooh, high flying action there from Deathy over in mid.
Deathy taking advantage of some of the higher terrain. Long awaited, comes on down, gets the kill. I also think of what we saw back on right lane. There's a world where Geist could have committed a little bit harder into that. You know, Geist was very worried about the holiday coming in, and you just see Paradox dying in the Veil about 3 feet away.
Yeah, that's actually what I thought would happen. It definitely surprised me that we didn't see maybe more of an even situation there. But right now, melee creeps are getting kind of pushed on that right lane. Hey, we can say right, left, and center now, as opposed to like 1, 2, 3, and 4. Isn't that definitely more convenient?
Yeah, it's more descriptive too. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 was kind of makes sense, but oh boy, Holiday coming on in, Cold Cheese looking to give it the pressure, looking for the Geist, forced back by the Paradox. Lasso though, 3 seconds up, and where they're at right now, I mean, Cold Cheese could just walk forward, go for the insta lasso. Meanwhile though, back over here in the middle, telekinesis up, Deathy on the hunt here with the Wraith. Doesn't want to dive the Guardian though, says, nah, I'm gonna avoid that one.
Yeah, Ranger is here as well. 3 players initially on this mid lane. So we already have some of that roaming coming in from Goober, although it doesn't convert, unfortunately. Goober will rejoin that left lane to give some assistance here to Pickle Frog on the Kelvin. Been doing it by himself for a little bit whilst the roam was taking place. And I feel like, those roams are more of an investment now because of the travel time. So you certainly have to be cautious with how much time you're deciding to spend out of lane. You really want to make sure it converts. And also doesn't set your teammate too far behind.
Particularly before you have the jungle really fully spawned too, right? Like once a jungle is spawned, you can pick up some jungle farm along the way and make it a little bit more efficient. But to do it in the first 6 minutes of the game, you're right. It is one of the biggest investments you can make. However, back in the middle, taking the Wraith now, just getting pummeled by the Ivy. Deathy in for a little bit of support. Not enough to save Ranger from dying in the middle. Now, here's where Deathy can, flex a little bit. Coming off zipline as a Lash coming back from, from Ranger, like coming off zipline is where you can kind of get good ganks in, but it does look like Ranger's going to return back to... Nope, Ranger's going off to the left lane. I called it here, Dan. See if the support is going to be enough to turn the tide. 3 versus 3, left lane.
Yeah, off the top rope, but could be potentially a 4v3. Ivy is pretty close there for melee creeps. Decides to go back into the mid lane to defend against Deathy, and actually, in fact, it looks like melee creeps in general fanning back out from that aggressive position from the left lane. And we do have all the vaults up now. Oh, there's the death slam. Stoneform's going to deny though. Still straight to connect, but I don't know that Deathy is going to be able to finish this one off. Good pressure coming in there from Saya. So yeah, that's going to be denied a little bit. But Saya's going to die in the cause thanks to the Wraith.
Yeah, Saya went for the commit on Deathy, but Ranger is just there to the side, immediately ready for the punish. And one thing that I think he's really notable here relative to EU is that the pushing has been, you could argue it's either been anemic on the aggression side or really well defended. Glass half full or empty, as it were. But it's 9 minutes in and not a single Guardian has fallen. Of course, now that I say that, middle Guardian, about to be our first Guardian going down to the match, but it's been way slower objective-wise on the NA end.
Yeah, and it looks like the gank there that was coming in from TFT Boomers maybe backfiring a little bit into mid from Goober, roaming his way across. Now trying to make his way across to the right lane as we see a lot of trouble there for LGTK, for TFT Boomers. So they're definitely not having a fun time here on the right lane on the defense. But here comes Deathy off the top rope once again to assist. But look at the timing from melee crews. They fall back just in the right moment.
Yeah, I think they realized Deathy might be on the way in. Frozen Shelter can be popped over here in lane 1 while things are going down on lane 3, the right lane, as it were. Full cheese down, low main out of it. Goober, the 2-for-1 special over and in. Making the haze work right now. There are doubters, including Hus to an extent, but for now, TF2 Boomers keeping it close with the Haze comp.
Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting to see. Like, I want to see Goober's vision for this Haze pick. So I want to see them do well with it. And by the way, just as we see the bridge buffs there in the elevated position, I really love the how they've changed the bridge buffs to be this like very elevated position. I just like this. What's pretty cool is that Valve obviously have a lot more data to be like, okay, this is how we want the map to play, because we now have observed what the hero interactions are like at both the casual and pro level. And so yeah, I really like some of these changes.
I will strengthen
Yeah, and look at there, I'm just checking in. Likely be calling. You know what? I'll call him in right now just because he's around. Jason, what are you thinking so far? And has Deathy made you a believer yet?
No, I mean, he's at 9K. I can't really argue too much with it. It seems to be doing pretty well. And I have to say, maybe I should take credit, because who would have thought putting Lash in a dual lane, not a solo lane, will bring you great success?
Only Jason can find a way to take a little bit of credit there. Just like, you know, actually, it was all me. Not the game change, not anything else. It was the one and only Jason Kaplan. That is why he is Poshy Pop's favorite caster. Allegedly. Not not hit by a bribe or anything like that. But earn in motion here, Dan. Melee Creeps,
Yep.
looking for a quick turn in. Is going to be potentially contested by Goober and Ranger right now. However, as I say that, Cool Cheese just provides enough spacing with the barrel that the turn in relatively painless. However, Cool Cheese goes up a little bit far, gets punished by Goober. See if this counter engage is going to be effective for Melee Creeps. Goober with 2 here so far, just going wild on the Haze.
Yeah, Goober's really making it work so far. In fact, TFT Boomers not too far behind at the moment, just 6k souls. So definitely holding their own. And just, you know, quick objective check. They are on the worst end of it in terms of those Guardians. They're 2 behind. So, oh, Sire, life leech there, doing a lot of work. There's a nice little bag there to be collected as well. So that's going to help immensely to just cover that deficit on the souls, in addition to what I'm sure will be some Guardian pickups as well in short order. And the question too, ZP, that we'll have to try to keep an eye on is now the efficiency of how well the jungles are being farmed.
Yeah, especially now that TF2 Boomers, I mean, all their Guardians are gone. Melee Creeps can invade with ease, but TF2 Boomers getting the Guardian down on right, keep it relatively even. So both teams more access to each other's jungle at this point. Skirmish though going on here, right lane. Mirage under pressure, Deathy forcing back. Hang to the back behind Cool Cheese. Deathy still in the air, Death Slam picks up 2. Frozen Shelter in, locks him right in, but it was also a little bit mistimed. It didn't let Deathy come in for the extra damage, but you know what? It's not needed. It's Goober feasting at the end.
Now I feel just terrible for the reaction that we had in the draft when Haze was selected. Doing a great job on the pursuit. Okay. Under the Walker, tanking the stun, looking to take down Ranger, who is, after a heroic effort, going to survive. Poshy Pop bites the dust, and this Walker is about to bite the dust as well. It's going to be an Ivy off the rope, but I don't know that that's going to be enough to stop it. In fact, they're going to send Holiday there as well. So Melee keeps sending everything to defend that right lane Walker.
Even after a fight like that, you certainly want to reallocate so you don't give up a walker this early in the game. And the fact that there's only 3 walkers now, you have more ability to make significant stands. Deathy?
He was solo in the lane and he died. Coincidence?
Thank you, Jay. The unprompted Jason propaganda. We're coming right back in. Yeah, not the absolute best look, but you know, TF2 Boomers off these fights now, Dan, they have brought things back. They were, you know, at as much as I think about a 7K deficit, now about 5K up. And looking at allocation pretty much where you'd expect. Ranger actually, though, starting to build a little bit of a gap. So not too shabby for TF2 Boomers. You'd almost think Goober would be at more with all the killing blows Goober has gotten. But, you know, sometimes it's a lot of fighting, not a lot of jungling, Dan.
Yeah. It's working out so far. There's definitely a good pace, and also as Goober gets a bit more powerful, the clearing out the jungle will be a lot more efficient, just moving faster as well as higher damage output. So things could definitely start to snowball out of control a little bit if Melee Creeps aren't able to apply some pressure back in short.
Jason, Goober is 7-0 right now.
Yeah, I actually, can we take a look at like the build and what he's been leveling whenever we get a second? Because obviously, I don't think the build really matters too much in terms of him getting 7 kills, but you have to give credit to like Deathy, for instance, in that last fight, opening up the opportunity for him to pick up a couple of kills, even though the bullet dance and the death slam were completely different positions. But I am curious, like, what is he building towards? Is he still maxing fixation first? Is he going bullet dance? I think there's like a lot of questions around how he's specifically playing the haze right now.
It's one of those things where it's going to turn into just a discovery operation for the main Deadlock Discord, where you'll see in the hero channels there people discuss, you know, what's been going on Fight Night, what builds are people doing. This has been a breath of fresh air to the haze community right now. It's you know, a truly epic event, and what we see right now is just a little bit of farming
for the most part.
Yeah, nothing. I don't see anything too out of the ordinary there.
All right, Geist is angry. There's a swap and the pursuit as well. And here comes the gank straight onto Kelvin. Let's see if there's any survival possible here. And no, Moshi Pop AVG going down immediately. Really flexing the farm here is Ranger with his teammates. Great pursuit. He's trying to fall back there with the TP. Looking in like really good shape here. Nice tracking coming in as well. So TF2 Boomers, they are holding on to this lead so far.
It's also unexpected. I think most people going in would have given melee creeps just the absolute advantage, right? And one thing we didn't touch on in the draft that I meant to talk about is that when melee creeps beat Hydra Nation, one of the things that I think it was either AVG or Pashi was telling me was that they're really proud of the practice that they've put in on solo lane. And they felt like they had some of the best solo laners in the world. Well, damn.
RIP.
There's no solo lane anymore. So, you know, if you truly do attribute a lot of melee creeps' success to how they were able to get ahead in the solo lane, then it's not surprising that they lose perhaps a little bit of power as we swap in. But the urn in motion right now. See Cool Cheese looking for a turn in, but I have to think this is going to be fully contested on both sides.
Looks that way. And right now, I mean, melee creeps will have a couple TPing across, but they're not going to be in the fight soon enough here. That gives TF2 Boomers an edge in any team fight right now. Those players have TP'd in from the lane. And you've got Kuba looking to reposition with that invis. That's very powerful. There is the Frozen Shoulder to break up the fight there. That's going to split everybody up. That's going to be pretty helpful for TF2 Boomers. That's going to make life difficult for melee creeps. They're trying to find the engage here together. And there's the Death Slam. That's going to force them back into the structure. And TF2 Boomers controlling space quite nicely. As long as they don't overextend here, they're going to be in good shape. But melee creeps, they are looking to stay in good formation still as well. So it's still a pretty close fight here, DP.
Deathy diving deep and immediately getting punished for it. Perhaps a little bit of an overextension, was hoping to set up the rest of his team, but instead it's Pashi Pop that just dove into the back, ate Goober's face right off. So 3 dead for TF2 Boomers. About to be 4, because I don't think Kelvin really has a way out here. Drop an anvil on his head for good measure, goodbye. And yeah, I mean, I look back at that last fight, I just think about the death slam that came up from Deathy there, Dan, and everyone just took cover inside the building. They heard the alarm, the tornado siren off, and they respected the warning. They took cover.
Yeah, it was a really interesting fight. I mean, we'll see actually if AVG can finish this one off. Okay, Paradox has been very annoying, but there we go. There's the pop from the Jinsmark. Oh, and also Sire's going to find Rangers too. But I was going to mention, well, hang on, we got someone coming in for Sire there. There's a guy to the warp zone in from the back, and okay, this is going to get traded. Okay, cool. But I was gonna say, ZP, that fight was really interesting because there was like multiple like team like positional plays and coordination that was required from both teams. The shot calling there is like everything. Like you say, if Deathy does a different timing, like waits for the death slam, or if one team pauses, allows the other one to overextend and punishes. There's so many things that can happen, and I feel like that's such a big part of the skill expression in Deadlock is how you manage those like very dynamic team fights.
So we're gonna see the urn being run again, and we might just see a quick repeat of the same team fight, where again you're doing urn turn in here versus a Lash Kelvin composition, right? You see all of TF2 Boomers rotating over to deny urn. Should you decide to go into it, you really have to position in a way that you don't give up a really high value death slam from Deathy, or expose yourself there. But look at this rotation in through the jungle. You didn't really see stuff like this last patch, but here we go, over and in. Bullet dance in from Goober. Is this enough to catch him off guard? Cool Cheese immediately down. A great rotation from TF2 Boomers, backed up by the frozen shelter. Goober is down. Melee creeps. Look, they turn it back away. They get 2 for 2. Back the other end. Here comes Yal, though, directly on the Ranger. Ranger feeling the burn from Talon up ahead. 100 HP. Gonna get away. Pashi Pop over. Down goes at the end. crazy engaged this fight, Dan.
Yeah, that was really traumatic for TFT Boomers, and it's actually they're looking to try and turn this one around with the advent of Salty coming back into the fight here, able to get that back dropped, pursuing with the life leash, and there's the Geist Bomb even further, just diving into ABG and takes him down as well. What a performance there from Salty, a 3K coming through, and the bags to boot. Although it might be a bit of a contest here, Core Cheese is sniffing around, but yeah. I looked at that engagement, ZP, and it really felt like TFT Boomers had an insanely strong initiation, but it just didn't kind of end up going their way as decisively as one would think.
You didn't see things like that really happen back in the 4-lane game. It was very rare to see actual sneak attacks of that level. We get sneak attacks though. Lasso over to Cool Cheese. Looking for the pickoff though. Getting frozen beamed in turn. Stuck here inside. No way out. The lasso backfiring. Fickle Frog with the support.
Let's go to York.
There's a lot of team fights happening right now as well, and so there's a lot of souls that can be collected on the map that have not been picked up. TFT Boomers, they were ahead for a while, but yeah, Melee Crew's been keeping it even for some time here.
Can make the difference.
In terms of the soul distribution, it feels like pretty good for both teams. Kind of generally okay distribution. So it's quite hard to tell at this point in CP sort of who's going to have the edge going into the late game.
A little bit of Gamba. I do enjoy just watching the timing here, just because we've hit a level where you will get ruthlessly flamed if you don't get full. But
True.
While we were watching the most important thing, which is hitting the slot machine, Goober picks up another kill back in the left lane. So 122k to 121k, very even here, Dan. And even when you look at economy allocation here, there's nothing that's breaking the game wide open. Ranger, again, reasonably ahead on the Wraith, but not to a point that most melee creeps can't do anything with it. The front line of melee creeps, Pop hasn't gone a massive lead on Yamato. It's very, very wide open here. Even down to the objectives, both teams down, 3 Guardians, 1 Walker. That is even as it gets to 21 minutes, where if this were EU, the game would be over. Pajulas Cambria would already be out of the lobby.
Defi's caught between 3 players. He's got his teammates coming though. If Defi can just survive long enough, and as a Lash, you do have those escape options. And here come the teammates into the fight to see if they can try to make Defi sacrifice a worthy trade. And how so far every ult's getting popped here, and Ranger can't find a position to engage on, gets isolated, gets taken down, and it's just a string of kills in favor of melee creeps instead.
You 100% bring this to middle right here, right now. You've killed 4 in middle. It's a little bit of a roundabout route right now. Yeah, getting to the subway, never been more difficult. But you look at the situation, it's more protected when you go in. There's 4 down. Goober and LGTK still up, but don't think they're going to be heading over here anytime soon. And even if they did, not much to be done. So melee creeps, the first truly big advantage of the match coming out here off the team fight in middle. Pick up Rejuvenator, and they are ready to go. Barrage taking a little fight against Paradox, perhaps? No, not quite.
I mean, if TFT Boomers find a way to manage this situation well, they should be all right. You know, it's still just only a 7-8k difference in souls, so, and there's plenty of souls on their side of the map actually that they can collect at this point in time. So yeah, if they're smart with just like reading the map, getting the info of where melee creeps are going, I feel like they should be in decent shape to just sort of weather this EP.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage is melee creeps right now, though TF2 Boomers, especially given the fact that they're running Paradox / Kelvin, right? They have so many ways of getting clean pickoffs with telekinesis. Out here from Ranger. Anvil out in response to TF2 Boomers. Looking for one of those pickoffs right now. Going to be forcing Shadow Transformation out of Pop. Going in for the grapple. Onto the Geist, regenerating right back in tune. Goober and Fickle both down, and melee creeps absolutely turning that to their favor, Dan.
Yeah, these team fights have just been very, very troublesome right now for TFT Boomers. Oh my god, they're going to get completely wiped here. 2 players left, trying to retreat here on this left lane, and in the course of these deaths for TFT Boomers, they're going to lose their last remaining Walker as well. So now pretty much full map control is gone except that right lane, and there's a lot of creep camps on the map to be cleaned up here by melee creeps to expand the lead even further.
How quickly things escalate. And on that note, we'll bring in Jason real quick. But Jason, this was even for such a long time, and you have that fight in middle that goes badly, and suddenly TF2 Boomers, they're looking for options to somehow get back into this game.
See, I was just thinking about that. I feel like it actually wasn't even for some time. 'Cause I think I remember seeing Melee Creeps have like a 10-20K lead, and then they threw a fight where TF2 Boomers were able to pick them off. I think Cooper got like a double or triple, and that pretty much like tied things back up in terms of the souls. I feel like you take away that one mistake, and actually this game might have already been over for Melee Creeps, but credit to TF2 Boomers to keep going. I'm just kind of worried, and I'm not trying to like, you know, focus on Deathy in particular, but in the last fight, he was caught, he was lassoed in and finished off before he could even get an ultimate off to allow their combo to work. So I think for him, he's got to be very careful about his like angles of engagement. And at the same time, does Goober fall off at this point as Melee Creeps are getting more and more items online to deal with them?
It's a good question in terms of where the Haze is on scaling. I mean, historically, Haze felt better and better as time went on. But obviously, you know, it's a little bit more spirit nowadays, and you know, the balance of power shifted quite a bit. Paradox, though, quick swap. TF2 Boomers looking for a pickoff. They drop the shelter up on top. Bullet Dance in for Goober. Melee Creeps, though, still looking somewhat healthy. They're able to catch low main, and it just keeps going. The dance just does not stop. Deathy down. Ranger able to finish off Axe, who is brought so low by the Bullet Dance. Right now, 2 for 2. Not the worst fight for Melee Creeps here so far. Pop, though, looking very healthy. Shadow transformation. Now in onto the Geist. Dropping the power slash. And overall, just a little bit too much power on the TF2, or on the Melee Creep side here, Dan.
Yeah, so close, but it's not close enough to actually finish off those kills in a timely fashion. And oh man, it is just going from bad to worse now. After, yeah, things being even for a little bit. I think it's been like 3 or 4 big team fights lost in a row now. And you do think back to that one where Deathy did get caught. Not to like single him out, but just that was the pick that Melee Creeps got. And TF2 Boomers were in this weird spot where they're like, okay, well, we can get to that fight, but can we get there soon enough? And it is always hard to tell because you don't know how long Deathy's going to survive in that scenario. If Deathy can survive and then you get there, it can be a pretty good fight for you, but he died just as they arrived. So then you're in a 5v6. So it's very fine margins here where things started to go wrong in some of these team fights. But yeah, now things are pretty scary in terms of like how beefy the Melee Creeps players actually are.
Well, particularly when you think about how fights are going to start, right? Pop has now turned into a menace, where there's a point in the game when we looked at it and said, oh, you know, Pop's at 20K, and most of TF2 Boomers in and around that range. It's not that big of a deal. Well, you're 26 minutes in, about to be 27 minutes, and Yamato, with that big of a gap, can basically jump on any member of TF2 Boomers, pop Shadow Transformation, and secure a kill. So for TF2 Boomers, their win conditions here have shrunk to just having a really sneaky rotation, setting up with either a great Death Slam or Paradoxical Swap, and then securing it with a Frozen Shelter. There are windows here, Dan, but it's very, very difficult. LGTK just going for a swap there, I believe, just missed.
Yeah, it's a good point with the Frozen Shelter especially. It is such a game changer, potentially, and you do have some good ults to combo with. I totally agree. Well, mid-boss in a minute and a half, so you know, if there is a fight to be won, or maybe like a pick to open things up just to find the advantage, you know, there are definitely ways to convert into a positive team fight so you get that mid-boss. But that does feel like the only way back at this point. Melee Creeps to get that mid-boss is going to be a nightmare for TF2 Boomers. And they are going to go for that earned delivery here, and TF2 Boomers, they're forced to defend.
TF2 Boomers going for the contest here. Bullet Dance out here from Goober. Forces out the Shadow Transformation. Goober's still dancing. Yamato stuck in here. Refresher Shadow Transformation as Goober continues to dance. Deathy, though, down. Goober. The dance is finally stopped. The Refresher saving Pop in the moment. And Kelvin just getting burned down afterwards. And Dan, this might be the beginning of the end for TF2 Boomers after what was a very surprising early and middle part of this game.
Yeah, the power spikes are so evident here for Melee Creeps. And TF2 Boomers, they can't do anything but wither in the face of it. And collected, why not? But the game can pretty much be ended at this point. Yeah, Patron's going to go down real quick. And I mean, to be honest, they could probably stay up here. But obviously, if they're timing mid-boss, they should know that they just run straight back to the mid-boss. It will spawn as they get there. And they kill that, and then they win the game. That's basically the plan.
And I think you're okay with that too, because you're so far ahead now, right? You're about 40,000 ahead at this point in the game, 50,000 really. And it's at the point where, oh, if they contest you at mid-boss, do you necessarily care? Like, you can stop fighting mid-boss and just fight and probably win off stats alone. It's very problematic right now for TF2 Boomers, because their way back into the game is a very sneaky rotation, you know, a great paradoxical swap, frozen shelter cutoff. They're just running out of time and chances right now, Dan. Melee Creeps is going to have the ability to simply end this. And it's coming soon. It also could just happen here as TF2 Boomers, they look for what might be their final opportunity to stay in the game.
Goober in the smoke bomb. Finding an initiation is so difficult right now for TF2 Boomers.
Yeah. They're doing the right thing, though. Even though Melee Creeps is spread out and they're just playing the lane game, you kind of have to group a 6 for TF2 Boomers right now. You have to hope you just find the miracle. As unlikely as that is. Goober, though, looks to be in hot pursuit. Mid-smoke bomb. Does not commit here just yet. Mid-boss is up. Melee Creeps, they're going to force it here and now, Dan, and we'll see what TF2 Boomers have. I think you have to focus on Fickle Frog here. Frozen Shelter timing could be pivotal.
TF2 Boomers, they know they have to go in for this one. They don't really have a choice. It's the best, worst play that they have. And we can hear the dancing up top. All the AoE abilities drop the kudzu bombs on the ground. That's not favorable for TF2 Boomers. They're trying to do what they can, though. Cards are flying here for Ranger, but his teammates are dying all around him. He's in cop pursuit, though, finding low main. He's so low, but can't quite find the finishing shots. Low main still alive as the pursuit continues from Ranger, but back over towards mid-boss. We've got an absolute wipeout in favor of Melee Creeps.
And that mid-boss gets to live another day, because this game is over. Melee Creeps, after a little bit of a rough start at points in the early and the mid-game, they solidify, they take control. Pashi Papa and Average get all sorts of farmed, and this second stage patron will be demolished. Melee Creeps moving on into the money match to fight Hydra Nation once more.
Melee Creeps, they had a shaky start. TF2 Boomers did a great job in being very strong in terms of like contesting. I mean, we had parity. I feel like you were saying, I think maybe 20 minutes. They were even on objectives, both teams, but then it was a series of team fights where things really started to go awry. But Melee Creeps really started to show that late game strength. So congrats to them. Just Hydra Nation next, that's all.
Just Hydra Nation next. It's becoming a little bit of a tradition here as far as Deadlock Fight Night finals in North America, having it be Melee Creeps taking on Hydra Nation. Maybe this will be another day for Melee Creeps to take the throne, or another time where Hydra Nation wins, or if they lose, maybe they add a Melee Creeps member to the roster. Who knows? But we're going to bring back in Jason. Jason, you saw that from beginning to end, and honestly, more twists and turns to this one than some might have expected on paper, where the Haze looked dominating for the middle part of the game.
Yeah, I think TF2 Boomers did a very good job of utilizing the Lash very early in the game paired with the Haze. Like, you had some really great gank opportunities created. You had a lot of kills and momentum built up. I think it just came down to, unfortunately, the later you go into the game, I know Haze is supposed to get stronger, but I feel like teams are able to adapt to it quicker by getting like ethereal shifts, metal skins, whatever it might be online to prevent the Haze from doing too much. But that window they had, I think, came down to that fight that Deathy got caught out. And got pulled in with the lasso, because from that fight on, it was a snowball. You saw Melee Creeps win the fight. They got mid-boss, and then they just kept snowballing the game from there. I think TF2 Boomers did a great job of catching back up to Melee Creeps, and they've definitely shown improvement from previous weeks. But the one mistake can cost you the game, and I think Melee Creeps are a tested enough team to know how to capitalize on that.
Yeah, I think that's really well said. It did seem like the method to the madness was proven. So, we did a little chuckle when we saw the Haze picks, but yeah, definitely had some good impact. But the Bullet Dancers didn't seem to have the impact that I was expecting whenever they got thrown out there.
Sorry, I just remember this happened. I wanted to see the replay of it, but there was a fight where you saw Goober pop his Blade Dance. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but Kelvin... Bullet Dance, I would say Blade Dance, Bullet Dance. And Kelvin rescue beamed Goober in onto his ice path and dragged him along to give him the extra speed. I think it was like right here. That was so
Yes.
sick to see. It's like
Yeah.
basically a mini Ivy drop, right? Oh, the rescue beam. That was really cool.
Also, the fact that just it keeps dancing. It's just like, didn't hear no bell, just dancing and dancing and dancing, which also, while it's not going to be Goober, a decent segue here into our player of the match presented by Intel. Jason, I'll let you intro who it is. I feel like you got something prepped for it, but Jason, who was our player of the match?
Oh, I mean, our player of the match is the best player of the game, right? And I think we can all agree when looking at that match, especially how things finished off, it's going to be your boy, Deathy, the player of the match brought to you by Intel.
Jason, how have you done this? Like, what did you do with production behind the scenes? Also, this is slander. I thought Deathy played a good game. You gotta, is our next mobile, if you want to give me Jason versus Deathy, is that what is gonna go on here?
No. Not our first Deadlock Fight Night LAN. You put him and me in the box ring. That ain't happening because the real MVP, the real player of the match was actually Poshy Pop.
Okay. by the way, he was okay. The hero's just changing. It's all just like big production wizard behind the scenes. But Poshy Pop, player of the match, and I think you saw this especially, Jason, towards the end game, right, where it took a while for Poshy to get online, but then when Poshy was online, suddenly the tale as old as time. Yamato becoming the raid boss.
I think it was that he didn't really excel early in the game. It's not like he had a big solo lead compared to everyone else in his team, but he stayed even with them, but then also created that lead, whether it was the kills he was opening up or the farm that's being fed his way. He eventually did break out ahead of the rest of this team and just continued to ramp up more and more as this game went on. I think the support around him also deserves some credit. Like there, for instance, Cool Cheese, he interrupts Deathy. They get the kill onto Deathy, not having to worry about the ground slam, the death slam, which could eliminate a lot of Poshy's backup. But independently, like you see here, down to 500 HP, and he gets himself back up to full health after this fight.
And I gotta say also, just as you can see, one of the most important skill sets for the Yamato is target prioritization in these team fights, and you can see multiple times in these clips Ranger really getting focused down and getting just targeted, which is really important because Ranger was doing a really good job in terms of providing the majority of the DPS, being on the Wraith, being far ahead on the Souls. So yeah, great target prioritization from the Yamato play.
He even had a play earlier in this game where he went to go chase Deathy. He hit his 2 onto him and canceled it. So instead of going for that individual play, he instead cancels that to regroup with his team and then push down the staircase over towards that mid grassy river, you want to call it. I think just smart plays in general, but also really adaptable to any calls that are made mid match to win the fights. Definitely a cool thing to see.
One thing I'll note too when it comes to Poshy Pop and Yamato, part of the reason why we haven't seen as much Yamato in NA over the last few weeks is that when Melee Creeps has played, generally teams have been good about banning Yamato so that Poshy Pop doesn't actually have it as an option, right? There's generally a lot of player-targeted respect towards Poshy Pop playing on the Yamato, and maybe that went away in the draft of this time around just because, Yamato is not the solo lane threat that she used to be, but still a very good hero should you get ahead into the mid to late game, as we saw here. And, I do wonder if this is the last time we've seen Poshy Pop on Yamato for the night, because Hydra Nation as a team, generally speaking, Dan, they're pretty well coached, and they're also very good about not really letting teams that are up against them play their biggest strength. And I don't know, I don't feel like we're going to see Yamato again today.
Yeah, I think you're pretty right. I think you're spot on that Hydra Nation is a team that has so much hero pool depth that they're pretty chilling. Okay, well, we can kind of just target ban you, and if you try to target ban us, well, you might end up actually kind of creating a weird situation for your own draft, and it's not going to impact us as much. So that's always a very tough part of Hydra Nation for sure.
I think looking at how the Yamato played out, I think a lot of the early start, the early presence that you get out of her was due to the solo lane. It was due to the fact that you could win your lane and snowball the lane and have impact in these other lanes with a really high soul count here. As I was saying before, he was just dead even with his team. I mean, it's not a bad thing to be equal to your team, but you typically used to seeing that Yamato just be a little bit further ahead than the rest of the team. So I'd say in the early mid game, she's not as much of a threat that she normally would be in that same time frame if we were playing with 4 lanes.
All right, well, that was our best of one. Melee Creeps once more into the money match. Going to be competing for $1,000 here at Deadlock Fight Night, North America, presented by Intel. Will the Hydra be slain again, or will they come out on top in a brand new meta on a brand new day? You'll just have to stay tuned to find out. It's time for an age-old classic here at Deadlock Fight Night North America, presented by Intel. That's right, Hydra Nation defending and Melee Creeps, the challenging team through the best of one, looking to make their mark once more to slay the Hydra in the era of a new meta. I'm ZP here with DDK and Jason, this time off from the rip. Gentlemen, how are we thinking about this one as we prepare to go into our money match?
I'm scared for Melee Creeps, man. Hydra Nation have like the best like soul accumulation in the business, and I feel like they're only empowered in this new map to accumulate more souls. So,
well, the thing is, I remember Hydration said earlier they're gonna raw dog their games, right? So they haven't scrimmed, unless they're lying to me. They haven't scrimmed at all on the changes, and we know Melee Creeps has. I don't know if they did any scrims before DFN today. I'm kind of leaning towards Hydra Nation, especially after looking at last week's games, but I still want to say like it's anyone's game here when it comes to the new patch.
I think that's accurate. I mean, even thinking about what we just saw a game ago, right, where Haze kind of comes out into play as an unexpected pick and works out really effectively, where, again, many people going to the last match, I mean, on paper, they would have said TF2 Boomers would have just gone blown out. That didn't happen. It was a close game up until the later end of the game where finally it broke Melee Creep's way. The fact is that anytime you have big changes within a game, especially one as game shifting as the patch that just hit Deadlock, it is a ripe opportunity for the unexpected to happen. And here, you know, as good as Hydra Nation has been with a very consistent roster overall, maybe not so much in the last little bit, but you know, this is actually good. We're gonna do a quick, I think, fly through of the new map, just in case you're tuning in on NA.
You know, ZP, I mean, DDK mentioned this before. He's definitely leaning towards Hydra Nation. I would definitely say the same when it comes to this matchup, because Hydra Nation won against Melee Creeps week 1 of their new team of having Rokane and Young Calc. And you give them another week of play, I feel like the longer they're playing together, the better they're going to become, especially for Young Calc, who's in-game leading for them. It gives them like more experience with the team and more ability to figure out like what kind of limits they can push. So I think Hydra Nation, I think they're only to get stronger as time goes on.
yeah, and I think again, they're a team that's very well rounded right now, and we talk about how all of the changes really more so implicate teams on how good is your actual team playing coordination and your macro. It's much more of a factor right now, I feel like, because it's like you don't get as many possibilities for skirmishes across the map in the same way. There's less information, it's more fog of war for you to have to contend with, which really makes that map control element really important. It means that objective timing element's really important. So there's just so much now, which I think distinguishes this game strategically more than before. And for me, all of that stuff goes to Hydra Nation. But if they haven't scrimmed at all on the new map, then I mean, who knows?
Chad is saying they played against TF2 while DFNE was happening. So I guess they technically have, and I was lied to. And now I hope Hydra Nation lose this match and Melee Creeps Poshy Pop best, like they're the best team ever. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no bias whatsoever. But we got our rosters here, and I did say like you haven't had a ton of changes, but if you were in a coma, you watched a bunch of Deadlock Fight Night and you go, I'm just gonna wait till they change stuff about the game. Well, Hydra Nation did have a little bit of a change where, they ran into some tough times, and well, the Hydra evolves as it always does, where Leffa, perhaps the biggest surprise, no longer on the team. Quig left the team actually a little bit before the shakeup and was replaced by Lord NM for like a week, but in the end they settled on plus Rokane and plus Young Calc, which basically killed the old team known as Llama Lords, but added some of the best from the Llama Lords team, whereas Melee Creeps, they've been pretty consistent on the whole.
Yeah, and the addition of Young Calc and Rokane has been really nice, like Jason was talking about. It feels like Young Calc definitely really adds that extra voice to the team that seems to just give them more options, especially because Young Calc, if you don't have him on a support, we did see him playing Abrams quite a bit last time. He's such a playmaker. He gets in there, and it just seems like his dynamic fits really, really well. So it does seem like a pretty awesome pickup.
And I think for Melee Creeps, I think you guys talked about last week. I mean, they're a team, young players, kind of like first time into esports for some of them. They're a team that you just give them time, they're going to continue to improve and improve and improve. And it's nice to see that we do have someone in NA at the moment who can challenge Hydra Nation, and actually the only team to have beaten them in an official tournament as well.
Well, the bans are underway, and we'll see what's going in here. If I'm Hydra Nation coming into this, okay, Sinclair's gone from melee creeps, but if you're Hydra Nation, you kill Yamato. You don't let Pashy Pop get Yamato. It has been the late game presence that melee creeps has relied on to not only beat Hydra Nation in the past, but obviously a key part in their win versus TF2 Boomers. Should Yamato get through here, I'll be a little surprised. I guess the other thing that could happen is a holiday ban, right? Cool Cheese is very good on the holiday, but between the two, I think I would rather deal with the holiday than deal with the Yamato, given what melee creeps really clutches on. But instead, they banned 7. Dan, what is going on?
Interesting. Well, Seven's definitely picked up form a lot. Obviously, the ult getting buffed and people understanding how to just do a better job with the pacing on the character, and just like the builds just make more sense. But especially now that the jungle is a lot more of a factor. Seven's a natural jungler too, so it just feels like he's going to fit into this like really effectively. So like getting the ban there, I feel like that definitely makes some sense. That's just a general, like it's definitely a more valuable pick than it was. But are we going to see a holiday opener from melee creeps? That seems to be the new paradox, and yeah, that's the case.
So I was just checking that because I wanted to see if melee creeps had played 7 in DFN. They've only played it once, but again, like the power of 7 at the moment, you kind of can't underestimate it. But yeah, holiday, man. We've seen so many sick holidays across both regions, and for melee creeps, I feel like it's going to be pretty damn similar. It's something they played 3 times with a 66% win rate, so it's gonna be pretty strong. But thinking back to what was it, the Aegis Aurora match we had against Pojalesk and Bria, holiday just actually sorry, it was Virtus Pro versus Aegis Aurora. Demov on the holiday just wrecked their face in that first match.
I'm curious here for Hydra Nation, do they go Wraith? You've picked Mirage, like Mirage Wraith immediately just gives you really high damage as far as like your players would generally play carry related heroes. I don't think the front line, especially against melee creeps, is going to be as contested because they're a team that at times will not even value things like a Geist or, you know, things like a Warden, and they will go without, but they go the Yamato. That is really, really, really smart in this instance, because I was wondering about why they didn't ban it. Instead, they figure they're going to first pick Holiday, and they take the Yamato away from Pashy Pop off the rip. I think that's a great choice, Dan.
Yeah, I wonder if there was like a moment where they were like, if melee creeps are like, hang on, they banned 7, maybe we get the Yamato. But yeah, they're absolutely denied, and melee creeps have to respond now as well. And I think it's still looking okay. So the Kelvin comes out, so that's going to be denied. So we're probably going to see what Abrams then for Hydra Nation.
Or hey, don't forget about Young Calc's Ivy.
Oh yeah, it's Ivy.
Played with them, remember?
Yeah.
He was our MVP of that match.
Maybe he'll get banned out there. We'll see.
Yeah, Chad was having a little bit of a fun time with that one, going like, Calc on Ivy? What is going on? But, you know, Calc went from support Ivy to, you could argue the Abrams was support, but not really. It was kind of more of a, yeah, no, Calc isn't support. He's just randomly going on Abrams when it makes sense. But melee creeps, early Mo pick, they don't leave it to the mid-round bans. And speaking of that note, if you did want to secure the Abrams for Calc, I mean, I do think with as good as Calc is on the Abrams, that could be a target for melee creeps for the mid-round bans here. But the other thing they could target would be Paradox. So I think if you're Hydra Nation, you probably grab Paradox here, because I think more than anything else, Paradox will be banned if you don't get it with this pick now. And maybe it means you give up something like a Geist. I guess we'll see, but I think you got to secure. Okay, they were actually more afraid of the Abrams ban, as it turns out. I was right the first time.
Maybe they feel like they'll get away with the Ivy, but I feel like you kind of have to ban. Actually, do you leave the Ivy open now if you're melee creeps? Because Calc is going to be playing Abrams, right?
Yes.
Maybe they'll run like a support, like no natural like supports, Hydra Nation that is. So maybe you just like gamble not banning the Ivy now. You ban something else instead. If you're
didn't Vegas play Ivy? I think Vegas played Ivy, right? In that case, like Vegas got sent to Ivy duty.
Well, don't forget, Flick is also a really good Abrams player.
Yeah.
Oh right,
so,
of course, yeah.
They do have that potential. I wonder if they tapped into that ability or that type of thing to do. Obviously, I think that's only going to happen if Paradox gets banned here. If Paradox gets banned, I think maybe Flick will pick up Abrams, and then we could see Young Calc on Ivy.
Yeah, that's right. Decisions. So they can just react off of what this ban is and still be totally fine. Whether it's Paradox or Ivy, they're going to be fine.
It should be Paradox. I think if you leave Paradox,
I think it's the most wrong you've been in draft before, but that's also a compliment, to be fair.
Are they trying to go something they feel like Bebop's a counter for then, or do they just not want a Bebop? Like, are they going to try to get a Vindictor out there, melee creeps?
I mean, they could.
Why a Bebop over Paradox though? Like as a ban, like I don't understand why Bebop would be something you'd be more afraid of right now over a Paradox.
I think it might just be because Bebop is really scary in duo lane. I mean, it is one of the characters that can absolutely obliterate a lane away from you under the right circumstances, right? More so than most in the game. And we've seen how hard it is to help a duo lane that gets taken away in that way. But I think, Dan, you're just mentioning Vindicta. I mean, low main has played a lot of Vindicta. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Vindicta come in, especially with how well early and mid game is prioritized. Although, on the same note, I almost get the vibe. I wonder if Vindicta's at the same power level as before, because I feel like Vindicta had an easier time going lane to lane pre-patch than she does now, and where it's at. So I do wonder if Vindicta is even at the same level of power as she was at her peak in some of her best games, maybe 3-4 weeks ago.
Well, the advent of the crow builders coming in that you're talking about, Jason, I think that has changed the things a little bit. I think it's made Vindicta a bit more consistent, because it did seem like a lot of teams were struggling to, like, it felt like Vindicta was kind of gambly, honestly, with the assassinate build, especially after her movement got nerfed. So I could see the crow build Vindicta potentially.
No more hiding.
But the pocket's out instead.
I was actually wondering if they took Bebop away as a ban because they want to play Greytown or something like that and not have to deal with it. Maybe that could be a potential last pick coming in from them, considering like they maybe want to wait out some more picks from Hydronation to see if they're going to get countered with the Paradox.
It's also not a bad pick for Hydronation here too, given Vegas' hero pool, or it could be the Vegas on Ivy if we think that it's going to be Calc on Abrams.
My bow is yours.
Okay, well, as I was saying, okay, talent comes in. That makes sense, again, with Vegas, but now, to me, that makes it feel like there will be no Ivy. Because I don't know who else you're going to have Ivy play there. Not that, like, you need extra special expertise stand to play the Ivy, but here it just feels like they're going to shy away from it entirely.
I mean, Warden's still available, but there's not a lot of utility. Like, for Hydronation, they don't really have a lot of CC or anything like that. They got a Tornado, and they got the Abrams ult, and they got a lot of damage. Okay, they got the Paradox, so they do have some utility in these fights, but yeah, there's not a lot of abilities. Like, you've got so much more in the way of util on melee creeps, so their team fights and their ganks and stuff should be a bit stronger because of that, I feel like.
I think they had like also no real form of engage other than like an Abrams charge, or you just hold W and run into them. And the Paradox gives you that ability to do that swap charge combo that we saw happen, which I don't remember. I think it was Llama Lords that did it. I can't remember off the top of my head exactly was the innovator of when we saw it. So it gives you some sort of potential, but melee creeps, that looks like a team where if they get going early to mid, they're going to stomp you. Whereas Hydronation to me is like, we get late game, we're going to stomp you.
Yeah, I almost would have preferred the Lash against this if I were Hydronation, just because of how well Death Slam could play up against how crazy the potential for the front line is now. With like Guy, Shiv, Moan, Krill, Kelvin. I mean, I guess the Kelvin with the dome, that's going to always be annoying, but this is impressive, you're right. But at the same time, Hydronation are going to win the late game battle, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing here is that I feel like you look at the Hydronation comp, and a lot of it is certainly focused on the idea of like very strong lanes in the beginning. Because you look at the combos that you're going to have here. I mean, look, you're just going to get absolutely hard pressured in lane. Not that melee creeps is like super far behind, but Hydronation feels like they win this game by keeping it spread out and split. Whereas melee creeps wins by withstanding that, Jason, and being able to force bigger team fights when you have things like Kelvin Frozen Shelter to really act as the backbone and keep people alive for a longer period of time.
Yeah, and I hope that they're going to make this holiday do what we saw D-Mob do earlier out of Virtus Pro. Like, I feel like you have such a decent time to capitalize early on to make some punishes. What I may be worried about is, though, the brawler comp we had of the Abrams Calico paired together in EU, and just the melee lifesteal. If you ever got close to them, they would smack you down. Exactly what we saw in the second H Sora match with VP. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be tough, and I feel like we've seen Hydronation just be the stronger team in general, but I don't want to ever count melee creeps out, especially if you're going to pick up a Shiv. Young Calc knows exactly what a Shiv can do for you and your team.
Yeah, and on that same though, I feel like there's going to be a little bit of a grudge there, Jason, where you're going to be seeing Calc run in on the Abrams, just being like, I know what you can do, so that's why I'm going to be checking you into the wall with my new and improved buff Abrams. The Abram is where not a lot of actual changes to his technical ability, but his aura has never been higher.
Yeah, it's certainly true. I think it's actually going to be very interesting to see this play out. Also because I feel like melee creeps are playing a type of comp that I feel like they haven't shown their best games on so far. Because normally I feel like we see their best games on comps that are more similar to the previous best of one where we saw them in just now. But this is much more like frontline heavy. And the Shiv I feel like I've been seeing Shiv struggle much more to be effective in lanes than in the past. So I'm also curious at how the Shiv is going to perform here.
Yeah, I think seeing the Shiv in lane is interesting, just because I feel like Shiv also as a hero has been a little bit divisive across regions, where he's certainly fallen off in pick rate, but when Shiv has been picked, it feels like Shiv has had pretty good results on the whole. But, you know, Jason, the big thing we've been looking at here is kind of lane spreads, who you value in your middle lane. What are you liking or disliking about the mid lane setup here between Hydronation and melee creeps?
I do like Kelvin. I like Axe in middle for sure. He's definitely going to be one of the fastest heroes to get around, especially with his ice path. He can interact with like the left lane or the right lane when need be. Offers some extra safety as well, like lane stability when it comes to the healing that he can do. On the other side, I mean, the Greytown, I think you kind of mentioned before, ZP, being able to owl into both lanes rather effectively is really nice. The Abrams, I'm not like sold on the Abrams middle, but they have a lot of kill potential, I feel like, once you have a couple of shots come out.
You know, Dan, as we hear Jason's analysis before we call back to him later in the day, kind of well timed there. It's like, I'm not sold on the Abrams in the middle, as we see Calc just hit the floor about 2 seconds later. Aptly timed.
Yeah, I felt like he got massively debated by Axe, because Axe was diving in, tanked a parry, or rather like went onto the Guardian, like just parried, didn't try to melee it and just dashed back. And I think Calc was like, wait, why are you there? Okay, I guess I'll get in there.
Take a look at some of the other lane setups. So you got Paradox and Motto lane from Hydronation in the left, and on the right, looking at Calico Mirage. Calico Mirage kind of feels like a nightmare. I mean, on the same note, Mo can kind of survive in a lane, same with Shiv, so kind of a rope-a-dope situation here if you're in melee creeps, where if there was an objective on the screen, it'd just be objective survive.
Yeah, lose well. Okay, well, Sire doing a good job there, taking down Flick. Oh, close quarter battle against Sire though for the trade. Very well done by Hydration with that follow-up. And Hydronation, they're actually slightly behind here in the overall souls, but yeah, it's really hard to call much of a difference at the moment. I am so curious how this lane is going to play out though, like you mentioned, ZP. You've got a lot of characters that are not afraid of getting in close.
Well, one thing that I think is interesting too, we didn't really talk about beforehand, but the Hydronation swap up, I think this is the first time we've seen them play Yamato since Leffa is no longer on the team. Or, by the way, Leffa is apparently on an EU journey nowadays, so the story goes. He's left NA, he's going to be a high ping warrior in EU. But, you know, it did leave the question of who'd play Yamato now Leffa was gone, because Leffa used to be the historical Yamato player for Hydronation, and it's now Hydration taking the mantle.
True. Yeah, that is an interesting globe-trotting story for Leffa. It'll be fun to follow that one. Now, looking at the middle lane. Again, it definitely feels pretty nice actually for Bocce Pop and Axe at the moment, the Geist Kelvin combo. As I say that, we're back on the left lane here, and Sire's taking down Hydration, so Sire's having a lot of impact. Oh my god, very low. Hydronation still looking good though on this left lane, despite it just being the lone Paradox at the moment. Flick's got to be careful though. We'll get some assistance. Hydration's back on the lane, but look at the dive coming in here. There's a charge. Young Cow does not give an F.
Yeah, I mean, gives a little bit, because just gets pummeled on the way out, sends a charge, sends a message, and then immediately retreats minus half HP, as it were. But now, starting to get into the meat of the game here, Dan. 4 minutes. Ultimates largely online for most players. Take a look here off on the right lane, though. As we're looking over here, back on the left, low main. Finding Flick is Calcam to be pretty defensive here after losing that much HP, with the bombs continuing to rain in.
Yeah, we saw a combo kill fade out there as we transition, but no kill coming from that. But just shows sort of the awkwardness, I think, for that lane for Hydra Nation, you know, they've got a Calico, I think, hero that's used to dominating those lanes, but the Shiv Mo is quite the combo to be up against in terms of just the tankiness and the tools that they have to just stop you from doing too much.
Well, again, if you subscribe to the strong weak lane theory, which I've heard a lot of coaches kind of talk about a lot, obviously a concept that you see in games like Dota, right? If you go by the idea that the right lane right now is the weak lane for melee creeps, running Mo Shiv, I mean, you're going to stall things out. It's a durable lane. The Mo alone, your goal here is just stay in lane, kill creeps, score when things get bad, and you get good last hits and denies when required, with the Shiv still having one of the best weapons in the game for that. So, I mean, it's not a bad lane to just hold your own against a lane that would otherwise be very lethal. But look at this, they take the opportunity, go in for a little bit of pressure, immediately back out.
Yeah, that's you made a great point actually about the attack animations being really favorable for both Mo and Shiv. Hello.
A little bit of an HP tax there, courtesy of Vegas. It's not quite April 15th yet, but call the owl the tax man there. Just takes the pound of HP.
And meanwhile, here on the left lane, you've got, this is the strong lane for melee creeps. And okay, this is dangerous here. The Yamato Shadow Form is popped. Osai and the Yamato very low though. Hydration trying to slash his way forward. 80 points of health there, chased into the Veil, and he is gone. Trade though, Aspire's going to get taken out, but we still do have Lomain on that holiday here, applying that pressure onto Flick, who is pretty low. So yeah, fairly even trades here on this lane. So far, it actually feels like pretty balanced between both teams' respective strong and weak lanes.
It's been balanced, but the one thing that's a rarity, Hydration just, hang on. Combo, cool cheese in. Return the Shadow, though, might just be saving Calico the rough time, able to get a bunch of HP back. Now perhaps turning the tables. I think for now, just competent to live. But one thing that's interesting is that you see Hydration lower than the game's average here so far. Does have a lot, but Calc in off the rotation onto low main. 7-minute rotation, a little bit on the early side for the new meta, but enough to help out a lane that might have been struggling a little bit here, Dan.
Yeah, and there's definitely a cost for that because, well, that's going to come from the middle lane, and so that's actually going to allow melee crews to push up that middle lane. In fact, they're going to get a pick onto Vegas, who is on that middle lane, and that's going to be a lot of tower damage they'll be able to convert. So Young Cal's going to have to make his way back to that middle lane to defend it. And in the meantime, it looks like they're going to be seeing on the right lane a bit more dominance from melee creeps as well. So melee creeps, they'll lose out a little bit on that far left lane, but they make some gains on the middle lane and the right side lane.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. Both teams down one Guardian. Look though, in on the swap, immediate execution onto Average. Just get him out of there. Now, looking at Axe, who's rotated on in Vegas on the Saya. Axe picks up one. Is Axe gonna be able to get away here though? See Flick still on the hunt this time. On to Holiday, low main, looking for any escape. Not gonna find it. A little bit of rotations back and forth. Hydration, again, the better end of that, and it's enough to even up the game. Melee Creeps was nursing a small lead up until this point, Dan.
Yeah, a lot of roaming taking place now, and in fact, we do have Mo and Krill Cool Cheese on the left side lane and chasing down Hydration, looking for the combo. He's going to pick it up. Perfect way to deal with an errant Yamato, and Coldfront gets popped, but there's just not enough to tank all that damage going forward there from Melee Creep. And okay, you've got now some additional health. Rokane comes in on the Mirage to stop this pressure.
And you see Mo running away. Take a look at the overall fight take place. Calc slam into the back, still under pressure, goes for the hit on the Average, still alive, but not for long. Taken down in the end, back over here on the right lane. Rotation though in now from DMB, looking to get a piece of the action. Average can't get away unscathed. And we are just trading out kills. Kind of reminding me of the old days of the classic North American Brawl, where teams would just trade out constantly in the early game.
Definitely. Yeah. I always enjoyed how experimental that was, and I do like now with the changes how everything that's happening kind of means more. It's easier. It's more. It's easier for us to discern that. But the fights continue here. Right lane, the battle just doesn't stop at all. Forcing out the Shadow Form there into the frozen shelter though. That's not going to be a good look here. But getting some health back to melees. Very hard to kill the cat. Calico still up. Still up. finally, no, still up is DMB. Can't get taken out. Melee creeps are going to lose Axe in the process there. And it doesn't look like they can follow up. And this is crazy that, I mean, it's Calico after all, but still.
Look, you don't need 9 lives, really, if you just don't give up your initial life, which kind of feels like the Calico philosophy. But earns are up, 51k to 53k. Melee creeps slightly ahead on the aggregate. I think the biggest story to me is that relative to pre-patch, where hydration would almost always be the most farmed in the game, hydration at 7k on the Amato, kind of a new world here, Dan, as far as hydration adapting. Not the story you always expected. Low main, getting an owl to the feet. That's going to be a quick one-way trip back to base for healing up.
3 players, though, for Melee creeps in the jungle right now, in between the left and right, or middle lane. And they might just catch hydration here. Or rather, hydration will catch them. There's the flying strike coming out. Power slash as well. Crimson Blaze just peppering Kelvin. Axe trying to just escape for dear life, but chased down. And it felt like that was Melee creeps trying to set up a gang, but they are going to get on the receiving end of a 2v4.
Receiving end of a calc charge. Wait, what? Well, man, just got away. That should not have happened. That is absolutely ridiculous. I was within variance. Either way, though. Now trade outs back over here. Lane 1, Cool Cheese Vegas, both falling over. I just can't believe Low Main lived. Low Main also didn't even go fully back to base. Low Main wanted a little bit of an extra piece. Came back over into the lane for a moment. Might regret the decision, given the fact that Mirage is just staring Low Main down in the moment. But Low Main gets hit, drops out, and this time we'll probably get back to base successfully.
Yeah, and Hydra Nation, they have now gained a 4k soul lead, so going forward for them. Well, oh, hello. Trying to charge. Blocked, denied utterly, but there comes the seismic slam to get back in there. AVG going to take one right to the face there, and I don't know that there's much that he can do to survive this onslaught of Hydra Nation players. And indeed, the outcome was inevitable. And then maybe a Warcraft for grabs after this. See, people got a lot of players, a lot of attention from Hydra Nation on this left lane.
There has been a storyline developing, though, like while Hydra Nation has been skirmishing. Something I noticed that you've been seeing Pop not in a decent amount of these fights, and instead just running around eating the jungle via mid lane, where Melee Creeps is able to get down the middle Guardian pretty early, and it's just been a red carpet for Pop to go in and, you know, feed Oathkeeper, give Geist's right arm a little bit more, feed, as it were. But also, speaking of feed, here come the Mole Fist directly on the DMB. That's at least one of those 9 lives gone.
What a find there. Great pick coming on through. And now it's Hydra Nation's time to find a pick as well. Sire there trying to be slippery, but it's, again, surrounded by too many players. And the Affliction, it's going to be annoying, but we can go back to base, heal that one up. And we are back to a 2k soul difference. So, yeah, I think you made a great point there about that farming Poshipop is managing to do there with that control. And I think we also saw the utility that Cool Cheese can provide on the Mo and Krill in this new version of Deadlock.
I mean, the Mo's gotten very good value here so far. I was kind of wondering, it's like, okay, you don't want Cool Cheese on Holiday, but hasn't been bad thus far. Hydra Nation, again, kill hungry. Getting Axe, middle of the jungle. Meanwhile, Poshipop back in middle. The other thing about Poshipop, too, Poshipop has basically had solo middle lane farm for a lot of the game in addition to the jungle. That's why you're seeing this big difference in soul allocation and why Poshipop is most farmed in the game. The question you have in these situations, though, Dan, is like, okay, when do you pull Poshipop out for fights? Surely this urn coming up would be one of those times where you go, you've done good, flex a little bit of that soul advantage now.
Yeah, I think they absolutely have to make sure that he's involved now, but that's actually going to be the case. But I don't know if the numbers situation is... Actually, it looks like numbers-wise pretty good for Melee Creeps, but in comes the rest of Hydra Nation trying to take down Hydration quickly. That is so important for this fight. That's going to force a disengage, but in comes the Owl. And it's going to be scary, but not going to be much more than a warning shot, I suppose, as everyone fans back out once again.
You know, as this game has gone on, I think it's a combination of two things, but the fact that Hydration's been kept under control farm-wise, and the fact that Cool Cheese has basically been able to hyper-focus on Hydration has really limited Hydration's input on the Amato, because we've had multiple fights now where it just opens with, Mo beating on Hydration, and Hydration can't get things going. So the focus of Mo as a counter onto Yamato, pretty effective here so far. Rokane though now, under the gun and moving.
Oh, well, there's Axe coming in for revenge with the Ice Beam, dropping the Frozen Shelter, and that's going to allow Cool Cheese to isolate a player there, Rokane, and he's going to get taken down. Beautiful work there from Melee Creeps. What an amazing team fight. A great combination of utility, and they are now chasing down the remainder of Hydro Nation, and DMB is going to be one of the fallen, in addition to his teammates. His three other teammates that died. And what a conversion now off the back of that.
Yeah, quite nice. And look over here at Calc, under a bit of pressure. Able to take down low main, though, in turn. Back in the middle. But meanwhile, on the other side of the lane, Pop looking absolutely beastly. Meanwhile, lane 1. Take a look here. Average running for their life. Flick, hot pursuits. Average, though, able to shake the pressure, perhaps. However, as I say that, here comes the Owl, the full anti-Shiv regimen. Enough to take him on down. 84k, the 90k. Melee Creeps. Bit ahead right now, Dan, but still very close overall. One interesting thing is that Melee Creeps has maintained their middle guardian this entire time, limiting some of Hydro Nation's access to the map.
Yeah, and Pop has been putting the farm to good use. I think we saw that in that previous fight. But one of the issues, though, is that Pop is doing well, but his teammates are quite behind on souls. So, you know, it's obviously good to pull the souls in the right places, but they definitely need a bit more parity across the team now at this point. And you can see Pop much more active. In fact, going in to defend this middle guardian that you said has remained up. Pop is going to make sure that continues to be the case.
I think the most interesting storyline, and we talk about a lot, is just the differences in income allocation with the jungle and how you can run 3 lanes. But here we go. We got save that thought for later. Melee Creeps full rotation right now into lane 1. Average looking for the dive on the Rokane. Rokane in a tough spot right now, trying to get away. Gonna happen right now. You see Average just waiting. Is he gonna go down before the killing blow comes in? Over and in. Tornado from Rokane. Down he goes. Enough support to keep Rokane alive.
Oh dear, AVG falling a bit behind there, but in comes the rest of Melee Creeps. They're not in a good spot in these fights right now. Hydro Nation are taking full advantage of that. Aya trying to do what he can with the pocket, but might have to try to mount a daring escape. Oh, able to take down young Calc in the effort, but he's not able to TP to the cloak in time. Stuck there with the statue. That's all he has to work with. It's not enough. And Hydro Nation will take full advantage. So now, now it flips back. CP. It was Melee Creeps. Now they get wiped 4 players.
Yeah, and just like that, Hydro Nation is right back in it. I think the main thing that's still very problematic, though, for Hydro Nation is just the front line of Pop here. However, Rokane,
the problem.
Getting pummeled. Yeah, getting pummeled by Mo, also a bit of a problem. But when you got Paradox there for backup, you might just say, you know what? It's simple. We kill them all. Cool Cheese. Trying to look for a way, dashing back and forth. Comes out of the ground. How in the world is Cool Cheese still alive? Doesn't last for long.
Absolutely just incredible showing there from Cool Cheese to manage to get the Walker and somehow survive there. And okay, we've got a flying strike coming in onto the Holiday. Low main's going to go down. There's the support from DMB on Calico. And okay, well, we've got 3 players from Melee Creeps that are nearby. But again, speaking about the soul disparities, AVG on the Shiv, you got to be careful you don't get too far behind. At least on the bright side, Pop and Saya, 2 important carries, do have a very solid farm at the moment for Melee Creeps. For Hydro Nation, they're tied 111k to 111k.
Yeah, all evened up. And people might have went into this day deciding to wonder well, is Deadlock just gonna be super quick now because of how the EU games went? No, I think we're seeing here is a matter of how evenly matched the teams were, because this is as even gets, and this doesn't feel like it's ending anytime soon. This game could easily go 35-40 minutes, and look, I'm here for it. The storyline's developing very interesting here so far, Dan, and you look at the push between both teams. 1 Walker advantage for Melee Creeps, but that is about it.
Yeah, we see some pings on the map there. And that's a Hydro Nation ping, I think. Mo and Krill on the map, and again in this because of the way that the Fog of War is now, and you don't have as much mobility, the information you get to see is much more telling. I mean, it could be a bait, of course. It could be a big bait that Mo and Krill's there alone. And in fact, maybe it would be, because in comes form of melee creeps here now, looking to try to take a fight into the opponent's jungle. And look at the fallback here from Hydra Nation. They understand they don't have the full picture. They've got to fall off.
Well, and also with how much leverage, or mileage rather, that you've seen from Cool Cheese on the Mo. I think anytime you kind of know Mo's around, you have to give it a wide berth, because they've gotten a lot off of Mo pickups here so far. But into the middle we go. Low main, under the gun here. Calico in pursuit. Now changing targets here pretty quickly. Well, are they changing targets? Still might decide low main was a little bit too attractive, but flirted with the idea of shifting onto the Shiv for a split second. Other end of the map, we got an owl coming in from Vegas, looking to land on its target. Doing vital disruption here for Hydra Nation. Melee creeps, looking for a little bit of repositioning. Hydration getting chased. Into the ground we go. Very spread out is this fight right now, Dave.
Yeah, they're all getting chased. Everyone from Hydra Nation getting chased down, because we saw the shadow transformation have to get popped for survival purposes, which is never usually a good indication. That everyone fanning out. And melee creeps, I feel like they're in a great spot here right now. They are pressuring the map on both sides. Having to defend.
And with that skirmish with a few walkers going down, it might be a good time here, bringing Jason. Maybe Jason caught the affliction that came on in, but very even so far, Jason.
Yeah, I think a lot of the early game presence that gave Hydra Nation like a pretty decent start came off the back of like Young Calc, the rotations he was doing, the kills he was opening up for his team. But then where Hydra Nation started to lose that lead that they had built up was, well, Pop, man. Like, he's just been sticking in that middle lane, 27,000 souls. He's the clear forerunner when it comes to this game. The question I have when it comes to him on the Geist, though, is a Geist the hero you want to be feeding in this composition? Obviously, the extra tankiness it gives you is quite important, but I don't know if he's necessarily going to have the damage he needs to help get AVG online with those ultimate resets.
You know what I think it is, Dan? I think Jason brings up a good question. You might go, why not the Shiv? And I think part of it just might be jungle clearing speed. Geist, obviously very good at just AoE clearing things, even more so than most heroes in the cast. Maybe the idea is that Pop can be, a little bit greedier on the jungle than something like a Shiv that, might utilize the farm better, but also wouldn't be as efficient at hitting the jungle and going back to middle. But we got a fight going on right now. In the right-hand side, Rokane desperately trying to stay alive, but just absolutely jumped by melee creeps.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. It feels like they're lacking that utility ZP. Again, once again, it's like very hard to get these engagements going in your favor when you have to deal with the frozen shelter and all of these like very difficult, oppressive CCs. We got multiple CCs coming in. The lasso, the combo kills. AVG are running amok here, trying to find that killing blow as well. Oh, into the skies on the escape, but you can't dodge the killing blow.
And they might just be bringing this to mid, but also we got like the double dose of Jason. Jason, you had one other thing you want to get out.
Yeah, just because, thinking about what I said, like, why not just give it to the Shiv? Well, I know within the roles of melee creeps, AVG's role isn't to be the one that farms up and has the most souls. He's needed more for these fights. And Pop is typically the player that would be going for the farm. So in the way they set up this draft, they knew that the Geist would be the one they wanted to feed the farm to.
Makes a lot of sense to me. And right now, a little bit hard to argue with the results. Melee creeps a little bit ahead right now. Get the Rejuvenator and set themselves up for what could be a game-winning advantage. Still a lot of life in this one, though, Dan. And, you look at Hydra Nation's comp, I think they're not happy with not really the amount of farm you'd want on your Amato at this stage in the game relative to the top end on the other side. But anytime you're running a Paradox, you're running an Abrams that's still competitive, you got ways of getting picks. And as I say that, quick swap here onto Pop, the most farmed. And there was no swap, no ability to stay alive as Vegas finishes it with the Owl.
Yeah, that's definitely a way back in. Unfortunately, they've got the rejuice, so they can respawn quickly. But in the frozen shelter, we get the combo kill coming through to equalize into a 5v5. And we are going in. We are following in off of that jump pad straight into hydration. And right now, it's very difficult for Hydra Nation to take these fights. Again, the CC seems to be too powerful. It allows so much focused firing to be effective here for melee creeps as they continue pushing forward, just decimating Hydra Nation. They have to just keep running ZP. They can't like hold their ground.
Yeah, and now, Hydra Nation, they're starting to shift more into the mode of how often can you take an even fight at this point in the game. you're going to get bullied back a bit by the Geist. The Shiv is now starting to hit a point where it's truly a problem. And I think your attention has to turn a little bit more onto Flick, where Flick did start that fight with the swap, just to fall through is a little rough. Speaking of swaps, another swap in here. An Owl coming in from Vegas, and oh, can't get comboed by the Mo if the Mo is just completely dead.
Yeah, I love the mid Owl there. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, Hydronation, no map control at all. It's a very sad state of affairs when you look at the mini-map and you see all the blue there, which is a good indication of how much coverage melee creeps have on the map. And now falling off onto the farm that's available to them, carrying across that urn. Whether this urn delivery will trigger another team fight remains to be seen. I'm not sure how much time we have left on the rejuve, but it would be a good fight for melee creeps if the rejuve's still up. And for Hydronation, it could also be potentially a good fight for them if they can catch maybe a player rotating their way across. But I don't know if they want that direct fight TP.
They don't seem keen on it, Dan. Like, you look at where Hydronation is at, I think they're saying, okay, drop in the urn. Especially because Owl wasn't going to be up in time. The timing for it was going to be a little bit delayed. I think they made the right call. The urn isn't going to tangibly set the game out of reach for where they're at. But if they lost the fight and urn, that might have been it, as playing Metal Gear Solid with Calc. Not the most stealthy character now that he's hit the gym and bulked up and has a glowing book, but all the same, no footsteps while crouching.
Let's go to York.
Oh man, you know, I really feel like the double CC that they have is just so good. I keep mentioning it, but like the lasso and the combo has both provided such insane value in these fights.
Well, I think the combo has been probably the most disruptive thing, the Hydronation, because of how it has impacted hydration in particular, to the point that I actually think in terms of bans, I don't know if they give up the Amato, but I also don't think that Hydronation in a game 2, win or lose, is really going to want to give up the Mo. I think the Mo is the number one thing that they've probably complained about on comms this game, because it really has been the linchpin for melee creeps to get a lot of these team fights in their favor. Speaking of, though, Carbine in, Ethereal Shift out. Can Lomane do the great escape this time around? And the answer is yes.
Ready to have some fun.
Falling back off from any potential engage. Hydronation don't have too much of a choice. Again, they got to be really cautious about how they balance the fights here. It feels like they don't want to necessarily go into a fight without having an opening or like an initial pick or something like that, just to have a good team fight, you know, regardless of a mid boss or something like that. But Medicreeps also have to continue to farm, but there's not much farm left, so the mid boss is 2.5 minutes away, as are the buffs. So now this is dangerous territory, ZP, because as you can see on the minimap, melee creeps are looking for the gank.
Yeah, I mean, the jungle is cleared, and anytime the jungle is empty, people are going to find other ways to sate their hunger, which, in this case, killing players, and which also might be Rocane. You look at Rocane's position on the minimap, it's not enviable. It's everyone coming for a party that Rocane didn't even know they were invited to. And Rocane is just going to get crunched. Well-executed gank that was not seen coming. Again, I think something that you're going to see more on this new map than you ever did previously.
Melee creeps taking more advantages, putting that pressure onto the left lane. Sending some back though to try and make sure they have some defense available for that mid lane walker to just slow that process down a little bit as they take the Guardian on the left lane, and they can start like hitting on those shrines here. Access to McDie, sure, but what's the cost there for Hydronation?
Hydronation able to instantly take down the Kelvin at the very least, but it's 1-4-4 right now on the total on the map. And you look at the building pressure coming in. First stage patient for Hydronation is going to go down. Melee creeps making their presence known in our money match, a best of 3. You know, Melee creeps a challenging team. What a way to open up if they get a map win here on our new era of Deadlock in our new map.
Well, take a break, do some gambling.
Yeah, I mean, it is the break, right? And it's also something that, as we found out, chat will judge you horrifically on if you don't get full value. But Shift used early here from the holiday, still getting chased, 500 HP. Don't think the escape is going to happen this time. More resources were saved to make the chase down more effective. Hydronation up at a full 6. Mid boss up in 40 seconds. So the timing here, not one that would cost melee creeps the mid boss. But if you're Hydra Nation, you would love the chain just one more kill here and then turn your attention towards mid.
Yeah, it really feels like Melee Creeps must not lose another player. That would be the worst case scenario. It doesn't feel like there's a world where mid-boss should go to Hydra Nation. So the fact that low main is down, the mid-boss is coming up in 15 seconds, so low main still won't be around for another 10 seconds. There might be a chance here, and there is looking to be a fight there on the right side of the map, as we can see in the jungle on the mini-map here. Hydration, the Shadow Transformation.
Shadow Transformation up and immediately down. Doesn't matter. The follow-through, overwhelming. And again, it's part of the fact you look at the farm. Hydration is not significantly ahead on the game on the Yamato. It's not the ideal farm set for Yamato, so situations that be a Yamato living against 4 people, you just fall over. That was a swap intended to try and make distance, but I think the killing blow locked in like mid-swap, so it didn't even matter, Dan.
Yeah. Yeah, it felt like there was a chance. There was, we saw the makings of something with that earlier pick coming in as a low main, and well, with the with the destruction of the Rejuve Crystal and the release of the buff to the Melee Creeps team, it feels like it could soon be the end here in map 1 for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, I think the thing that's like worrying for Hydra Nation, again, it's not the aggregate. I mean, the aggregate isn't good, but it's more so, surprising weakness relative to where they usually are. And it has to be the adjustment period from 4 lanes to 3, is that usually, even when Hydra Nation has been down this much in the past, they've been very good and very much in it because it's been people like Hydration or previously Letha, right, that were very fed and were the main threats. Not really the case in this game. So they're looking for Flick to set up with, paradoxical swaps, but they have to get a swap that's clean, that doesn't result in an outright trade. But Earn now being in motion. Swap in. Can they kill Pashipop? Pashipop just immediately escapes post-swap.
Oh, pulled in the shelter. That's amazing.
Yeah, Flick ends up dying for the swap. It's an absolute disaster. You have to shift mid-shadow transformation. You lose some of the value, and see if Hydration can stay alive. Vegas is down. The damage on the Yamato, significant. And Hydra Nation now truly on their last breath here. And if you're Melee Creeps, they might just go for the end here and now, Dan. First stage patron already done. And Melee Creeps looking to rip away map 1.
Yeah, really impressive performance. And you can see there as well with Hydration that how quickly he melts away. That is the story for every single member of Hydra Nation here. Seismic Slam in over the top there from Young Calc to try to delay by precious time, but this patron is going down slowly but surely, and that's going to be Melee Creeps with map 1 at DFN Grand Finals here for the North American portion, sponsored by Intel, of course. And my goodness, I feel like this draft really helped Melee Creeps.
I think, to me, I will say it a million times. I've already said a decent amount in broadcast, but the true hero to me, because it started the snowball that kept Hydra Nation off of their win conditions, I think it was the use of Mo here. I think Cool Cheese was right place, right time, and was the biggest thorn in Yamato's side the entire way through. We're gonna bring back in Jason, and Jason, you saw the match, same as us. What were you focusing on, and what really caught your eye?
I mean, you kind of already hit the nail on the head. I think seeing Cool Cheese and Low Main work together with that perma lockdown, it felt like that you're going to almost guarantee kill anyone at any given point, allowed them to really have the snowball potential. That paired with the fact that Pashipop was just kind of unhindered farming for most of the game. You did notice at some point he started to group up with his team, and that's when his farm lead started to come, to come down. But the thing is, they kind of needed him at that point to allow these kills to really come through. But again, going back to the very beginning of the game, Hydra Nation definitely looked like they had a better read on everything, because Young Calc was just very active early on. He set up a couple of gangs, a couple of kills here and there, and yet Melee Creeps were still able to hold on after taking that first mid lane Guardian to allow constant stream of farm coming through, even though there's a lot of back and forth fights between these two teams. I think you even said, ZP, looking very early on the NA days where it was just a bloodbath. But Melee Creeps hold on, and it just comes down to those little individual plays and the roles they play within the team.
I think the key for the bloodbath, Dan, as I think back at what transpired, who was above the bloodshed for a lot of these early skirmishes, where you even see it at parts in the highlights, that was just mind their own business in middle lane because they got the early middle Guardian down? It was Pashipop. Pashipop built a nest egg and rose above the violence of the early game to a significant degree and was able to keep that lead throughout the game.
Yeah, I think you did a great job of like highlighting that. You called it out where there was that clear objective for Poshipop to be the protector of that Guardian and to ensure that that farm was being farmed. and did so, and came back into the fight at a really good timing. I know that we were nervous about it. We're like, hey, we can see what Poshipop is doing, but would he start to engage in the team fights in an appropriate timing? And it was kind of, I felt like it was kind of perfect because it almost felt like it was too late, almost.
It was kind of serendipitous, ZP, I'd say, because Hydration would do that with Hydration. They would just let him farm a lane all over and over and over again until he decides, hey, I want to start playing. But to see melee creeps do something similar with Poshipop was just kind of cool to see.
Yeah, I think they had a great read on how to play this. And, look, obviously it is brand new. Hydration is going to study what happened and adapt, I think, even within this very series, right? I think they're going to make big adaptations within the draft. I think how they apportion farm is going to change. I think the interesting thing that you didn't really see in the past that you saw here is that usually the people that would be getting like really fat within a lane, right? Like getting a bunch of souls, it would be Hydration in, lane 3 or 4 or lane 1 and 2. It would be side lane focused. But Poshipop was able to get that far ahead in the mid game, largely off middle. And that isn't usually how that went down, is like being in the middle, but just the function, I think, in the new map. But, Dan, we're looking at the stats here. We didn't talk about it a lot, even though we saw like points where Affliction clearly just made Hydranation's life terrible. Big impacts from Sai on the pocket.
Yeah, definitely. Saya played really well, did everything that you would expect of a pocket. And I think Saya had he just played it really effectively and had this comp, I think, around him too, that put him in like a really good spot where he's able to be a pocket that's not necessarily the full focus in these fights, but is able to come in, do massive amounts of damage, create like good positioning. He's got enough distractions around him, so he has the ability to use his wits to do that really effectively. And so, yeah, great performance from Saya to just do what he does there. And it is tough too, because I feel like you're never going to ban Saya's pocket. I feel like a ban that's more likely is the guy Snow, or maybe even the Mo.
Yeah, I remember a couple different times when he was able to just take down like Abrams 1v1, take down multiple different players. I think Saya is kind of like the unsung hero on the team. I mean, even thinking back to when they were originally playing against Hydration a few weeks ago, he was the one dedicated on the team to be like, okay, your job is to stop Hydration. And he did very well in that match. It was a Calico up against the Warden. And he's kind of just doing his job well and kind of extremely well, actually, for his team.
Well, Melee Creeps, one map away from dethroning Hydration and reclaiming the throne here in Deadlock Fight Night North America, presented by Intel. But Hydration, this is the most resilient team North America has produced in the scene. Not a team that usually let things stand lying down. If any team can make a comeback, it's them. But will today be the day they do it? We'll just have to see after the break. We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night North America, presented by Intel, where we're always back just in the nick of time. Here with DDK and Jason once again. And Dan, I love like your years of professionalism where you have mastered the art of always making production wonder. Will he be back in time? And yet you're always back, like by about 2 seconds left to go. It's great.
Yeah. That's how you do it. You gotta make them know who's boss, right? Is that how it works?
I don't know if boss is right.
It's kind of weird because obviously the chat pro doesn't understand what we're talking about. Basically, I leave to use the bathroom and just like, have a little break. And I usually come back on camera with like a few seconds left. So the production doesn't know if I'm like there or not. So like, oh, should we push the break? And we don't know. But I haven't messed it up yet. But one day.
On a game note, Jason, Melee Creeps, they came out swinging. They took the fight to Hydra Nation, and Hydra Nation, the defending team, now on the verge of being dethroned. We talked obviously a lot about the team comps that caused this, but before we get into the next draft here, what are your expectations for what you think Hydra Nation will take away in this upcoming draft?
I just want to go on record as saying production's the boss. I'm not the boss. Just in case you want to mess with anyone's lower thirds or anything like that, it's not me. I respect you guys. I don't know. I thinking like into this game, there wasn't anything special other than maybe the holiday or maybe a Mo that you'd want to maybe take away if you're Hydra Nation this time. If I remember correctly, it was a Sinclair first ban out of Melee Creeps last game. And I feel like you just have to take a Sinclair away with how strong he is at the moment. Like everyone has been banning him, if not playing him today. I think it's just been bans outright. But also, I don't want to see necessarily hydration on Yamato. I don't know if I'm convinced if she works too well in this like 3v3 kind of format. She doesn't have the ability to like get ahead early unless you do set her up in a lane like we had Geist out of Melee Creep. So I don't know, maybe some I think they're doing something to you, Dan.
Yeah, I'm afraid.
I saw some come up.
I'm afraid.
Yeah, that was kind of like the thing in the Matrix where it's like, ooh, deja vu.
Wait,
right?
Whoa,
it's like,
whoa. What's this prod simp BS? What is this? I defend production and I get called a simp?
They know who's an easy target, Jason, and that target is not Dan. That target is you. Although, while we're talking about targets and wanting to get a target off my back and also just coincidentally stall as we wait for the draft to begin here, I do have to make a clarification. I was wrong earlier in the broadcast where on the lore where I said, the book was making Abrams blue. Not the case. In fact, Abrams was blue completely independent of picking up a cursed book. I'd like to extend my apologies to the Deadlock lore enthusiast. I just read a bad source of information at some point. Please forgive me.
How dare you, ZP? Be better than that.
I should have read the book. Maybe not the cursed book, but
well, you know what?
Yeah,
you
don't read the cursed
read a book and put a shirt on with Read a Book Sucker over on deadlockfightnight.com.
That's right.
Well, like one of my complaints with Hydra Nation's comp previously was that they had they didn't really have any kind of like crowd control. There weren't really any stuns. They had like an Abrams and I guess they had the swaps and stuff like that already. But like future endeavors. But they didn't. I'm just like expecting something to happen. When I heard the Kelvin voice on, I was like, wait, what are like production doing something? Is something happening now? And I see something in the Discord as well. They're up to something. I'm just fearing for my life right now.
They're just posting pictures of me making fun of me.
But we get the Kelvin ban. I assume that they don't want to deal with the frozen shelters. That was pretty potent and pretty helpful with what many crews were doing previously in those team fights.
I think Kelvin has just kind of hit a level, especially in NA, where people just don't really want to deal with it. Now, the interesting thing, assuming that the bans aren't reversed, like happened earlier today by some consequence, Melee Creeps deciding they don't want to deal with the first pick Holiday, which would make sense because Holiday has been, first pick worthy in a lot of this. The interesting part for me, though, is that both Yamato and Mo are on the table. And I do wonder if Hydra Nation, if you're going to give up one of the two, what you get. Also, what you decide the first pick here, because I don't necessarily know it's Paradox based on what we've seen. I feel like it might be something more targeted. Okay, it's going to be 7, which also kind of makes sense with the ban priority we've had today, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, Hydration first banned it in our first match, and I think for good reason. We did see Hydration on it last week do some pretty sick stuff. It's not often we get to see him on the likes of a 7. But yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, and I think Hydration are being one of those teams out there that really respect how strong 7 is in general, but also how strong 7 can be with the change in the jungle and obviously the way the whole map's set up. But that leaves Sinclair open.
Yeah. And what's really cool about Sinclair again is again you're getting some of that CC in there, which is really useful. And I'm actually even curious how the players are feeling the value shifting between the different picks. Like CPU saying, "Oh, Paradox is not necessarily the first pick choice." That never would have been a question in our minds in the past. But the way the game has changed, it does feel like there might be some less impact, or at least more options. And I was wondering if we would see the Mo and Krill, because I was expecting that it would otherwise get taken away. It was essential. They otherwise had the other essential pick, Holiday Go. Geist is still open right now. I would be shocked if Hydro Nation doesn't want to take Geist away.
Dan, I think you're exactly right. I do think they go for the Geist. I also think you gamble a little bit as Hydro Nation here. I don't think you run the Yamato versus Mo and Krill. Based on what happened before, I think you do that. It's a bad idea. I also don't think you give Pashi Pop Yamato either. I think you take the gamble and you don't pick the Yamato in your own picks here, and you wait for the mid-stage ban, and you hope that Melee Creeps doesn't go for the early Yamato. And at the very least, if they do go for the early Yamato, you at least punish them by picking up higher tier stuff like Wraith, which they've already done in this instance, right? That's kind of the way I want to see them approach this. Mid-level Yamato ban, and at the very least, make Melee Creeps commit to it if they do. Jason, you look like you're deep in thought.
I just wanted to see who would talk first.
No. Okay, it's like okay, they go for the Yamato anyway. They actually do want to run the Yamato against it, so that surprises me a little bit here. I just wonder if they're going to do a better job of like funneling more farm to the Yamato, because it was a tale in two parts, Jason, right? The idea that not only was Mo focusing on the Yamato, but Hydration was never able to get over the hump in terms of Yamato farm for a lot of that game. And they were kind of interlinked, but one fed into the other.
I'm trying to think, is it going to be Hydration on Yamato then again? And that's who are we going to see 7 played by? Because DMB hasn't played 7 a single time in DFN. Rokane has played 7 actually twice. So looking back to like the Llama Lord side, so maybe we'll see him playing the 7. But then
I can see a world where you would think about banning Warden here, but because you already have Sinclair, I feel like you kind of want them to pick Warden. And so, because we talked about the stealing of the last stand being really a pain. So the ban here for Melee Creeps, this could go a lot of different ways.
Paradox.
Wait, what voice line was that?
That's Paradox.
Paradox. Okay, Paradox is banned. So I guess they would have to go Lash if they want like that hard initiation off of the ult.
Production is not the boss anymore. We're the boss. They messed up. They don't have the right picture there because they have no picture.
Jason, are you just cruising for a bruising right now? They have all the power. Like,
I'm trying.
We're gonna end up with this, and like your face is gonna be on every hero on the bottom. Like it won't end well for you. Like,
hey, it'll help me figure out which hero I want to cosplay one day.
The Geist ban, though, Dan, coming in, this does make sense, right? Especially after Pashi Pop just got real large in the middle lane.
The question would be, what would be a good replacement for that role? Because obviously Geist is kind of unique in a way where she can be like very tanky, has a lot of survivability, but has very high damage output and really good farming with the Geist bombs and stuff. So what would you want to replace that with?
Calico, and let Pashi go Mirage, and Saya plays.
Looking to summon a god, right?
Oh, they take the Lash away. Interesting.
Jason, we don't really have a whole lot in terms of playmaking available now for Hydro Nation. Like Paradox, Holiday, gone, Lash, gone. Sure. They could go the pocket, but historically that isn't something Hydro Nation really loves to run.
Is there any world where McGinnis is a go-to for you to be the playmaker with the wall?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably
I don't know. I saw Naked was in chat earlier. I wanted to get him hyped up. With Abrams being picked up, again, that could be a Flick Abrams. It could be Young Calc Abrams. In recent history, it definitely has been towards Young Calc. But what could they? I'm trying to think. What can they put in there?
They probably want to take an Ivy, right? At this point,
or Pocket. I mean, again, it doesn't really fit what they've done, but
Pocket does seem like good because I feel like it's getting picked by Melee Creeps if they don't take it. Something like a Talon could be like just something more in the air could also be interesting at this point. There's no Kelvin domes, nothing to block line of sight.
Yeah, Bieber's pretty good against Lash too. Hook him in during the Death Slam.
Did you just say Bieber?
Yeah, good old Biebers. Good old Biebers.
One thing I'll say on the lore note is that is lore accurate. You get Lash, you definitely want to Bebop on the other side. That rivalry is well known enough. But also,
you know what
I mean,
need to have? I'm so sorry. Reverse skins. I would love to see Bebop with just a giant mustache pretending like he's Lash.
That's cursed. Dan, Shiv, in for melee creeps. So going to the well again. Gotta think it's going to be average on it once more.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And I feel like a pocket here probably could come out. Again, just the fact that it's available, it's Sire's so good on it. Like, why not throw it in there? They've got a good.
They might just go Ivy though.
Well, like what's going to be the hero they're going to feed farm to in this lineup? It looks like it's going to be Mirage then, since you kind of want to have shit for the fights. Okay.
Yeah, they don't have anyone that's as good or as fast at clearing the jungle that's in that kind of more DPS-y role. But Mirage is probably the closest that they have, and it's not ideal.
Yeah, we're like struggling here for this, right? We're struggling to reason it out. But I mean it would be the best choice in this one to give it to Ivy, but that makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean, it also could be a more active Sinclair. It's going to get finished up by Grey Talon on the other side, which kind of makes sense. I mean, I think Grey Talon actually carries like disproportionate value on the new map, especially if you put Grey Talon in the middle, where, yeah, the last game didn't go super well for Hydra Nation, but I think one of the bright spots was that Vegas was still getting really high quality owls, and you throw Talon in middle, and there's a lot of ways of flexing him. On top of the fact that in duo lane, Talon is still pretty oppressive, right? Like, you can have Talon in one lane, potentially Bebop in another. I don't know if you necessarily stack both into the same lane, though you could. The early laning, I think, for Hydra Nation here, as I look at Jason, does feel quite strong.
I mean, if we're talking early game, I mean, we said many times today that Bebop, especially with all the dual lanes, can be definitely what you need to set things up. I'm trying to think if you're talking about pairing as well, because like in Abrams, Bebop could be pretty good. You hook him in, you can charge him back, or you knock out, then charge him back right after. You have a lot of control and can really get a player like Young Calc, which, you know, can be very impactful in games on Abrams when he gets ahead. That could be one of the options, but I think it's more about like melee creeps. How do you prevent any early deaths up against this Bebop? Because that's where they struggled in the last game.
Dan, one thing that's kind of interesting to me, and I think you had brought it up earlier, but it's also worth revisiting, is the idea of no one's getting gooped today, unless they use some Deadlock Fight Night merch. Other than that, Viscous, invisible, not banned, not picked, here in what could be the final map of our money match.
Yeah, that's a great point. And it's not as though I don't think that Viscous would actually be really valuable. I mean, I feel like Viscous is always going to work in a comp, but yeah, the one thing I'm worried about his EP for melee creeps is the sheer amount of like spirit damage from Hydra Nation. It's all the burst spirit damage that could be really painful. The cards, the power shot from Vegas, where it came with the is it power shot? You know, I always get it mixed up between, because it's basically the same ability almost. Longer range one with a Great Talon and Yamato with a shorter range one.
Jason, not only do we have the lore accurate matchup with the Lash Bebop middle lane, but I also like the idea of pairing the Yamato with the Bebop, because if you consider the fact that Bebop is one of the strongest duo laners in setting up kills and something you have to play really carefully around, it also stands to reason it's one of the lanes that could set your Yamato up for success and really get them far ahead if it goes well.
I'm trying to think like how likely would they be able to, because like the Ivy can stone farm and create some distance. The Lash can just jump away from minions. I still feel like it's gonna be decently hard for them to actually get some good damage, but I am curious what build Flick is going for. Is it that standard you invest mostly into the uppercut and the hook, or is it gonna be more of a bomb build like, you know, your boy Average Jonas? Because the bomb build, while in theory it can make sense with the poke they can do and the raw damage they can put out from him and Yamato, they're going to be lacking gun damage late game. Well, I say that, but they have DMB.
Jason, before we let you go, anything to you broader storyline wise that you're looking at in this game as melee creeps look to take down Hydra Nation, become the champions once more?
Yeah, I want to see Saya, man. I want to see, how does he play the Sinclair? I got to see a little bit in scrims earlier from some other teams, and you can be very mobile and have so much impact with that ultimate.
Oh, Dan, as Jason mentioned, Saya, CC Saya running for his very life. So the curse is real, about as real as Average, just getting dropped over here in the left lane. And this was the same Mo Shiv lane that, yeah, we commended its durability for before, but this time around, bit of a change up with the Abrams being in lane.
Yeah, Abrams 7, definitely no slouch. Okay, it's Sinclair opening up with a kill potentially. Okay, Poshi probably gets the finishing shot. One thing I think actually one of my focuses in this game is going to be the impact that Saya is going to have on Sinclair, because I just think that Hex is going to be so important in these fights. You know, hexing the Yamato, hexing the Wraith. It's like at the right time. So hey, we've got a big catch there coming in. There's no form there to try to evade the damage. I mean, I guess like if you're going to hook someone, that's the worst person to get.
I don't know if they knew it was coming ahead of time, but placing the Ivy is definitely in the middle lane, definitely one of the better lanes to just mitigate some of how out of control a Bebop lane can get. Looking back over here, left lane. I do think Abrams being in this left lane does kind of make this lane a little bit less safe for the Shiv Mo than it otherwise would be, just because there's more room of a charge, just putting you so wildly out of position that it doesn't end well. But overall, yeah. 12k to 12k, pretty even here, Dan. And I also agree with the idea that just when it comes to Saya, definitely the X Factor here, especially because Sinclair's been banned all day long.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just such it's maybe one of the best like CCs in the game as well. You are losing that, not having the last day from Holiday and so on. But yeah, like if you're able to get the hexes off on really a lot of these heroes, it's going to be very, very important, especially the Yamato. But look at these bombs there. The Lash again, very slippery. You can get the hook. These great escape options. So yeah, it does seem like you're very right, ZP. A lot of ways to mitigate the hook danger.
Vegas just barely got away. I think he just ate a Vexing Bolt and was very, very close to death if you look at what happened in the right lane. So that's the other thing, too, that we haven't talked about too much since all the changes, because Sinclair just hasn't been getting playtime because of bans, is that Sinclair can be a bit of a lane bully early on. Now, Vegas is healed back up. But you take a look there. The pressure is on, this time on the DMB. And he copies the owl! The fake owl is very real in damage, Dan.
Oh my goodness, you just never know what's going to come out of that hat. I was so shocked. That's amazing. Okay, so Sinclair just really proving the worth. So many ways to be so annoying. And you're totally right, the Vexing Bolt can really help you to dominate a lane, especially because you can get it behind the cover, which people will often use to dodge typical abilities, but you can send it over the top, so that makes him even with damage even more guaranteed. Ooh. Talking about charges, DP.
That was direct feed. Express mailed the charge into just getting pummeled by a Mo. I don't think Calc may have been aware that they were fully reinforced at that point, but that very quickly went sideways. And speaking of, I mean, it's a minor lead, but melee creeps up 3k on the aggregate right now, and see what happens rotation-wise. Splash, over, Death Slam, force out Shadow Transformation by Rocane on the Amato, backing off back towards the Guardian. There's, action getting a little bit intense here in the mid lane, but quickly backing off.
Well, I gotta say, ZP, if your right lane is your strong lane, Hydra Nation are getting absolutely fisted on that right lane of theirs. We'll go back to that point in a moment. This qualification, it doesn't look like there's going to be a committed play there. There shouldn't be, at least. Very tanky, all of these heroes up here. Yeah, I wanted to
look at the Rabbit Hex. Oh, no. Wait, Rabbit Hex steals the Seismic Slam, goes over, looks for Hydration. Hydration ultra low off that. Calc getting punished in turn. Calc tried to provide a little bit covering fire for Hydration, ends up giving up their life in the process. And you know Sinclair's a showman as a hero here, Dan, because we've been treated to a show.
Oh yeah, and look at the dominance in the lane. Sire's on 5k, his teammate Poshi Pop on 5k as well, and then that's against Vegas on Talon on 3.5 and D&D 3.1. They're 4k souls behind right now, those guys.
Look here though, Cool Cheese stayed perhaps a little bit long. I mean, stayed for the Guardian, left back to spawn. Calc off the slam, doesn't feel good enough to stay in, goes for a charge, tries to take the fight here. The Sinclair, 300 HP, has to reload at the worst time, just needed one more shot, and it does not happen, Dan.
That is unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. Melee creeps only 2k ahead here, and hey, we've got D&B still hanging around here, but again, D&B a little bit behind on the farm at the moment, so we'll just hightail it out of there to safety. And we had Axe coming across in the IV there, try to assist, but That has left this lane in mid alone, and Ivy on Axe is going to come back to try to assist the last. Low main is so low, but able to stay alive, so that is fortunate for melee creeps. And now they are 4k ahead on the souls, and they've got a couple guardians to their name.
Yeah, melee creeps starting off on a pretty good tilt here. And I mean, and the thing is too, is that you can look at the aggro and go, oh, it's kind of close. No, you're down 2 guardians in the new era of Deadlock. That's very bad. This is how you start losing the jungle. It's a little bit interesting because it's the reverse of last game where they lost middle early. Here we go. Death Slam in from Lash. Focus fire onto Flick. Flick forced off on the Bebop. No counter hook coming on in. Just pressure in middle. But what you have to keep an eye on now, Dan, is just look at the jungle and look at where melee creeps looks to grab little advantages here and there. I mean, you already see Shiv going in deep, but Calc in for the response. 2-on-2 right now, right in the left lane.
Yeah, I think he's looking for that killing blow on Hydration on the 7. But in the meantime, we've got some play here from Bebop. Flick has to try to stay alive, but in over the top, coming with the lash, with the damage. There is the stone form as well. Great stun there, straight on the top of Rokane. And melee creeps, they're looking really good right now, ZP, and they are converting this map control into oppressive ganks, and they are forcing Hydronation to dance to their tune.
Yeah, might not be a haze, but there's certainly a lot of dancing taking place in this game, and none so much that Hydronation really enjoyed doing. 38k, the 45k. Time for a little bit of a Gamba break, says Lowmain. You know, speaking of breaks here, it's a little bit on the early side, but Jason, how have you been feeling about what we've seen so far and some of the magic tricks coming in from Saya?
Well, first of all, -3 for low main there. Yeah, no, obviously, like, I can't really like express how sick that play was of stealing Vegas's owl to kill DMB. I mean, it was a thing of beauty, and I think it shows why we're seeing Sinclair banned so often. But also, DMB was really far put behind in that lane. I'd say because of that, he was down to like 3.9 when his teammates were at like 5 to 6k. Luckily for him, he's been able to catch up a bit, but the early start out of melee creeps, I think is disgusting. And Hydration, you might have, you know, a Bebop here to open up fights, but when Young Calc gets blown up like this, and he's supposed to be one of the tankier, you know, heroes on your roster, it's not a good sign.
Well, Dan, as I look at, oh, the parry! He just saw it coming. Doesn't let the movement buff be taken. I don't know if it was on Calc die, but certainly Calc has a seismic slam and get the heck out of there. Oh man, anything that could be going wrong for Hydronation is going wrong as Saya unleashes a new brand of magic off on the right lane. Hydranation's just struggling to get anything going now, Dan.
Yeah, you got to give it to melee creeps. They're doing a great job at just like getting deep into enemy territory to prevent that farming from happening safely. And so Hydronation, they can't really recover some of this difference just yet, but they're not too far behind. Although, you know, it is 7k souls at the moment across the team. We got this earned delivery happening, and Hydronation, they don't want to let it happen here, ZP. They are bringing 4 players to bet.
Yeah, I think you need the contest this. And certainly with the Bebop, you have one of the more effective deny tools in the game if you're able to land a clean hook. So the full rotation is here for Hydronation. They don't want the soul lead to get even more dosing. Rapid Hex, though, in Calc charges in response. See if Calc is able to fully get out. Meanwhile, we saw Death Slam coming in from low main. Not quite sure what it got. It was off camera. Bebop, the orbital laser, as it were. Trying to create a little bit of space here for Hydronation. Not enough to save Hydration in the moment. Calc picking up earn mid-fight. Saya off in the corner. Under pressure from DMB. Looking for a telekinesis out. Saya, no magic escape this time. And Hydronation makes it a decent fight all in all.
Yeah, they actually have managed to recover a large portion of that deficit with that play. Oh, big connect. AG sent this guy, kind of let him dash his way back out of there, and does manage to escape, it seems. Back to safety. And after all is said and done, it does feel pretty good for Hydronation. Still slightly behind, but doing a good job. I think one of the main issues for them is all of these incursions into their jungle that's been happening repeatedly, but maybe melee creeps won't feel as emboldened to do that post that fight.
It's been more even for sure. You don't have Poshy Pop 5k ahead of the rest of the game right now. So you haven't had that dynamic of an uncontested middle lane getting tons and tons of jungle farm. Also, in terms of farm, Hydration has been farming the jungle relatively efficiently on the 7. You talk about 7 being the historical jungle vacuum cleaner, and for now, working out okay. Part of why perhaps 7 is getting valued even more so in this version of the game. A little bit of gambling here.
Yeah, stealing the vault again. Like they've been doing a really good job at this. Like they were looking to go for the gank here onto young Calc. Calc had to fall back. They get all the farm. Whilst Calc is just having to fall back.
Yep. Calc did not imagine this being his life right now. Just walking away from lane from someone just shooting a magic wand at you repeatedly. Where it is a magic wand now. It's no longer Saya permanently stealing 7's weapon and infusing a little bit of magic into it, and that would have been a great hook if it hit.
True.
Oh, what? I think he got caught off zipline. We didn't see the opening there, but given that he was sitting on the ground, genuflecting, and just got crushed by the Mirage. Safe to assume, Dan.
Genuflecting, what a great word. Well, looks like it's an escape here for melee creeps. Our donation turning up with 3 for the defense. Rocane rather in creeping around the jungle, seeing if there's potentially any engagement.
Calc felt the double charge, instead felt the double fist of Mo, but still might have turned it into a benefit here. Average getting pummeled underneath the walker, so Calc still able to walk away with that one, even if it wasn't the double stun he was initially looking for.
Yeah, what a charge there.
I see the enemy.
And it looks like Medicrease might have to fall back off of this right side lane, and it could be Sai that gets caught off here on Sinclair. Just out by himself. It's certainly susceptible, but actually going to be able to use the jump pad there to escape back into mid, so...
Dan, did you know,
it depends that they're reactive, but...
Did you know Jason is guilty of deep crimes and misdemeanors? He's spoiling the Gamba for chat. It's the one thing you don't do. This is like half the appeal of the new patch is you get to see here. You get to see Lash exercise a little bit of self-control, go for the timing, and walk away. You don't spoil these moments for our chat, Dan.
I got a little scared for a second. I thought you knew about the thing.
No. I don't want to know anymore. Just go back into your cave. Shoot. We're watching slot machine action right now. But the other thing we're watching right now, storylines of the game, much more even this time in soul allocation and wide open on both sides, though the little Guardian still persists for melee creeps. Still, Lash coming on in, forces out the very early Shadow Transformation. Owl, though, from afar from Vegas, trying to provide a little bit of cover. Not enough to save Rocane, who just dropped a big old bag.
Oh, straight onto the buff as well. Always very nice. And then perhaps back into the fight, into the thick of things here. Quick come on to Sinclair, quick uppercut, and maybe try to escape here. The Death Slam, yep, don't want to be out there. Looking like melee creatures have just total domination over the open space. Oh, what a connection! Where the hell is Sinclair?
Well, he's not going because of the patch change where it can now be disjointed. You no longer get, the use a deep cut reference. It's no longer a road hook or Roadhog hook 1.0. So,
Sag.
Yeah, not quite the grab it would have been last patch.
It did make me a bit sad because I do love those types of like grabs, the pixel grabs. Well, but hey, I wonder whose fault it is that we no longer have that in the game. Who do we direct our complaints to?
Might be a certain character that if we were we can say it as the name Yoshi, it's fine. We just can't say the graphic because then lawsuits get involved. A certain company, but also no lawsuits here in Deadlock when you get pummeled by 2 fists. Bebop though might be able to get away. No, he's not. He's not getting away. It's simply not happening. Shiv there on the fall through. Calc though out perhaps for a little bit of revenge off the rotation. Cool Cheese down, caught by hydration. Calc also not getting away. 3 for 1 right now for melee creeps. Decent catch here so far, and sizable lead, Dan, really starting to evolve now.
Dude, it really feels like the grievous bodily harm induced by Cool Cheese on the combo is really like such a difference maker for them in this series. So many big combo kills coming out.
I do wonder a little bit about draft strategy here, where we talked about the idea of maybe you don't let melee creeps get Mo again. And Hydra Nation, they didn't value it as a first ban. And melee creeps valued the Mo as a second pick. They got in their first round as, DMB not looking good. Just, again, the old fisticuffs from the old-timey looking boxer and Lash.
Yeah, I do agree. It did feel like Hydra Nation were just kind of in a bad spot on the draft because they have it's just like there's no great decisions for them. Do they get rid of Geist? Do they get rid of Mo? I mean, they ended up leaving Sinclair open, and so obviously that's a problem too. All to ban the Holiday, and I mean that's the problem when there's a few picks that are really oppressive. But the thing with Holiday is you can replace some of Holiday's utility, and I feel like Melee Creeps have done that pretty effectively here. And the Mo is just it's hard to pick DP, but not hard to pick these engagements, it seems, anymore for low main.
That's a piece of lore cinema right there. Flash getting the better of Bebop in the moment, but the last few skirmishes have all just kind of went against Hydra Nation here, Dan. Melee Creeps also, the real damage is wrought when you look at the positioning on the map. Look at all these jungle camps. Rightfully Hydra Nations on their side of the map being devoured. It goes from pickoff into eating the jungle. It's just getting more and more of a soul snowball off of these handful of picks that keep happening, whether it be, in this case, from the Lash or comes from the Mo, who have been the two prime movers here, really, in the last 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem, and I, so much credit to Melee Creeps, because I feel like as soon as they kind of sniffed out that they had some of those lane advantages, they've really been hammering the jungle of Hydra Nation. They've been getting in there like just the whole game. So big props for them doing that, applying that pressure, stealing away that farm. And now look at them go. 20k souls ahead.
You look at bright spots for Hydra Nation. Rocane a little bit behind the curve. Calc very behind the curve as far as where you would rather have your Abrams being at the moment. Hydration kind of in there, but not to a point that Hydration would bully anyone on Melee Creeps. Ahead for his team, but not ahead for the game. And again, by the way, this is another vault on the Hydra Nation side. They are stealing their gambling machines. They have invaded their casinos, Dan. It's getting rough.
We're going to be a broadcast that just only shows those moments. like washed up streamers in CS only just turning into case opening streams once we play the game, but
only heavy melee on Sinner's Sacrifice streams coming up. But yeah, I mean, we just keep seeing jungle steal after jungle steal. It might have just blown up one of the observers' PCs, which is what I'd assume that black screen just was. But that's why you get redundancy in any good broadcast, Dan. We shift to observer number 2 and hope that observer number 1 is okay.
Who's the redundancy in the casters?
Right now, even though his back is in rough shape, should one of us go down, Jason is tagged in. He's not just an analyst. He is backup caster number 1 for NA after doing a U today.
Nice. All right, well, it's like an engagement being dodged briefly by Poshipop. They might come back in now because look at the Death Slam by low main. Oh, but we have a good response from Hydration. Big Cloudthorn coming in over the top. Lots of damage, can't take a fight here now, and I think Creeps will have to disengage.
Great timing on the Storm Cloud by Hydration. One way to avoid getting pummeled internal, though. I think your timing has to be careful because you can still get dragged to the ground by a ground slam under the right circumstances. But in this case, worked out for Hydration and stops that from being too big of a blow. But being down 20k right now, this Earn fight could be the thing that really seals it. Owl into Ivy, not enough to kill. And you look at where Melee Creeps are at right now. Low main is still dead for a moment. Do they get to earn contest in time? I feel like the answer is yes. They're a little bit split out, but also don't forget, Poshipop is going to be using Traveler to come into this fight, Dan.
Yeah, looking to set it up. Being very cautious here. Hydra Nation dropping the urn for the team fight. Worth the engage here. No Death Slam, but that's a big ground strike coming in from low main on the Lash, and the positioning here for Hydra Nation. They're having to fall back here. This is a very difficult fight for them. Oh my god, ABG Axe Call. She's wiping Hydra Nation. And that urn is still there to be collected as well. Oh, what a disaster for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, the urn picked up, going to be turned in, and it's going to go from urn turn in to mid-boss completion. Dan, this very well could be the birth of a new champion here in North America. It's a new patch, a new map, and perhaps a new king of the hill. Jason, Hydra Nation's looking rough right now. They don't have a Paradox. They don't have a lot of your typical heroes to bring it back. They have a Bebop, but what's going to be required at this point to somehow get back into this game? Or, do we just start the coordination now for Melee Creeps?
think young Calc needs to channel his inner youthful abacus. No, I think it pretty much comes down to, it has to be the hook, right? And Hydration, he's decently fed up, but he's so far behind every player on Melee Creep's side. I mean, that's one way to start things off. That's a big ball being dropped on the ground to be picked up by whoever wants to grab it. One kill's a good start, but again, they're gonna have the respawn, so you have to be able to do this multiple times if you want to catch back up, but they're still looking for some sort of catch.
Well, that bag that was picked up has now been redeposited back over to the Melee Creep side. Stormcloud out, Bebop dropping the laser in response. Death Slam in turn. Melee Creeps look to pile on the kills here. 3 down for Hydra Nation. Saya falls in the midst of all of it. Gonna be back up soon. Brocane not at all tanky enough to deal with this onslaught. Although, as I said, that gets Cool Cheese as a parting gift.
The pressure has just been unrelenting at this game from Melee Creeps. Back in for the ground strike. Nope, you cannot hurt my friends. Oh, the spin form's there as well. Where are we right now? It's just sometimes in a deadlock, you just get lost in the third person perspective. But look at this. This is where the game is right now. Just tanking all these Guardians, all going down. The base is going to get decimated. Still some regions left as well.
Very likely going to be attacks of one patron here. Unlikely that Hydra Nation is able to withstand that. I mean, maybe you get a hook coming out from Flick here, but it is looking very, very grim. Damage being hit onto the patron. Here comes Calc. Look at least get a little bit off of it. Goes for the charge, and no. Not gonna hit. I think it might be a shift coming out there, but in any case, Calc unable to get the punish. Melee Creeps out of there after first stage patron. A sizable lead, Dan, that has left Hydra Nation in shambles, and perhaps a new champion on the horizon.
Yeah, Rejuve still up a little bit, obviously pushing all the lanes like crazy, and there's actually a lot of jungle to be consumed on the map, which is really the worst situation for Hydra Nation, because that lead is going to only extend 38k behind, and they don't have any of their jungle because that's all been eaten up already by Melee Creeps. So Melee Creeps falling back onto their own safe territory. So yeah, it's hard to find a silver lining right now. It's just everything is poop right now.
You know, the other thing too, that we don't really have a great way of tracking, aside from just the eye test of seeing how often vaults have been getting gobbled up by Melee Creeps on the Hydra Nation side of the map, is that, you know, don't forget, you're not just getting a money advantage off that, you're also getting big stat boosts every single time, and over the course of a game, when you've been giving up your jungle more often than not, it adds up. Surely it does.
Yeah, it would be good to get that statistic in these games for the end scorecard, at least, where we could see all of the sinner sacrifices that were like destroyed by either team, including the amount of buffs and stuff. That would be really interesting to have that uncollected.
Might be the last stand here.
They gotta fight it.
I mean, do they have to fight? At this point, they're so far behind that they get a little bit further behind now. I almost feel like you just prioritize trying to find a good fight. But either way, if this is the fight, it would be their last attempt to get themselves out of a hole. Down 40,000, the $1,000 on the line. And of course, title of being Deadlock Fight Night champions in North America. Here we go, fight at the urn. AVG leading the way, immediately dispatches Flick. Axe in there too, the killing blows continue. 3 down for Hydra Nation. And Melee Creeps, Dan, they are gonna do it. We will have a new champion at Deadlock Fight Night North America as Melee Creeps crush at the urn and take down Hydra Nation 2-0. As AVG just takes it all in for a second there, Dan.
Oh yeah. What a performance from Melee Creeps. Just so much to say about it as they pick up the grand finals. They add another title to their belt, dethroning Hydra Nation once again. The only team in North America to do it, to get it done, is Melee Creeps again.
Unbelievable. And honestly, very well done. The second game, more convincing than the first. And this time, Sinclair play looking great, still backed up by the Moan Krill. And Hydra Nation just thrown off their usual game plan where they used to be so good at soul allocation. I don't think they've had enough time to adapt to the new economy of this new patch. And, you know, we're going to bring back in Jason. Jason, you know, we saw 2 maps here. The second map more decisive than the first. What's run through your mind right now?
This looks very reminiscent of the last time Melee Creeps beat Hydra Nation. I think it only took them about like 25 minutes each time when they beat him initially a couple of weeks ago. Looking at this game, I'm really starting to wonder. I mean, after doing DFN Pacific, we talked a lot about how like Mo and Krill falls off, and Mo Krill didn't have nearly the success in Pacific that it has in NA and EU so far within this week. I'm starting to see some like real potential out of it, honestly, within these 3-lane maps. Not to mention, I think you're seeing why you take Sinclair away. Like Saya did some serious work with it. It wasn't even necessarily like amazing play, like amazing ultimates bar the owl steal, but it was just kind of using his kit to the fullest and putting out some like serious pain.
Yeah, I just loved how well they were able to sort of use their tools to kind of really have a strategy that came together. Like we could clearly see what they were trying to do. It was very obvious. You know, I think the very first thing we saw was that mid lane control you pointed out, ZP, how they were using Geist. So very clear objectives, and that objective is going to be supported by what the teammates are doing, because they've got to create pressure elsewhere to allow that to happen before Shibop Layer come out. Or just how they were farming the opponent's jungles, how they prioritized that, how they set up ganks, how they controlled the macro was really awesome, honestly. So yeah, super impressed, honestly, by them. And they did not have a great showing last week, so I'm sure they're chuffed to bits about this victory.
Well, the interesting thing to me too is that, we kind of set it up a little bit in one of the matches, right? The idea that Melee Creeps, when they beat Hydra Nation in the past, what they had credited to their success was the idea that they were really good in solo lanes. And going into this, I kind of wondered, well, you've really valued your solo lane play, and now you have no solo lanes. This is going to impact Melee Creeps more so than expected, and the answer was no. Melee Creeps, if anything, had a better read on how to play within the current overall macro play of the 3-lane map, and they made it work. Solo lane, dual lane, they had it where it counted, Jason.
Yeah, and it's so cool to see that the difference in the patch has kind of given us different players to focus on. Like normally when you look at Melee Creeps, you look at AVG to have massive impact early on. You look for Pashi as well. Cool Cheese always has some good rotations. For me, this was really about like Saya and Lo Mein and Cool Cheese, like a couple of different names that I normally wouldn't be pointing out when it comes to Melee Creeps, because I feel like they really took like the early and mid game and gave the opportunity for Pashi to continue to farm, like when he was on the Geist, to delay the game out, to allow AVG to have some impact in these fights. It's nice to see a little bit of a change of like who we're focusing on of really being like some star and impactful players.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I think it's interesting too, because the type of comp that we saw Melee Creeps be successful with in both of these games in this grand finals is not the type of comp that I associated success with for them in the past. So it also looking at the draft that they had, you win the first map, you show what worked. You still have to have something to go to when the other team's like, okay, well, we kind of understand where you have your comfort right now, so we can try to ban against you. And Hydra Nation did feel like to me they kind of lost the ban. They had there's a lot of decision points we were talking about them as the draft was happening, where I felt like it was just tricky for Hydra Nation to find an edge.
Yeah, and I feel like, again, this is kind of one of those things where we kind of led into it, right? Where Jason brought up the question of, well, do you see Melee Creeps being able to win? And my response at the time was, when you have a new patch, when you have so many things change, regardless of what you thought the team strength might have been even a week ago, the fact remains is that it's so many things changing that it's a different game. The unexpected can happen, and the unexpected did happen here today. I think a lot of people coming in still would have favored Hydra Nation based on what we knew about these two teams, and in the end, it was a better read and understanding of the current meta that came out in spades for Melee Creeps, and also perhaps a harsh lesson, Jason, at the very end of the idea of, well, this is why Sinclair was banned all the time. Don't let the other team play Sinclair, because what we saw from Science Sinclair was frankly amazing, especially in the first 10 minutes of the game.
I think Saya had a really kind of good series, actually. If I'm perfectly honest, I'm trying to like quickly think back to what he played in the first match, but I have to scroll past a picture of my face on a shirt for some reason. On the Pocket, yeah, it was like 36,000 damage on the Pocket. He was definitely one of like the huge players for the roster. Again, someone we didn't really talk about when it came to prior weeks, but he's kind of come into his own to be one of the standout players. I definitely saw a lot more people spamming in chat about Saya than Cool Cheese's time, which is quite a big change.
Well, I was going to say another quick point coming out from Dan here, but you know what? We got AVG in here, so I'm shoving Dan to the side. No point for you until we get to the questions. AVG, welcome here for the interview. And I got to say, man, first off, congratulations once again on becoming the champions here in North America. Obviously, this comes on the back of a brand new meta, one where, again, historically, you told me and DM you were really proud of your solo lane play. You had to come in here to a meta where the news may have been shocking to you that solo lanes were gone, and you guys adapted very, very quickly. You know, what went into your prep today to come out with such a strong showing?
Realistically, I think that teams in general didn't have a lot of time to prepare, so I don't think that any of us are really playing like optimal deadlock, so to speak. We just had a conversation before the game about what our general strategy was, and in the last game there, we knew that we had to win the lane and you know, press them in their jungle and just be aggressive overall in order to win the game. So that's kind of what we did. We generally, like, we draft our game plan as the draft finishes and kind of just play it out. The new map in general, though, you know, it makes things a little difficult for sure, because I think everybody is a little bit confused.
Oh, AVG, it's nice to be able to talk to you in person instead of via chat. I'm going to ask you actually a question not related to the patch now. Sure. I'm curious, what did you guys do from, like, what kind of happened within the team from the first time you beat Hydronation to then playing a ton of Roblox, but then losing to Hydronation and then now beating them? Like, what kind of happened within the team of, like, tasting that victory, losing it, and then having to try to get it back again?
Okay, so I'm going to give an answer that, you know, maybe is a little bit controversial in terms of competing, but it's just the reality of the situation is that every time we play against these guys, I would amount it to be pretty much a coin flip. At the end of the day, they're good players, so it can go either way. And, you know, we just fell short last time. I think we were in a winning position. We just were not able to carry out. This time we were in a winning position. We were able to carry out. It's not particularly like... I mean, obviously, there's going to be emotional angst when we lose and when we know that we could have won. Particularly for myself, I blame myself for the last time that we lost because I made a bad call that kind of flipped our lead. But you move forward and you just play the game. And at the end of the day, we know we're good enough to compete with them, so we competed and we won. Okay. There's not really much deeper than that.
And my question would be, where do you think Hydronation went wrong exactly? It felt like to us, you guys had such an edge going into the second map in the draft. It felt like they really like lost the draft against you guys, at least to me.
In the second map?
Like they went wrong. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, Cool Cheese is our drafter, and so we have a draft strategy, and in that draft strategy, we just carry it out. I don't know really if they lost the second draft per se. I think their biggest mistake was that they didn't get comfort picks for certain players, but their comp was not bad. I think that they just had a late game comp, and they had to get there, and then they didn't get there. That's the edge of my knowledge. I mean, surely like someone else might be able to identify more so why they couldn't get to the late game, but in my opinion they just lost early when their comp was designed around late, and that's basically I wouldn't particularly say they hard lost draft or anything. I think they had a decent idea, they just didn't really work out.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I do. Can I just say something? Thank you. There's a little bit of a peculiarity here going on, and last when we initially lost to Hydronation, when we finally got to the finals, it was 2-1, and it was right after they made roster changes. So we lost 2-1 then. Then next week we scrimmed Big and Brawlic as our warm-up scrim before we played. Then we did a complete sweep against their new roster, and it was 3-0 in all the games combined. Then we won. Then the next week we played again, and we didn't warm-up scrim Big and Brawlic, and we lost 2-1 again to their new roster. And then we came back again, and this time we sweeped again after scrimming Big and Brawlic as our warm-up scrim. So really what I have to say is I think that the reality is that Big and Brawlic should just be in here, because I think they're an amazing team. And now that
we've
you know,
tried.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, that's
they've
fair.
declined
They
invites
just
like
put
3 weeks in a row. You're like,
that's fair.
clear.
That's fair. Yeah, they just put their roster together. So finally, I think they're ready now. But I just want to shout them out because, you know, honestly, like without their warm up, I think that we would not be able to perform at this level.
I do have a question on rosters beyond the warm up versus Big and Brawlic, who hopefully will be in. We'll see. The invite will be extended, especially after that storyline. But here's my question. Obviously, Hydronation is a team that's gone through a lot of changes. What's the difference in playing the current incarnation of Hydronation versus playing the Lefa Quig? version of Hibernation? Like, where do you think it's like changed in terms of playing them? Obviously, influenced by the current map changes, but overall.
I'd say just about the same. I think that their play style perhaps varies, but at the end of the day, the difficulty remains the same. I think they're all good players, so we don't, to be completely honest, we don't really think about what they're gonna do or what the differences are. We know that if we play our game and we don't fuck, yeah, of course I can say that. If we don't fuck up, then we can win. And at the end of the day, that's our main focus. Is we just focus inward and try not to make mistakes. And if we don't make mistakes, then we win. And if we do make mistakes, then we lose. And then obviously their roster change the way that they play. But I wouldn't say that the players are necessarily making like a drastic difference over one another. Because at the end of the day, I think at the highest end, everyone's majority at majority at the same level, I would say.
All right. Well, thank you so much, AVG, for joining us here. Enjoy your victory. Once again, it is Melee Creeps on the top in North America. And, we heard the interview, a little bit of spice there towards the end. Jason, you love to hear it.
My favorite comment in chat was, he's going off script, because I feel like that's the exact face I gave. He's like, I was like, oh God, what is he gonna say? What is he gonna say? Just giving some love to Big and Brawl. But yeah, I mean, I feel like we've had nothing but good interviews so far with Melee Creeps. Whether it's Cool Cheese or it's AVG. I mean, Poshy Pop's gonna have the best interview ever, right? No, I mean, it's cool. It's cool to hear some thoughts. And the coin flip thing I thought was kind of interesting. The comment about like it feels like it's kind of maybe controversial, but it just kind of feels like a coin flip. And I don't know if that's a testament to like how good both teams are and how evenly matched they are, or maybe the current state or the state he was referring to of Deadlock. But it is nice at the end of the day to see a team who can beat Hydronation, because you want to see that competition. You want to. I think Hydronation likes seeing that team as well, because it makes them work harder and look to improve.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, we were talking for a long time. Kind of, it was almost this tired point where we were like, okay, well, Hydronation, they're gonna win again, and it's just really a story of can anyone close the distance, and that was happening for like 10 DFNs. so it's really cool that we kind of got our wish, which is like another team that's able to compete against them on even footing and even win against them, take the title away, as you say, force them to work harder, but then also it brings up the whole team. So it's such a cool development. And that, like we heard from the interview last time they won too, like they have like a really strong work ethic and they're taking it really seriously. And so I love that energy.
You know what else I love here in terms of energy, where, you're thinking things went pretty well. Maybe you're a team that just won Deadlock Fight Night. You got a little bit of money burning a hole in your pocket. Well, that's right. You could just wear some sick merch. That's right. Deadlockfightnight.com. We got some merch here that is legally distinct enough, at least so far as I've ever been told. But yeah.
One of those is not like the other, ZP, and one of those does definitely not have permission or consent.
Oh, the Meowdered? Is that what you're talking about?
The Meowdered. I don't
Did you sign away your image and likeness, Jason? What's going on?
I'm the boss of production. You know what? You're no longer the bosses anymore.
Jason, we all know that is not true. That is absolutely not a thing. But here's what I'll say. If you're just tuning in, the show is over, but this was our day today, recapping it all from start to finish. EU, well, Virtus Pro was strong as ever. It was a quick day in EU. Aegis Aurora, they were able to get past Pajala Escambria, but got absolutely thumped by Virtus Pro in the money match. NA, closer across the board, but Melee Creeps just ripping ahead in the second map and becoming the champion here once more over Hydronation. It was a day, Dan.
Oh yeah, this is a really fun day. Obviously the EU matches were a bit one-sided. VP looked incredible, but this is the first day of the new patch, and I guess that's something we have to talk about and review. I like where the gameplay is headed with these changes. I'm sure there's going to be more iterations on this, but are you guys in the same camp? Are you liking the direction of the game right now?
I'd say yeah. I personally hated playing solo lanes, and it was always very frustrating. I don't like playing like 1v1 games. I like to be able to blame my teammates instead of my own, shortcomings. I want to see how the mid game kind of develops though, because it and even in NA we saw such drastically different results in terms of like length, but obviously the Virtus Pro was quite a stomp. I want to see just kind of what the pros go with and what kind of meta they suss out with the changes.
So this has brought us to the end of the broadcast, but we have two announcements, or rather an announcement and then an announcement of an announcement. Coming up this Friday, we are going to be doing our initial Deadlock Fight Night podcast. I believe the name is going to be Between Rounds, but that will be on Friday. It's going to be going over the storylines of the scene, tier lists, and just everything Deadlock in general. It's something that, is going to be brand new. We're going to be really excited to bring it to you. I don't know exactly what time it's going to be on Friday, but probably Friday in the afternoon, probably around the same time that you'd usually see Deadlock Fight Night on. And also, Fight Night is a thing that isn't necessarily just Deadlock specific. We love Deadlock. It is our home. We'll be doing Deadlock for as long as we can. But we also might be adding a new game to the repertoire sooner than you might think. Keep an eye out on the socials for announcement of when that's going to come down. I'm not going to spoil too much right now, but cool things are happening, especially if you've loved the format of the show.
Is it Quake?
It is not. I'm sorry.
Oh man,
I'm sorry, Dan. Though, perhaps one day.
I would love that. I would absolutely love if that was a thing, to be honest.
We can do Quake, Jason.
That's
you
true.
said you're the boss,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you can set it up.
We got
done.
we do Quake Fight Night. We find an excuse to give Rafa a new paycheck. But
Yeah, basically. Well, he lives in Europe now. Well, I guess we could do a European one. But yeah, he's in Europe now.
European Fight Night, just supporting Rafa into retirement. But okay, this is truly the end. Final thoughts, Dan, you first.
Yeah, I love the new changes. I can't wait to see more from all of our winning teams and the other teams that did not win, because we've got a lot of really great developing storylines around the skill that's being developed and the way that the game's being played. There's always new stuff every week, and if you are a fan of the show that you've watched today, please support us. Please follow, subscribe, do everything. Do all the things. Tell your friends, tell your mum, tell your gran, tell your pets, tell everyone about DFN.
I will, Dan. I'm gonna tell everyone out there. Also, for all of you who didn't tune into the show early on, just reminding us, we did have a DFN Pacific that happened over on Monday. If you guys haven't seen that, it had teams from Australia, from South Korea, from China, from Japan. You can head over to Deadlock Fight Night over on YouTube and check out the VODs if you're interested in seeing what the teams from OCE have to represent.
That's right. You can catch all the action if you missed it over on the YouTube, both for Deadlock Fight Night and the upcoming podcast. Everything will be there, even if you're not here live. But that will do it for us here tonight. Thank you once again, all the players, for playing in Deadlock Fight Night, all the viewers watching, give us such amazing support. Valve, of course, for making game, and Intel once more for making this all possible as our wonderful sponsor. This has been Deadlock Fight Night North America, presented by Intel, and we'll see you next time.